An apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from rainy but now sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a hump day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's hump day 10/15, Wednesday, October 15th, 2025. And it is 11:24 a.m. I am a little late, and I apologize for the tardiness, for the delay, but I had a very long morning this morning, as always. It is cold as hell in the West Coast this morning. It was actually sub 60, if you can believe it. Trigger warning for all of the West Coast Andes. The weather was sub 60, which you know is cold jacket weather. Is winter coat time, okay? Is winter coat time. Is cold as shit, bro. It was cold as shit this morning, but that doesn't stop me from obviously getting a couple lifts in, as always. Leg day today. Y'all are pathetic. Okay, here we go. All the Minnesota boys being like, this is the only time where we get to flex about our shitty weather. Okay, I don't want to hear it. Okay, Minnesota, literally due to climate change, is probably going to be a more livable, more habitable place than Los Angeles in the next decade. So shut up. Anyway, how'd you ever survive Jersey? Well, I got the fuck out as soon as I could. So that's all you need to know. Two places that I've chosen to live in this life. Okay, one was Miami, when I chose to live in go to the University of Miami, and then one was Los Angeles. That's all you need to know about me. Okay? In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you already know what it is. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's exactly what I'm going to do. You already know what's up. Anyway, I assume Kyle loves the colder weather. Honestly, I don't think she gives a shit. I mean, she doesn't mind the cold. She likes the cold, obviously. But sometimes it'll be hot. It'll be hot as hell outside, and I'll have the AC on indoors, but she would rather sit in the sun. It's very weird. Like, she is an outside dog. She has perfect insulation, both for the cold and for the heat. I don't know how to explain it. But in any case, do you see the Consumer Reports are dissing protein powders? Yes, I have seen it. Lots of lead, from what I understand, in protein, which makes a lot of sense, both for my own mental faculties that are in a state of disarray at all times, and also for the entire podcasting orbit. So, you know. She Chinese, unlike you? Yeah. This explains everything about the manosphere. Get your blood lead levels tested? Yeah, maybe. Anyway, ice is heavy in my town today, taking kids from schools. That's fucking insane. Did you see the flagrant bros were talking about you? Were they? I mean, whatever. Who isn't, you know? All right. So what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast yesterday, and I was tired after half-day Hasi. You already know what it is. Okay. It's to the point now that all the hog trolls are just fucking ESPN breaking down every single little decision you make with your dog. Yeah, I saw. It's very, very stupid. And you know, they're just going to keep pushing it over and over again when they're like, they're talking about like regular socialization and all this shit. Who gives a fuck? Who cares, man? Let him fucking chirp. Okay. You know the truth. You know what's going on. That's all that matters. The goalposts keep moving. Yeah, I'm a bad dog dad, bad trainer. I'm bad. And it's like most of the people that are doing that, obviously, most of the people that are doing that unironically are oblivious to how, one, dogs behave, and they anthropomorphize how dogs behave, and two, they're oblivious to training in general because they've never trained a dog, even if they do have dogs. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. They don't understand it. And then there are people who do actually train dogs or have trained dogs in the past who are like, hey, guys, I think you're getting a little out of hand here. This is normal socialization. And you're just looking for any reason that you can to continue this narrative that he's like, you know, abusive, or now you've moved away from he's abusive to he's a bad dog dad. We don't have to acknowledge every little thing that goes on the hater side, I think, especially because, you know, that would take away from trying to do my job, which is part of the reason why I don't often cover the drama past the point of like making the first response. Anyway, in any case, folks. Benito Mazzulli, when? Benito Mazzulli, probably not happening. What was I saying? Oh, personal news-wise, I finally finished Code Geass, okay? I finally finished Code Geass, and I have questions. For those of you who don't know, I watched Code Geass. I finished it, and it was a really interesting ending. It was a really cool ending, but I think season 2 was nowhere near as good as season 1. And I don't know if that's just me in general. I don't know if it's specifically my thing. Like, maybe it's just I don't personally I don't personally like the heavy-handed like religious undertones as much as I like the terrorism angle, you know? Cuz like the first season is like entirely about like doing revolutionary war against like a colonial occupation. So I think season 1 is better than season 2. Yes, I'm wearing the new merch. Coming out soon. You already know what it is. But yeah.
I, Lelouch v. Britannia, command you. Now all of you, die.
It's
Yes, I am Zero, the man who leads the Black Knights, who challenges the Holy Britannian Empire.
That's a fucking vibe, dude. That's a vibe, dude. Bro, I hate that character design. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot that I don't. There's a lot that I would say are not my favorite things in Code Geass. I would say that I'm not like a big mecha fan, for example. So all the mecha stuff I didn't really like, but it wasn't enough for me to pull myself out of it, basically, because like the politics of it I really enjoyed. And I didn't necessarily appreciate the art style that much either. Like, it's just not my favorite. Like, I think that there are different art styles that I enjoy more than that. But even then, it was endlessly watchable almost exclusively because of the politics of it all. Because, like, you rarely have that direct of a, anti-hero that is engaging in, like, revolutionary war against colonial occupation and all of the ups and downs of this process where, like, they basically say Lelouch is crazy, you know. But sometimes you need like a crazy person to finally to overcome tremendous hardship like that, overcome colonial occupation like that. So I really appreciated that. I really appreciated that. Overall, great stuff. Like I said, not the biggest fan of the art style in general. I know people will yell at me for it, and not like the biggest mecha fan in general either. And I didn't like the second season as much as I appreciated and enjoyed the first season. The first season was like chock full of mostly just the kinds of politics that I enjoy, and and then the second season, on the other hand, had like more of this like you know, the Gias, like what is it, you know, God, and how humanity should move, you know, that type of thing. Subbed or dubbed, the ending changes depending on which. Wait, what? I watched it dubbed. What do you mean the ending changed? Oh, not the movie. I just watched the 2 seasons. Bro, they had an Evangelion style situation. Is that what it is? Where like they have a different ending? What the hell? What the heliante? It's like they did the Evangelion thing. What's this? Huh? What's this? Huh? No, the movie continues the story. Wait, really? Evangelion? Time to finally catch up on Code Geass dub is the best in anime. Chat, y'all are capping. Yeah, I didn't have an issue with the dubbing at all. I thought the dubbing was really good. Anyway, all right. That's where was I? What was I talking about? Yeah, personal news wise, finished Code Geass, very good. Highly recommend it. Definitely peak. Totally understand why people say it's peak. I feel like it's quite difficult for people to like, if they watched that when they were growing up, I feel like their development was probably spectacular, you know? If they watched, because like it very clearly teaches people that sometimes violent acts are necessary against like unjustifiable systemic forces of violence. Like if there's a, you know, colonial superpower that's just like ritualistically humiliating their subjects and destroying their day-to-day existence and relegating them to second-class status, people are inevitably going to rise up against that and fight back against that. And that the emancipatory need is the most honest and most just thing that people feel in their hearts. And yeah, I mean, obviously it is still chock full of like great man theory commentary, which I don't necessarily appreciate to that same degree, but I like that the transparent positive morality of Callan, for example, as opposed to the inconsistencies at times with the way that Lelouch operates, really made me understand the politics of the writers themselves. Even without actually diving into the background of the writers, it's very clear that there are like good people. There are some good people even on the Britannian side, but there are objectively good people throughout the entire process in the resistance front on the side against the Holy Britannian Empire. Anyway, Holy Hasan getting old. Look at that gray Lamau. Wait, do I have like extra gray hairs today or something? Why are people saying this? I've always had gray hairs here and a little bit growing here as well. I'm confused by people being like, yeah, I'm 34, man. I'm 34 and I also deal with a lot of shit on the internet. You know, it's going to make my hair go gray. It happens. I'm salt and pepper, baby. I'm salt and peppered up. If you want more space politics, please watch The Legend of Galactic Heroes. I mean, honestly, I don't really like mecha. That's the big issue here for me, at least. Anyway, woke up this morning as always, went to the gym, hit the gym, leg day, didn't do as much leg day activity as I normally would. Okay. It's sci-fi, but not really mecha. Okay. It's not mecha, the straight up space war. All right. Well, in any case, hit the gym, and what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, hit the gym. Had an interview. Later tonight, I'm gonna have to end it early again today. Well, not early, but like around 6:30, around 6:7. Part because I have to do like a thing. I'm on the Hollywood Reporter's top 50 hottest influencers on the planet list, and I suspect that that'll make people go extra crazy, considering that this was probably chosen a long time ago. And when they asked me to send in a photo, I, of course, as I always do, sent a photo of myself and Kaya. And so I suspect that people will lose their fucking minds over this. My haters will lose their goddamn minds over this. You know, it is what it is. Anyway, so where were we? Ceasefire equals Palestine ceases, Israel fires, SCOTUS redistricting, THR top 50 influencer, everything's getting worse. Trump, government, shutdown, abuse, continued, and more. Get in now. I know there's a CNN town hall with Bernardo Sandernista and also AOC. But do we have a blast off meme? EA bought by Saudi Arabia? Yeah, I know. Zoran Fox interviews today at 3 p.m. Eastern, but Trump Patel press conferences at the same time. I thought the Zoran thing was yesterday. And not today. Thank you for the playlist. I was mistaken. It's today. Nice. Okay. It was Monday, lol. No. Zoran did a rally on Monday with like Gianmarco, who, by the way, is going to be on the broadcast tomorrow. Okay. Gianmarco is finally coming on the broadcast and the podcast, for the record. Okay. So get excited about that. But isn't the debate tomorrow? Wait, what time is the debate tomorrow? Is it? No. When is the debate? When is the Zohran debate? Is that tomorrow? Fuck, what time? 4:30. The mayoral debate is 4:30 PST. Shit. That's not good. I have to restructure some things. Are we sure it's 4:30 PST? The entire calendar is getting cleared. Yeah, we got to figure some shit out because I have Gianmarco. Who's going to be on it as well. So, the debate is not that important. You can just watch the highlights the day after. No, I think the debate is important. Anyway, we'll watch it with Gianmarco. Honestly, we'd rather see Gianmarco than the debate. It's 7 p.m. EST, 4 p.m. PST. Okay. It says 7 p.m. top right. Want to watch Zohran Mamdani take on the rest of the debates with comrades? We are pleased to announce even more watch parties. We have added events on Thursday, 10/16, and are now offering citywide slate of events for watch parties. Okay, nice. Debate night. Tune in at both 10:16 and also at 10:2022. 10:16 Tibet tomorrow is obviously going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. was in Kaya's mouth. A dangerous. It's a shock collar. It's a shocking eel. Yeah, a grenade, a dynamite, a gun, a landmine. I have a knife. She has a knife that is an exploding knife, and she's twiddling around with it, and she's gonna blow herself up and me. She's chewing something. Yeah. Oh my God. Wait, really? Yeah. I gave her a gun so that she can finally fight back against me, and resist and rise up and resist. Chicken bone. No, it's not a chicken bone. I would never give her a chicken bone. Chicken bones can snap, break, and then actually get stuck to the throat of dogs, especially when they are chicken bones that have been cooked. Never give a dog cooked bones. A lot of people do this. They don't realize that cooked bones break and splinter. Whereas if you're going to give a dog a bone, make sure that it's not a cooked bone. You can give a dog an uncooked bone. You should not give a dog a cooked bone. And usually chicken bones are still somewhat dangerous regardless. Chicken bones are not safe for dogs. Having said that, however, larger bones in general are totally safe for dogs as long as they are uncooked. If they're cooked, you must not give them the bone because it can splinter and get stuck in their throat. It can literally end up piercing their throat, as a matter of fact. Rawhide, bad too, and nylon rope toys. I mean, that much it is I don't know. That's in dispute. What about a raw gun? I gave her a raw gun. She has a gun right now. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? It's my mom. She's walking around. Kaya minding her business, wishing everyone would quit slandering her main man. She has no idea. She has no idea. Okay. She doesn't know that she's the most famous dog on the internet. Anyway, when we got a new dog, he got a ham hock with the bone. Motherfucker passed it fine, but it was a worrisome week while we waited to clear his system. Yeah. Where were we? What were we talking about? Oh yeah, we got a lot going on. I got a blast off meme here. I'm gonna rip it. I'm gonna post it, and we are gonna go. Okay. Also, Kaya's so big, they're like potato chips. Larger bones hurt their teeth, so they need limited time if they're a chewer. My Maisie really wore down her teeth on her cow femur habit. Yeah, Kaya literally goes through everything, dude. She goes through everything. It's crazy. She can eat an entire couch, I think. if given the opportunity, if it was presented like a chew toy. Luckily, she doesn't have like a crazy chewing habit like that when it comes to, any of the things around the house. But in the past, when she was growing up and when she was teething, she would eat my shoes and stuff every now and then. It was terrible. But right now, with given her size, if she wanted to, she probably could eat an entire couch. Like if she felt like that was Kai doing anything funny yesterday? Yeah, she was with my mom. Sorry to bring it again, but did you already talk about what the vibration collar is taped? Oh my Lord, dude. Oh my freaking Lord. Every goddamn day with this shit, brother. Jesus Christ, dude. It's because it's a fucking electrocution zapping tool that no one has ever seen before. Okay? No one has ever seen it. Do not interact, Liz. You can put a vibration collar on my husband too. I'm gonna put one on the haters. You haven't given her any Tylenol, right? I want her to be gay and autistic, so I vaccinated her. Hey, Discord, this is why wait, what? Any of these accounts are tagged in a post, tag discourse in a post, and agents should quiet close the ticket without further response. Streamlabs, USA Army Esports, Team Spark, Slasher, Keem, Call Me Carson, Quackity, Dr. Disrespect. Wait, what the fuck?
Hey, did you hear? What? Infamous radical extremist and charlatan Hasan Piker electrocuted his dog while streaming live to his thousands of brainwashed fans. Seriously? What the hell? Yeah, he reached off screen for like a button or something and then his dog yelled. That's terrible. Damn. Yeah. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, why? Hey, did you hear? Beloved celebrity and social democrat content creator HasanAbi refuted the claims that he shocked his dog. Wait, I thought he did, though. That was a mass smear campaign. He showed the actual collar he uses, and it doesn't shock dogs, apparently. Okay, well, I'm glad he didn't do that, then. Yeah. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, political opportunist and con man Hasan Piker actually did shock his dog. There's new evidence. Any updates? Several. The idea of a person known as Hasan Piker is possibly, though without certainty, using maladaptive methods of animal training. However, the subject has hit national attention, and at this point, the nature of truth is highly unknown. I'm not following. Thousands of reports, videos, deep dives, and investigations have churned up seemingly contradictory information. The incident, as it shall forthwith be known, has attained a status only comparable to crisis events. Crisis? A comic book event wherein timelines are reset, organized, and/or restructured for continuity. Did he shock his dog or not? Factions of political thought have shifted. The reality through which we previously measured scientific phenomena has broken down. It's become clear that all that can be unknown can never be unknown, and vice versa. What do you think happened? I don't know. Is this just how the internet works now? Yeah. Great.
That's so good. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, it has been the most nutty experience, considering that, like, I've obviously had like my fair share of controversies, but I've never in a million years would have experienced something where it's like very obviously and transparently people just like meticulously going through every minutia, everything that takes place. Thank you. Every minutia and everything that takes place on a stream with like with great intensity to try to drive home this fucking narrative that is like universally despised. Like, animal abuse is understandably something that every single person with a brain, with a mind, with a conscience is going to be against. I'm against animal abuse. I care about animal welfare. I have worked with no-kill shelters in Los Angeles, as you guys know, over and over again. I've worked with animal conservationists like Maya, and worked on numerous other. Oh God, the gray bars are back. Numerous other initiatives, amongst a million different things, right? And it's obviously something that I care about. Animal conservation, animal sanctuaries, animal welfare is something that I do care about, and I think it's like a very good indication of a person's. It's a very good indication of a person's like worldview. If someone is, if someone mistreats those who are vulnerable, like pets, like, you can tell that they're not a very good person. Okay, it's a great indication, which is, I think, the reason why a lot of people ran with this story, and also a lot of people who just basically saw one clip were geared to assume that this is what was going on, that there was like a major crisis here. But never in a million years would I have actually thought that it would get to this degree. Anyway, it was 10-7. Troll farms were primed. Yeah, I think Finn said it was the modern blue and black or white and gold dress on NMP's podcast. I mean, I think obviously like a lot of the people that are, memeing about it don't think it's like, I don't think that it's like that. They don't consider it to be all that serious because they're fucking joking about it, But Hasan, white people will lynch folks over dogs. I know, but I'm like a white woman when it comes to that situation. That's what it is. I'm definitely a lot more strict in my training when it comes to my dog. I obviously am, not one of those people that's just like, let your dog do whatever, you know, especially considering I have a 120-pound dog. I can't let her do whatever. If she would like jump on people and like accidentally bite someone, for example, then, you know, they would have to put her down and I would have to put myself down in that process. Having said that, however, it's been like, I bracket it off in like 3 groups. The way I've explained it is like the overwhelming majority of normies look at the situation and obviously care about animal welfare, and they think like they've been geared into thinking that this is, you know, a serious issue of abuse. And then you have, you know, normies who don't have dogs but obviously love animals, who don't know how dogs behave. Because if you have a dog, you know, like they sleep all the time. That's number one. They like to be around their owner all the time. And not only that, but sometimes, you know, they yelp or they try to get your attention. And it's normal. Then there's the other people that do have dogs who know that that's, you know, normal dog behavior. Having said that, they don't really train their dogs, so they think it's like actually abuse that you do like spot training or whatever. And then the last group of people are the haters that are basically like seeing this as an opportunity to really drive home the narrative for as many people as possible who've never seen me or never heard of me, that I'm a bad person as their first interaction. A person who is engaging in, you know, animal abuse. The third category is those who remain at this point. The first 2 categories are people who made up their minds. Maybe they were shocked. Maybe they were confused. Maybe they got upset. They made some memes. They're just memeing for the most part. Okay? But the third group of people are the ones who are like, look at this clip. Look at that clip. Look at this clip. Like, it's obvious he's moving his arms around. Like, he's fucking constantly in a state of zapping. And they've moved away from the initial conversation, which was that, like, she didn't even have that collar on to begin with. And the only reason why I showed the collar was because people were clipping other instances. First of all, are any of the collars illegal? No. Even in the maximalist position, even if what like the people that are claiming are just like a significant threat or whatever, like I've said this already, e-collars that have shocking components that feel like a TENS machine, which I've used on myself in the past because, you know, I'm around dogs that have been trained with that and use it, is not only is it not illegal, but it's also straight up used in the e-fencing for people, and it's used in the training of like dogs in general. But yeah. Police dogs even? Yeah. No, working dogs do get trained on e-collars. Anyway, there's a good bit of like anthropomorphizing going on. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It is what it is. One of your worst takes on Israel has finally been confirmed as wrong. Wait, what is this? Brown equals prisoners and white. Brown equals prisoners and white equals hostages, apparently. Wait, what do you mean? What's my worst take on Israel? Oh, Natalie Portman? So Kai is harboring illegal enemies of the state. Got it? Yes. Anyway, that's not... That is, I don't know why this is my take on Israel. But in any case, Jamie Dimon, CEO JP Morgan, thinks it's wrong. The financial industry can get involved in local New York City politics. Wow, that's crazy. All right. These people care more about perceived suffering of a dog on stream than real suffering of their own families. This shit is cringe. I mean, it's all good. It like I said, I'm done. I'm done with this. I've been done with this. I obviously have to cover the news, and we have a lot going on. So, there have been hostage swaps. We're going to start off with Israel. Number one, Israel has, once again, as it always does, in the event of a ceasefire, the opposition to Israel ceases its fire, and Israel continues to fire. Israel has engaged in, remember, Israel is still occupying 53, or I think it's like 58%. Some people say 58, some people say 53%, but Israel is still occupying half of Gaza, okay? Israel is still occupying half of Gaza. Israel still has Gaza hermetically sealed. The Rafah border crossing is not open yet. Israel still controls the Rafah border crossing and all of the border crossings, which is precisely the reason why they're not allowing aid to go in right now. Now, as we've talked about, there are some conditions on the ceasefire deal that Hamas and Israel engaged in, where Hamas basically said, look, we are going to give you all of the hostages that are alive, and also we are going to give you some of the captives that had been slain. But the problem is we can't give you all the captives that have been slain because we have to go and find them. And it's going to be a little difficult, especially considering that there are still tens of thousands of Palestinians who are assumed to be dead that people have not been able to extract from the rubble yet. So obviously it's a little difficult for anyone and everyone inside of Gaza to figure out exactly where all of the people are, right? And as I said, there were two things that Israel was going to use in the second phase of the ceasefire, the so-called ceasefire, to basically sully the deal. And Israel is using both of those things. One was the subject of disarmament. Okay, like what does that mean? How would that work? Who is going to do it? And it's very clear that Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas both kept saying, we will disarm to a sovereign unit that is comprised of Palestinians that will be controlling Palestine and controlling the destiny of Palestine. We're not going to just like give up our arms amidst a fucking genocide. It's understandable for people to not want to do that. And it's very clear that this is the most consequential aspect of this conversation. And that's precisely the reason why. That is precisely the reason why this is going to be a point of contention that Israel uses to sully the deal. Fox News, Zohran is on Fox News right now. Okay, you know what? Let's watch it live. Let's watch Zohran Kwame Mamdani on Fox News Live, and I'll get back to the Israel issue in a second. Okay, people are very excited about this.
Away my exclusive interview with New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani.
I
What the
wonder
Democratic
if they're going to ask
Socialist
about
has
the
to say
fucking.
about President
You've
Trump,
worked with Hasan, who is an anti-Semite and a dog abuser,
and how to pay for his big plans for New York. Also breaking right now, President Trump about to hold a news conference in the Oval Office along with FBI Director Kash Patel.
They aren't
as
showing
Mexican
it yet.
cartels are now offering up to $50,000 bounties to attack or kill our agents in Chicago. Very scary situation heating up in the Windy City. Homeland Security says these criminal networks have issued explicit instructions to U.S.-based sympathetics. They include street gangs in Chicago to monitor, harass, and assassinate U.S. federal agents. Eric Trump is standing by with his reaction to this story as we await President Trump at the White House. First, we go to national correspondent Griff Jenkins reporting live from Washington. Hi, Griff.
Okay,
Hi,
so
Martha.
they're not doing
Breaking
the
right
Zohran
now, a federal
interview.
grand jury in Illinois has just indicted an.
Okay, we got debated. Suspect indicted for murder for hire plot targeting Border Patrol commander. What, bro? These guys are making movies out of this, bro. Like this is crazy. They're like Eddington is real, man. Eddington is real. They got hits out. They got cartel style assassinations. They're trying to kill our big beautiful boys in the ice or some shit. It's just HSI Chicago receives tip for bounty hit on CBP chief. I'm sure chat will spam once he's on. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's get back to it. Let's get back to the actual issue at hand here. As I was talking about before. So, where was I? So we were talking about how like Israel violates ceasefires all the time. Israel, one, leading up to the last moment of the ceasefire, before it's initiated, will increase the intensity of its bombing campaigns, as it did in Gaza, as it did in Lebanon, as it did everywhere else, as it tried to do in Iran as well. Israel then, in the aftermath of said ceasefire, will still continue its bombing campaigns. Remember, Israel still occupies 50% of the Gaza Strip. So in the aftermath of this ceasefire initiation, the first 72 hours were very significant. Hamas actually delivered all of the alive captives back to Israel. And Hamas said that they would start the extraction of the bodies of those who were slain, the captives who were killed, right? And release that the captives that were slain. But Hamas also communicated to Israel in the process that this would be a timely endeavor, considering that it's very difficult to find exactly where some of these bodies are. And I don't think you need to be, I don't think it takes a genius to understand exactly why that would be difficult, considering the state of Gaza. You have seen, especially places like northern Gaza, be reduced to fucking rubble. There are still tens of thousands of Palestinians who are under the rubble that have not been accounted for at this moment. So, in spite of that, Israel is obviously using this as an example, using this as a reason to spoil the deal, right? And here it is. An Israeli prisoner whose body was returned yesterday was killed by Israeli airstrikes. Forensic tests confirmed. Staff Sergeant Tamir Nimrati was abducted from his base alive and killed by IDF bombs while in captivity, the Israeli Hostage Families Forum said in a statement in Hebrew. So, like, as I've said before, this is going to be a very difficult situation for Israel because, like, on the one hand, I obviously don't trust Israel's own forensic reporting on a lot of this stuff at all because they have every opportunity to lie. But also, on the other hand, the hostage families will 100% demand additional autopsies to exactly find out how their relatives died. So they are probably going to do everything in their power to get secondary and maybe even third looks on autopsies to ensure that they know exactly how their relatives were killed. Okay? So for that reason, I think we'll find out that there are a lot of Israeli captives that were most likely killed by Israel in the process. Why wouldn't they go along with the state? Because I think depending on what their attitude is, like there are some people who obviously are first and foremost beholden to the interests of the state. I'm sure there are. There's hogs everywhere. There's hogs in Israel. There's hogs who might say, you know what, the government narrative on this is totally valid. I'm fine with it. But there are still going to be people who say, I don't give a fuck about the government narrative. I want to know exactly what happened. And we've seen this with hostage families already. There have been some hostages that were potentially gassed inside of tunnels, for example. This was a major point of contention early on because once that hostage was extracted, the family members actually suspected that Israel was responsible for the death of the hostage because the hostage the captive was inside of a fucking tunnel and Israel had potentially gassed the tunnel. This was revealed through additional autopsies that the families actually pushed for. So it's something that you need to it's something that hostage families have very clearly demanded. Just like Nimrod Cohen's parent, for example, Nimrod Cohen, whose father has been like a major voice in, and not an anti-Zionist, but like a major voice in the anti-war initiative, who have said over and over again that like his son should not be used in this way and that like there needs to be an end to this war. Like, yes, his name is Nimrod Cohen. Okay, calm down. But his father has been a very big voice. His father has been a pretty loud voice in the anti-war advocacy, definitely on the anti-war side, not more like maybe not an anti-Zionist, but definitely on the or definitely on the let's stop this genocide side. Okay. So there are, as is the case with every unit, as is the case with every group, there are going to be a lot of people demonstrating a diversity of opinion on the matter. But ultimately, I think a lot of families will want to know what the truth is. The truth matters more than anything else for a lot of families. And that's precisely the reason why, like I said, you'll see stuff like this coming out. Regardless of what the Israeli government's interest is in propagandizing, how these captives were treated and whatnot. So, anyway, where were we? So, Israel is, like I said, claiming that Hamas is not holding on their end of the bargain. There's also a little bit of chaos taking place in Gaza in the reconstruction efforts that are taking place as well. Millions of Palestinians are moving around the Strip. They're moving back into the areas that they are from, where they used to have their homes. I say used to have their homes because their homes have been reduced to rubble, as we've seen already. There's obviously like a rebuilding effort that's taking place as well. And in the process, because there were a lot of different factions within Gaza, some of which that actually worked alongside Israel, for example, that did a lot of, contributed a lot to the chaos that was going on at the point of aid distribution, deliberately because Israel had armed these factions, armed these gangs. In that process, the interior security, which is, sometimes also known as Hamas or controlled by Hamas, is now trying to create an environment of stability. And in the process, they have executed in broad daylight, or not, it's nighttime, but like they've executed some of the collaborators that have actually engaged in direct forms of violence. Now, the reason why this is important is because Israel obviously is using this to say these guys are brutal, they're barbaric, look at them, they're killing people. Now, it's actually really interesting to see Israel talk about like Palestinians being killed. It almost feels like they're saying only we get to kill Palestinians. How dare Hamas kill any Palestinians whatsoever, which I find to be very strange. But the other reason why they're using this chaos, or they're using the Hamas reassertion of control as an opportunity to say like Hamas is really fucking barbaric or whatever, is hold on. The talk about Salah the journalist. Yeah, I'm gonna give you all of that in a second. Here's the thing, okay? Throughout the 2 years of genocide, Israel didn't just like directly bomb Gaza, which they did obviously, using 13 atomic bombs worth of munitions on this 2-mile strip of land, the Gaza Strip, that is hermetically sealed by Israel, that Israel is the belligerent occupier of, which is obviously not only a genocide, but it's all of the war crimes combined. But they also utilized internal political turmoil within different factions inside of Gaza, Palestinian tribes like the Dogmash tribe that has had like a long-standing beef with Hamas, for example. They've heightened the polarization, or 25-mile strip of land, sorry. So as I was saying, they have utilized like internal conflict among clans in Gaza. They have also simultaneously used criminal elements within the Strip that are like ISIS affiliates, like Yasser Abu Shabab. Zoran is on Fox News right now, so I'm going to obviously tune into this to see what this to see what this interview looks like.
City, and he has vowed to make New York
I will get
the
back to the internal.
In the country. His views on hot topics like the NYPD and Israel have been a constant source of controversy, but he is ahead by 13 points right now.
You are struggling to form a claim.
I sat down with him.
To wait,
on the
executions
eve of
are okay.
Night's
Wait,
big
what? They're also executing people. You're struggling to form a claim.
Part one of
no,
our exclusive interview.
I'm not having a hard time with that issue at all. I'll explain the exact background in great detail after
Candidate
this.
for mayor of New York City, you're up by 13 points. It looks like you've got the wind at your back. You've got a big debate coming up tomorrow night with the other candidates, Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa. Obviously, New York City policy is front and center, but I would imagine that some of the big headlines recently are going to come up tomorrow night as well. So I want to get to all the policy issues in New York, but I wanted to ask you this first. If you are asked tomorrow night, if you give credit to President Trump for the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas and the return of the 20 living hostages, would you raise your hand?
You know, first I want to say it's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me. And it's an honor to have this opportunity to speak to so many New Yorkers and Americans across the country. And when it comes to the ceasefire, I am thankful, and I have hope that it will actually endure and that it will be lasting. And I continue to have concerns because I've seen reports still, just this in the last few days, that 5 Palestinians were killed by the Israeli military. And that's what gives me pause about issuing any kind of praise or celebration at a moment when it is still so in its infancy. And what I will tell you is that in that same moment, it is also one that requires a focus on ensuring that that hope, that belief in a better future is one that is emblematic in our policies right here in New York City as well. And that's what we're hoping to lead with.
So would you give President Trump credit or not, to any extent? Credit or not?
I think it's too early to do so.
Too early to say.
But if it proves to be something that is lasting, something that is durable, then I think that that's where you give credit.
Absolutely.
So,
good call.
You've
Good
denounced
answer.
Israel and the United States for the response to the slaughter on October the 7th. In fact, at times you've called it a lasting stain, the response, and at times you have left October 7th out of your statements completely around this issue.
Oh, brother.
Right now, you just talked about Israelis killing some
tough.
Palestinians, but Hamas is killing Palestinians within Gaza. And they have not returned the bodies that they promised to return, including 2 Americans, Itai Chen and Omer Nutra, whose families we have interviewed
Trump
over these
approved
months.
it.
So
I hope he turns
what
around
is
and
your
says, look,
response to what Hamas
Trump actually
is
has a
doing
clear-eyed
now?
vision on this.
I think those are bodies and remains that should absolutely be returned. And I think that I have no issue with critiquing Hamas or the Israeli government because my critiques all come from a place of universal human rights. And my focus, however, is right here in New York City and transforming the most expensive city in America into one that's affordable for each and every New Yorker.
Nice.
Okay, and I want to get to that, absolutely. But do you believe that Hamas should lay down their weapons and leave the leadership in Gaza?
I believe that any future here in New York City is one that we have to make sure that's affordable for all. And as it pertains to Israel and Palestine, that we have to ensure that there is peace. And that is the future that we have to fight for.
But you won't say that Hamas should lay down their arms and give up leadership in Gaza.
I'm
I
running
don't
for
really
mayor
have
of New
opinions
York.
about the future of Hamas and Israel beyond the question of justice and safety and the fact that anything has to abide by international law. And that applies to Hamas, that applies to the Israeli military, applies to anyone you could ask me about.
Okay. One last thought on that. You have said that you would arrest Netanyahu if he came to the United States. You've been very outspoken in your criticism of him. Do you stand by that? You would arrest him if he came here if you were mayor?
I've said that this is a city that believes in international law, and this is a city that wants to uplift and uphold those beliefs. The Prime Minister...
The United States doesn't stand by the International Criminal Court.
It hasn't signed the treaty for the International Criminal Court. The International Criminal Court, however, has issued a warrant for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu.
But
as
what
it
grounds
has,
in the United States could you arrest him on?
As it has for Vladimir Putin. I've said that I believe that we should uphold arrest warrants by the International Criminal Court, and that you should do so only in abiding with all of the laws in front of us. I'm not going to make a new law to ensure that we can actually do this.
Do you think that Commissioner Tisch would allow you to arrest Netanyahu in New York City?
I've appreciated Commissioner Tisch's leadership of the NYPD, and I think that she's done a good job at lowering crime across the city.
But do you think that she would go along with arresting Netanyahu in New York?
I can tell you that I'm going to exhaust every legal option in front of me, not to make new laws to do so.
All right, so we got that business at the top of the interview. Coming up as part 2 when we move on to New York City. And the candidate, Mayor Mamdani's plan to radically reshape a lot of what's happening in New York City when we come back. A lot to dig into.
What is happening,
we'll also
bro?
get our panel to respond with David Asman and Robert Wolf to the interview coming up next. Stay with us.
They're farming him for ads. Yeah, this is a transparent shanking that's taking place. But I think, all things considered, he did a decent job of trying to get back to what he will do for New York, trying to address everything from the perspective of what he would do as the mayor of New York. Okay? Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. What an insane situation. What an insane situation, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, just like with the why won't you go to Tel Aviv? Why won't you go to Tel Aviv narratives that blew up during the primary debates, This kind of stuff and his dancing around the issue is going to make people go, why are they fucking being so annoying about Israel? Okay? I think this helps him. I don't think he should have any issues. I don't think he should have any issues whatsoever just being like, guys, why are you asking me about this? Okay? I'm running for mayor of New York. I'm not running for mayor of Tel Aviv. Please stop. I think Israel is doing a whole bunch of awful stuff. And I think that, I want to abide by the international standards presented by the International Criminal Court and the ICJ. Please stop asking me about this ridiculous nonsense when there is a mayoral election, a mayoral race coming up. Okay? So that was good. That was good. He didn't I didn't see him like concede tremendously. Like he's doing the classic, like my issue here or my advocacy here revolves around human rights, which is appropriate. It's an appropriate way to handle it. Okay. It's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. It's actually good. Lamau, how awkward are these commercial breaks for them? It's not that awkward. It's actually a good opportunity when you're in the studio to like directly talk to the person, and have them be a human being. I've done stuff like this before in contentious debates. And usually when it goes to commercial break, you just be like, what are you doing? You know, like, what the fuck are you doing? Anyway, idiots on Twitter are saying that he's getting cooked. Yeah, because they're fucking idiots. They're idiots. It was pre-recorded. That was a cut. Oh, okay. No, they're gonna, there's more after the commercial break. They're just farming it for commercials. But even when stuff is pre-recorded and it's not live in real time, they still put a cut in between commercial breaks for the record. So you still get to actually talk it through or whatever, depending on when they filmed it. Anyway, hold on. Let me, does he get the questions up front? No, he doesn't. I don't think, unless you're like Joe Biden or something and you're getting a non-hostile interview from a pliant media, you're not going to get that kind of information ahead of time. He's going on Fox News. This is the most contentious interview. It's not a real interview. It's a shanking. Okay. He knows that though. He knows that it's a shanking. And I think he is well prepared for it. So far. Okay. And also, if you're Zoran Mamdani, I don't think this is a new, like, I don't think they're going to flub you on this. He probably knows.
Which,
anyway, we're back.
Last night I chat GPT'd, where is the capitalist and global finance center of the world? And it said New York City, which made me feel good as someone who loves New York City. Is that a moniker that you're proud of and one that you want to continue for this city?
We should be proud of it, and I will also say that that's one thing you have in common with Andrew Cuomo, because he also uses ChatGPT to answer many questions, including how to actually resolve the housing crisis in this city. And It's time that we are not only proud of us being the financial capital, the cultural capital, but also we should make it a capital of where working people can afford to live in this city. Because right now what we're seeing is that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are being priced out of the wealthiest city and the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
That's absolutely true. One of the things that's also true is that JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs have moved major operations to Texas. They've not abandoned New York, but they're hedging their bets on New York because of the increased taxes that they see coming if you become mayor. So when they do that, jobs move out of the city as well. So how does that help affordability if people in the city don't have the jobs that they once had here?
Well, I am looking to make this a city that every person chooses, whether they're a business leader or they're someone who works for that business. And the key ways of doing that are actually delivering quality of life, public safety, and affordability for each and every person. Because what we're seeing right now is we have a broken status quo. We have a corrupt political system, and we have the politicians that sustain that. That's really what's on the ballot, is whether New Yorkers want to continue that or whether they actually want a city they can afford. That's what I'm going to deliver.
So, Governor Hochul, you would have to get approval from the legislature to raise individual taxes, income taxes, and also corporate taxes in New York, which you've said you would like to do in order to pay for the free buses and the free childcare and the different programs, the government grocery stores and the like. She says no new taxes in her governor's race. So what are you going to do if she won't allow taxes to be raised? How will you pay for these programs?
You know, I've said time and again that I believe these are the most straightforward ways that we can actually fund universal childcare, making buses fast and free. And I've said that the two clear ways to do so, raising personal income taxes on the top 1% by 2%, and raising the corporate tax to match that of New Jersey's corporate tax of 11.5%. Now, if there are other ways to raise this money to fund this agenda, the most important thing is that we fund the agenda. I still think that these are the most important and clear ways we can do it. And I'm thankful to have Governor Hochul's support in this race, and the fact that she said we have a shared commitment to delivering universal childcare for New Yorkers across the city and the state.
I think that's great. I think everybody would love to have free health care and free buses and all these things, but the question is, how do you pay for it? The city's already in debt. The governor says no to new taxes. Like Margaret Thatcher said, you know, socialism's great until you run out of everyone else's money, other people's money.
Well, what Andrew Cuomo said is that if he had $959 million, he'd give it to Elon Musk in tax credits, because that's exactly what he did. And I bring that up to you to say that it's often a question of whether you have the willingness to spend that money to benefit working class people, not where that money is in the first place.
So what would you cut? What would you draw from to do it?
I don't think we have to cut. I've spoken about raising taxes on the wealthiest. And frankly, this is an issue that we have here in New York City, and frankly, even across this country. When I've spoken to Trump voters right here in New York City, Hillside Avenue in Queens, Fordham Road in the Bronx, they've told me it was cost of living that drove them to vote for Donald Trump. They've told me it was a promise of a lower actual, whether it be cheaper groceries, whether it be childcare, whether it be rent. And what we're seeing time and time again is we're more focused on the question of billionaires and the most profitable corporations than we are on people who can't even afford to make ends meet in this city.
Well, we know affordability is an issue, and I think that all politicians are getting to an understanding of that, and I think that you've done a lot, actually, to bring people's attention to that issue. Let's take a look at the free buses issue just for a moment, because I know you said that the pilot project that you did was one of the biggest accomplishments of being an assemblyman. The Washington Post said this in an editorial about this. Quality inevitably declines when a service is offered for free. Vagrants and drug addicts would camp out all day on New York's buses, especially in the winter. Parents would go afraid to let their children ride alone. Wealthier residents would find another way to get around, but poor New Yorkers who depend on the bus would suffer the most. What do you say to that? Do you agree with that?
Well, I would say that they should actually look at the report of the 5 free buses we delivered across New York City. We didn't see an increase in homelessness. We did see an increase in New Yorkers riding the bus. We did see
demons, bro. They're demons. They will use the working poor against one another.
We also saw a decrease
in an effort to
stop who are having to
the working poor from getting better buses.
Getting on the bus.
It
More
is
than 10%
so
of
fucked up.
We're doing so. That's why we care so deeply about this, because of the fact that it can actually deliver economic, public safety, and even congestion relief to New Yorkers who are looking to take these buses.
I know that you're turning 34 on Saturday, and I want to talk about your qualifications. You know, some say you have never run a business in your life, so I'm curious.
Why is that a qualification for mayor?
That you never worked a day in your life. You've worked as an assemblyman, and you've had other positions in the government.
Andrew Cuomo's entire qualification was he was the son of a famous New York politician.
Experience to run the largest city in the country.
You know, I want to take this moment because you spoke about President Trump, and he may be watching right now, and I just want to speak directly to the president, which is that I will not be a mayor like Mayor Adams who will call you to figure out how to stay out of jail. I won't be a disgraced governor like Andrew Cuomo who will call you to ask how to win this election. I can do those things on my own. I will, however, be a mayor who's ready to speak at any time to lower the cost of living. That's the way that I'm going to lead this city. That's the partnership I want to build, not only with Washington, D.C., but anyone across this country. I think it's important because too often the focus on the needs of working class Americans, working class New Yorkers are put to the side as we talk more and more about the very kinds of corrupt politicians like Andrew Cuomo that delivered us into this kind of crisis.
So the question I asked you was what specifically in your background gives you the confidence that you can run a $115 billion budget and run this city specifically from your personal experience and your background?
I've been a state assembly member here in New York City. I've represented 130,000 people in Queens. And in the time that I've done so, I've not only delivered more than $100 million in increased bus and subway service, I've also secured $500 million in debt relief for working class taxi drivers. President Trump knows this. New Yorkers know this across the 5 boroughs. Taxis, as we're looking at them right here, are such a part of what we love about this city. And yet those same drivers were sold a lie about a ticket to the middle class if they bought a medallion. I stood with those drivers. I organized with those drivers. I went on a 15-day hunger strike with those drivers, and we secured $500 million in debt relief that allows those drivers to do more than just think about struggle.
How many employees would you be overseeing in the New York City government?
More than 300,000.
That's a lot of people. But thank you for answering the question. I know that you want to stimulate small business in the city, and we all walk around the city that we love, and we see a lot of empty storefronts. So give me your plan on how you would do that.
You know, I've spoken to a lot of New Yorkers for whom their aspiration, their dream is in that small business.
More affordability.
And I've told them that we are going to make it easier to not only open it, but keep it open. We're going to cut fines and fees by 50%, because as you said, we have a city government that has a $116 billion budget. It's not funded by charging a restaurant $25 a year for the right to sell a frozen dessert. We're going to streamline the regulations and rules that these small businesses have to adhere to. Because today, if you want to open up a barbershop, you have to fill out 24 forms, go to 7 agencies, 12 in-person activities. And furthermore, we're going to have a mom and pop czar, someone that'll help these businesses navigate through this. Because while we are holding these kinds of businesses to these kinds of rules, we're letting the most profitable corporations walk all over us here in New York City. And it's part of the problem where so many New Yorkers look around at the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world and asking themselves, there's all this money, why can't I afford $2.90 to even ride the bus?
So let me just quick question on that, and I want to get to public safety because it's obviously another big issue for New Yorkers. So a lot of individuals in this city pay more than 50% of their income in taxes. When you talk about a fair share, how much more than, what is the fair share? What's the number?
I've said that we should increase personal income taxes by 2%.
Is fair?
And my point is this.
Give up more than half of your income.
If you're making $1 million in New York City, or more than that, you can afford to pay 2% more. And the reasons you can afford to do so is because that money will be used to better your quality of life as well.
Yeah.
Because when I speak to the wealthiest New Yorkers, I hear concerns about the cleanliness of the city.
I feel like he's dominating this conversation. It's very good.
Questions of public safety. This money is the money that will be used to deliver on those things so that we can ensure that we have a return on investment for all of the money that we are raising and spending right here across the 5 boroughs.
I want to talk to you about public safety and your relationship with police. So just in terms of public safety, I want to go to an example first, because I hear from people that they don't feel safe walking home at night. There's drug addicts on the street, right around the corner here. You can walk around the corner and see people shooting up. A lot of garbage on the streets right now. The subway is something that people are really
They invented garbage cans last year, bro.
Nicola Tanzi, who was a church leader, a pillar in his community, was brutally beaten to death. I tried to watch this video in preparation. It's very hard to watch. In a subway station in Brooklyn, 25-year-old David Mazarregos had a 20-inch sword. He's the suspect in this case. He was out.
Okay.
They lowered his
if the
bail
wealthy
so
want to appreciate a
was
beautiful
already
city
waiting a
that's
trial
well run,
for,
they have to
attacking
fucking
someone in
open up their
Chelsea.
wallets a little bit.
33 past
That's how this
arrests.
works. A lot of
You
these
were in
crimes are
favor
crimes
of
born out
bail
of people
reform.
not
Does
getting
that
the
make you
appropriate
wanna
treatment
change your
that they
mind or think
need.
twice
It's
about
that fucking simple.
reversing that?
People want to live in New York
This
City,
is a
but they don't want to
horrific
pay New York
incident,
City
and it's the same
taxes.
video that
It's
I saw.
fucking ridiculous. There's
And
a
it's
reason
one
why
that
it's one of the
horrifies New
best
Yorkers
cities
across
in the
the
United
5
States of
boroughs, and it's
America.
completely
Okay, I say that
unacceptable.
as someone who
And what
doesn't
it
live there,
makes me
but I
think
love
about
New York
is the
City.
necessity of providing public safety in our New York City subway system and across the 5 boroughs. And also, how do we end the revolving door? Because when you look further into the case of whether this individual or so many individuals, especially those suffering from mental health issues, what we find is so often the only mental health system that we have that's functioning in this city is Rikers Island. 40% of the incarcerated population there are suffering from serious mental illness.
Why was he on the street is the question. Why was he on the street?
Because we have a broken system.
They lowered his bail. He had a bail he couldn't pay. Then they lowered the bail, and then he could pay it. Imagine if you're this family, and they look at 33 prior arrests, and why? Why was this man on the street? What would stop him in your administration from being on the street?
Because what we would do is actually address the systemic problems that would ensure that someone who goes through the system this many times is actually, his issues are addressed, the services are provided. Right now, all we have is going in and out, especially when it comes to mental health. I'll give you an example.
Where would he be in your world? Where would he be? In a mental institution?
He would actually be getting services from the first time that he was arrested, as opposed to having to go through them 33 times. If you look at the New York Times, they did an investigation on 1,000 different incidents of violent crime in the city tied to mental health episodes.
Yeah.
They found that so many of those same New Yorkers were failed by the interactions they had with the city when they went for help, for mental health assistance. And that failure is a blight. It is a stain on our city, and it's a failure that I'm looking to fix by actually transforming this with the only comprehensive plan for public safety of any of the candidates. Because what we are going to do is put out a plan and a proposal that we have shared with New Yorkers to create the Department of Community Safety that would bring together all of these pre-existing silos that address mental health crisis, that address homelessness into one department, provide it with the funding necessary, and actually address this crisis.
Where do these people go, though, is my question. Are you going to put them in a mental institution so they can be taken care of? Or are you going to leave them at home on medication? What's the plan?
There's a plan right now that allows for involuntary confinement, which I think should be a last resort, because of the fact that when you look at the actual results, this is something that so often doesn't actually have what has been spoken about. But what we have today that actually works for New Yorkers with serious mental illness, there are things like Fountain House. This is a clubhouse model, peer-led rehabilitative treatment for New Yorkers with serious mental illness. It costs $4,000 to have someone in Fountain House for a year. That's the cost of being on Rikers for 3 days. And what we see, however, is that those services, they increase employment by 50%, they reduce hospitalization by up to 45%, and they actually reduce the cost of healthcare as well for those same New Yorkers. This is what we're looking at. This is why we say that Rikers is broken, the system is broken.
You can just see people who are suffering up and down 8th Avenue, just as one example. And I hope we'll have a chance to talk more about that next time. But I don't want you to leave without me asking you about your relationship with the police, because obviously this is a big issue. You said in the past, I almost don't need to go through it, it's been said many times, but that you called the police force racist, said they were a major threat to public safety, called them wicked and corrupt. And now the report that you apologized to 24 members of the NYPD. What did you say to them?
I apologized for the language that I used, and I spoke to them about the fact that I want to work with them to deliver public safety. Because what we're seeing in the city right now is we're asking officers to do nearly everything we can think of. We used to ask officers to focus on serious crimes. Now we're asking them to focus also on the mental health crisis, to focus also on homelessness. In 1 year alone, the NYPD receives 200,000 mental health calls. In 1 year.
Yeah, and you know what they told me? That 1 out of 3 of those, the person they're very, very dangerous interactions. You're going to send a social worker in there?
You can always have a police officer actually come to address that. But look, you're saying 1 out of 3. 2 out of 3 times, if you don't need the police and you're sending them to do that, then why aren't you sending them to respond to shootings and murders? 5, 6 years ago, the response time for officers was closer to 10 minutes. Now it's closer to 16 minutes. New Yorkers deserve a police department that is asked to do the things that it can possibly do, not one that covers the failures of every break in the social safety net.
So police officers that I spoke to, they don't want a behind closed doors apology. They want a broad public apology for the things that you suggested about them. Will you do that right now?
Absolutely,
oh my God.
I'll apologize to police officers right here, because this is the apology that I've been sharing with many rank and file officers. And I apologize because of the fact that I'm looking to work with these officers, and I know that these officers, these men and women who serve in the NYPD, they put their lives on the line every single day. And I will be a mayor that
What changed your mind about it?
You know, I moved to the city when I was 7 years old. I grew up here. And 2 of the things that I thought often about was safety and
before
justice.
Before
and
people
growing
get
up
mad,
here, learning about the case of the exonerated
trying to
five,
win the election. This
Sean
is him
Bell,
already after winning the election,
Michael Brown, and then in
governing.
2020, the year
Okay,
where all
this
these
is
tweets
not
were
for
referred
winning the
to.
election. It
was the
doesn't
year
fucking
when
matter. He
George
could be
Floyd
like,
was
the
killed.
cops can
And it
suck
felt
my
like safety
cock.
and justice
He's still
had
gonna
never been
win,
further
most
apart.
likely.
And it was actually Eric Adams
This
in
is
2021
not
who
for.
said that New Yorkers
This
need
is not
choose
for winning
between
the
these
election.
things.
This
And so
is
one of my
for
focuses was,
governing
how do
as
we
a
deliver
mayor.
that justice?
A lot of people
And
don't
now what I
understand.
know,
Anyway,
having
I'll get into it in a
100,000
second.
people in Western Queens, is that to deliver that justice, you have to also deliver that safety. And that means representing the men and women in the NYPD. It means representing the black and brown New Yorkers who've been victims of police brutality. It means representing the Muslim New Yorkers in my district who were surveilled on the basis of their faith.
68% of independent voters want more police officers on the street. And Cuomo, tomorrow night in that debate, he's going to say, I'm going to bring 5,000 more police officers to the street. Will you match that and agree with him on that?
I don't look to Andrew Cuomo for leadership. And
well, will you put 5,000 more cops on the street?
I've been very clear. I want to keep the number of officers that we have, and I want to make it easier for those officers to do their job. And what that means is that we allow officers to focus on serious crimes. And for all of the focus on the head count, we should focus on the retention crisis. When I started running for mayor, 200 officers were leaving the department every month. Now it's 350. And a lot of them are leaving because there's simply no way they can do their job in what's being asked of them. And to your point, however, Andrew Cuomo is going to say a lot of things tomorrow night on the debate stage. And frankly, I wish it was more like NASCAR, so New Yorkers could see the billionaires that were sponsoring him right on his suit jacket. Because this is a man who had 10 years. And I know now that it's politically convenient, he watches Fox News as well. So I'll just speak to him directly. Andrew, you had your chance to lead this state. You took that time to sell out working class New Yorkers to your billionaire donors. And instead of actually meeting the needs of people who couldn't afford to live in the city, you gave $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. And now you want us to believe that we can't spend less money than that to make every bus fast and free in the same city.
All right. I'm going to squeeze in two very
Please.
quick ones here,
Absolutely.
if you can answer them quickly. Commissioner Tisch, you have suggested that you want her to stay. Have you asked her to stay? And has she said yes? Because I think that is one issue that would go a long way towards police retention.
I think she absolutely has
I've
to
said
go,
that
by
I
the way.
appreciate Commissioner Tisch's record of uprooting corruption in the upper echelons of the NYPD.
Yep.
I've appreciated her presiding over drops in crime across the city, and I continue to actively consider her to be my police commissioner. I haven't made any personnel commitments.
Okay, so you don't want to ask her right now?
No. That's the kind of conversation I would actually have in person, in private, not a politics of theater.
Okay, it's an issue that a lot of people brought up with me when I told them I was going to be speaking with you. Last question. You want to have a World Cup czar. I know you're a huge soccer fan, Arsenal fan.
Oh
I have
my
a lot
God,
to
they're
learn
even
about soccer.
humanizing
I'm
him.
happy
Oh
to
my
admit
God.
that. I
Be
look
happy to
forward
come
to
back and
learning
teach
more.
you.
Oh my
That
God.
would be great.
A
What
brown
is this World Cup czar
Muslim
going to do for New York City
34-year-old
The
socialist
World
getting
Cup is the
humanized on
largest
Fox
sporting
News. What
event
are my
in the
eyes
world.
seeing?
And it's as if no one has been thinking or talking about it here in New York City government. It's coming next summer to this city. We're going to have billions of people watching. The World Cup czar is going to ensure that this is a tournament that New Yorkers remember as well, not just those who visit us. That it's a tournament that will signify an increase, not only in tourism, but for small businesses and an exploration of this city. Because for too long, we have had these kinds of opportunities that we've just passed up on. I mean, we recently had the 400th anniversary of New York City. Most people have no idea.
Right, good point.
Because the city didn't do anything about
Well,
it.
you know, President Trump's going to make a huge deal out of the 250th anniversary of New York City. So maybe there's an example there. And he and his family, his son is a huge soccer fan. So would you welcome them to New York to enjoy the World Cup with you?
I would welcome them to come to New York City and also to talk about how we can actually lower the cost of living, because that has to be the focus. And frankly, that's a promise that's been broken. It's time to fix it. And that's what I'm running to do.
Saron Mamdani, thank you very much. Pleasure to talk to you. Hope we can continue the conversation. We'll be watching the debate really closely tomorrow night and the whole race as we head in.
Brother, that was fucking nutty mode, okay? That was actually crazy. That was very good. That was very, very good. Okay, so that started off incredibly hostile and actually ended on a very positive note where she literally talked about him. She literally talked about him being a sports fan. Like, that's humanizing. That's humanizing someone that level of humanizing doesn't take place for most Democrats. And I think it's because he angles the conversation always back to a key issue that even the Fox News watchers care about: affordability, 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 affordability. When you constantly go back to the major issue in American politics right now, which is material, okay, which is affordability and the cost of living crisis, it is very difficult for people to navigate that. It's very difficult for people to try and navigate that in a way where, like, you're going to look bad. Because then you're going to look like you're against affordability, against fixing the affordability crisis. And even the most elitist Fox News commentator is going to have a hard time openly stating that the affordability is not that big of an issue, right? So, couple things that I need to explain to you here. When and this is left populism in action, okay? This is left populism in action. Democrats, take notes. When you are constantly talking about the winning issues that you are going to focus on, affordability, fast and free buses, things that people can actually pay attention to, things that people want, things that people want to vote for you on, they don't talk about transgender people all of a sudden. Notice how there was no conversation about, like, why won't you eviscerate trans people? Even when the conversation is about, like, Hamas, why do you want Hamas to establish a caliphate in New York, or whatever dumb fuck question they cooked up for him, He just keeps going back to affordability and what he cares about, what he wants to actually fix. It turns out it's a major shield as well as a weapon to wield. It's a shield as well. It's a defensive shield. It's a parry. It's a riposte. You can use it. Remember that. You should be earnestly, constantly communicating about how you are going to improve people's fucking material circumstances. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was a spectacular performance in an incredibly contentious environment, in an incredibly contentious media landscape and environment. Now, the parts about the cops where he's like apologizing. Peak woke 2020. Everyone's saying fuck the police. Zoran is an activist. Of course, he's also saying that. He's saying that the police are racist. Are the police racist? Abso-fucking-lutely they are. As a unit, regardless of how diverse the NYPD actually is, they operate in a white supremacist fashion. We're talking about a fucking institution that did stop and frisk for decades, okay? The reason why he has to suck police penis as hard as he possibly can is not because he wants to fucking win the election by doing that, even though policing as an institution is unfortunately unimaginably popular in this country, despite the reality that they are a brutal force that is unaccountable and very consequential reforms must be made. Okay? The reason why he has to suck police penis, get down on his knees and give it a heavy suck, okay, and gargle on it, is because it is literally a fucking army. And he doesn't want to be Bill de Blasio, okay?
Arrested.
He doesn't want to be a mayor like Bill de Blasio. That's it. He knows that in order to govern as the mayor of New York, you unfortunately have to fucking play ball with those guys. There is no other way to do it, okay? That's it. This is not me saying like, oh, he's, I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know what he's going to do in terms of like dealing with the NYPD. But for those in the know, the NYPD and Wall Street and the real estate developers are the three biggest hurdles in front of any New York mayor. Okay? And especially the NYPD. He has not strayed away from the way he has communicated about defunding the police without actually saying those words. He has kept repeating over and over again that the police are actually responding to calls that they shouldn't be responding to, that they should actually be working on, tackling real crimes as opposed to like cleaning up homelessness. Okay? It is 100% the appropriate way to message around this issue. Planty Andy, thank you for the 50 bones. God damn. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. There will be no ad breaks on the Piker Broadcasting Service. Okay? Anyway, I will give you a couple additional notes as well. Obviously, there are some things, I think, that Zoran has been communicating, or some things that worry me a little bit, because I read the Ested Herndon piece, and I even talked to Ested after the fact. And he is signaling in some ways that he is going to Barack Obama the situation, and I don't like that at all, and that actually does worry me quite a bit. But maybe it's because he is, hiding his power level, or maybe he's doing it because he is genuinely invested in being a Barack Obama-style figure. Because, like, there were a couple things. Open Presence, thank you for the 25 to the subs. There were a couple things he said where he wants to have like a diversity of opinion in the governance side, and I think that is a little bit terrifying. But we shall see. Like I said, we shall see. No politician in American history has ever hit power level coming from the left, brother. No hope. Yeah, well, politicians, on the other hand, have been forced into conceding to the left in the past. Some of the most successful ones, like FDR, had to do that after an unimaginable wave of support from their left flank, communists, socialists, and trade unionists alike. Zoran is far more compliant to that kind of attitude, that kind of background, and that kind of pressing. And therefore, who knows where it goes? Like I said, you got to hope for the best. We'll We'll see. We'll see where it goes. I have faith in Zoran not becoming an Obama because he stakes his entire political future and future of his brand of politics on being successful. Yeah, except he doesn't have anything beyond this, like New York mayoral position. He can't run for president, for example. I mean, he can go for Senate. He can go for Congress, but he's not. He wasn't born here. He's a naturalized American citizen, not a natural born U.S. citizen. Therefore, he can't run for he can't run for president eventually. So, in any case, I think he did a master class on the judo that is required as a left politician in 2025, especially in the most contentious environment, which is, of course, it's Fox News, right? It's incredibly contentious. And I think he did a pretty solid job overall. So we shall see where it goes. The New York Times said he's not an anti-Zionist, but notably it didn't directly quote him on it because he would never actually say that. In my opinion, it's probably New York Times playing fast and loose with his answer where he says Israel has a right to believe exist. Yeah. I think he is straying away from... I would go so far as to say I think he's straying away from any sort of like a clear-cut attitude on what his positions are on Israel because he sees that as like a major wedge that the media uses on him. And he's just like, he thinks it's better if it's left up in the air what his positions are. I think personally, you can say anti-Israel shit. You can say that you're an anti-Zionist and like run with it in this moment. And I think it would be beneficial. That's his own calculation. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think it's good. But having said that, let's get to the press conference with the director of the FBI about how we're all going to get arrested.
Maybe in your next group, you'll get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big factor in the administration. I didn't really campaign. I campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go into every city and take a really safe city that we've all been living with for years and make them safe. And now it's like a passion for me, and it's a passion for the people behind me. So I didn't get elected. I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above. And I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings, but maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. But Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, I'll tell you, and they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words, and then Pam and Todd also. And I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing, and we're just at the start. We're going to go into other cities that we're not talking about purposely. We're getting ready to go in. And when they go in, like Cash as an example told me that people didn't even know. 5 months ago, they went into Chicago, and they started doing a lot of work in Chicago, and we brought the numbers down a little bit. And but that really was just preparatory work for what we're going to do with the surge. We're going to have a surge of strong, good people, patriots, and they're going to go in, they straighten it all out. So a lot of these cities we're already working on, but we don't do it with a big flavor. But in a little while, you're going to see some numbers that you're not going to believe. And I think you'll probably start with Memphis because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than we even thought possible. But again, D.C. it speaks for itself. Chicago is going to be okay. We're going to save Chicago. And I told you, and I told them,
and we're going to do a
very respected man, the head of the Union Pacific, said, "Sir, save Chicago. It can be saved." And the way he said it, it was like,
we're going to do a blitzkrieg, like Stephen Miller's favorite.
What he wants, and that's what we're going to do.
Favorite army used to. That's right.
And we're going to make them essentially crime-free, like other countries have crime-free.
It's a big surge.
If you go all over the world, you go to the world, you hear Afghanistan, and you hear all these different places. Our crime in certain cities is worse than anything they can even imagine. And we're not going to have that any longer. It's going to stop, and it stops right here. Cash,
only
please.
White refugees allowed? What is this? Breaking news, President Trump is considering an overhaul of the U.S. refugee program that will favor mostly white people. Documents show. Oh, Stephen Miller is going crazy mode.
People not only defend the homeland, but crush violent crime. You tasked us with our great partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General to start making arrests and bring prosecutions and safeguard our cities. And you said it. This is just the beginning. In just 7 months, I hope the media takes a look at every one of these charts.
Capitol Hill police were called to investigate a swastika displayed inside of a Hill GOP office. The flag appeared to be pinned to a cubicle wall behind the Representative Dave Taylor Staffers. Taylor called it vile and deeply inappropriate and is investigating it.
Operation Summer Heat, which the FBI architected to go after violent criminals. And in just a 3-month span, you had 8,700 arrests of violent criminals. You had 2,200 firearms seized off the streets permanently to safeguard our communities. You had 421 kilograms of fentanyl seized. Just to put that in perspective, that's enough to kill 55 million Americans alone.
They've literally seized less drugs overall. Their drug apprehensions are down because the FBI is actually working on interior deportations right now. Interior removals alongside the Department of Homeland Security. So all of the numbers that they're fucking posting here are actually dog shit.
Presidency. You did that in 7 months because you let good cops be cops, and you partnered us with the right people at the Department of Justice to put the handcuffs on and bring them to court and put them in prison. And if that weren't enough, when you look at the year, for the entire 7-month period that we're talking about here, if you look at the past 4 years of the Biden administration, 16,000, 17,000, 15,000, 15,000. That's the number of arrests year over year of violent felons in this country for the Biden administration. Mr. President, in 7 months, you have 28,600 arrests of violent felons in just 7 months alone because of your leadership and the dedication of the men and women at the FBI who want to go out there and do the job they were prevented from doing because that department used to be weaponized and politicized. And this is what happens when you take out the fangs of weaponization. This number is historic by every metric. 28,000 people have been arrested, violent felons alone. And then when you go over there and look at some of these charts, if you don't mind, I'll just hop over here. Look at the metrics for not just violent crime, but the homeland. Mr. President, during your administration, the FBI...
It's pretty funny because he's just so ass at this. He's so ass at this. Bro, the FBI could be doing an incredible job of like violent criminal apprehension right now. And even Donald Trump's biggest fucking dick riders would listen to Kash Patel and go, I don't trust him. He's doing it. He's doing it again. He is the worst guy for the job. And you know what the best part about this is? Donald Trump thinks he's awesome. Donald Trump literally does not consider Kash Patel to be one of the worst people in the administration.
National security mission, Mr. President, your leadership has never been stronger. We have gone after espionage activities against our main counterparts in China, Russia, and Iran. In China alone, we've had over a 50% increase in espionage and arrests alone in prosecution. In Iran, we have had a 50% increase, again, in espionage cases. And in Russia, we've had a 33% increase in espionage cases alone. When it comes to counterterrorism,
why he's so charitable?
125 arrests this year.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying not only is Kash Patel a dumbass, but he's also a horrible communicator, and he just always looks like he's flubbing. Even if he had something positive to show, which he doesn't, he would have a very hard time communicating that positive force.
You already have 252 arrests, 52 arrests of violent cyber criminals who are stealing from senior citizens, or
I don't understand why you think I'm being charitable to Kash Patel, where I'm saying he's the least trustworthy person.
These programs are record. And two of the things I'll finish with that I'm most proud of, Mr. President, this FBI. Fentanyl. As you know, it's a scourge that is killing our youth, 100,000 plus a year. To date, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That's enough lethal doses to kill 127 million Americans alone, to date. And if that weren't enough, Mr. President, you said we have to go after the worst of the worst. And you empowered our Department of Justice, our Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, and the Deputy Director at the FBI, led the charge, not just on Summer Heat, but he also led the charge to the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives. These people have been on the run for years. And in 7 months, you captured not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 of the FBI's most top 10 fugitives. 4. Just to put that in perspective, Mr. President, the Biden administration captured 4 in all of 4 years. You're on 7, and we're going to get to 10. We're going to get to 10 of 10. This includes a lady who murdered her 6-year-old.
Notice how he doesn't mention fentanyl deaths going down? Yeah, fentanyl deaths went down under Biden because they actually did all of those like safe needle and rehabilitation initiatives, ironically enough. Not because of like drug apprehensions.
That destroyed our communities. And you came in and with a mandate said, go after the worst of the worst. This is just the beginning. This is what happens when you let good cops be good cops at the FBI. Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your incredible leadership, our brave partnership with prosecutors who know how to bring cases and make sure these arrests stick. And that's what the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have led the charge across this country. Because arrests without prosecutions are meaningless. We are deterring criminals from doing this activity. We are preventing criminals from coming into America, and we are absolutely crushing violent crime and federal reform and defending this homeland, sir. And not to mention, I almost forgot this one. It took you, sir, 2 weeks to get the Abbey Gate bomber. Joe Biden had 4 years to look for him. You got him in 2 weeks, thanks to the interagency effort by the FBI and the CIA, went to Pakistan, and now 13 brave warriors who were sentenced to murder because of disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. They have justice, their families have a peace of mind, and we're going to continue to find the others, Mr. President. On behalf of the FBI, sir, I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Gates. Great job. Very good. Very impressive. Pam, would you like to say something, please?
President Trump, the men and women of law enforcement say two things to me repeatedly. First, you have taken the handcuffs off them and let them do their jobs, and you let cops be cops. That's why all this is happening. The director, the deputy director are working around the clock. All of these great men and women in the FBI, they have families at home, and they are working during a government shutdown right now. Many of them have small children. Many of them, I was talking to an agent this morning, many of them have babies at home, and they are working around the clock to not only keep our country, but our world safe. And that's what Operation Summer Heat did. Thank you, Director, and to the Deputy Director for everything you did on behalf of the Department of Justice, and you're going to continue to keep doing. And they set the stage for what we're doing in Memphis. You're going to hear a lot more about that, our joint task force next week, but they set the stage for Memphis. And last night alone in Memphis, there were almost 70 arrests, there were 12 guns seized, and there was a 70-year-old man arrested as a result of our operation in Memphis who raped a child under the age of 3. That one case makes everything we're doing worthwhile.
Dude, of course. Dude, this is so stupid. Of course, like, fucking child rapists are supposed to be arrested. And they were being arrested under the Brandonian leadership as well. What are we talking about, dude? This kind of shit is so dumb where it's like, wow, look at this one heinous crime that we actually brought the criminal to justice on. It's like, yeah, that's your fucking job, dumbass. That's a normal, constant thing that you should be doing. Okay? What do you mean? Oh my God, I can't believe you brought a rapist to justice. Like, yeah, no shit. No shit. That's your fucking job. That's the reason why you're getting paid billions. That's the reason why there's billions of dollars of fucking funding on this stuff. Jesus Christ, dude.
Ruining a community.
The problem here is how much you are exhausting the resources that law enforcement has at the federal level, at the local level, on immigration detention and mass deportations, interior deportations. That is fucking ridiculous. Focus on this shit. Focus on the stuff that you're supposed to. Also, obviously, when a Republican's talking about like how they're apprehending child rapists, it's like, okay, well, there's a couple in the fucking room, you know? Have you thought about that? No. Your administration is forever tarred, forever scarred by your active, deliberate cover-up on Jeffrey Epstein and his connections to the financial elite and also specifically to Donald Trump. A child rapist, a serial child rapist sex trafficker who was the second in command of the most prolific known child rapist sex trafficker, was given leniency and moved to a facility where she's getting extra attention and extra liberties because she's playing ball with the administration in participating in the fucking cover-up of the Epstein files. It is ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous. And the people that are doing this cover up are Donald Trump's own lawyers, including the Attorney General. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, was a lawyer for Donald Trump. The Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, also was a defense attorney for Donald Trump.
It's a mandate, so I know the American people thank you for that. In terms of the guns that have been taken off the street, do you have a number of how many guns were taken away from someone that had a prior felony or a previous crime that perhaps we can prosecute that? Because I know that wasn't the case under Joe Biden.
Donald Trump's very own Christian spiritual advisor is getting a sweetheart plea deal to only go to fucking prison for 6 months after he was caught trying to rape a minor. What are we talking about? We're taking rapists, child rapists off the street? Like, what the fuck do you mean? Yeah, off the street for 6 months, maximum.
He's lawfully allowed to have it. So every single one of those guns were taken off of people that aren't allowed to have them.
And not including the FBI, all of the other agencies. ATF alone since January 20th has removed over 25,000 illegal guns off our streets just since President Trump's been in office.
And Mr. President, if I could follow up on that, could there be any further conversation to have national concealed carry applied to actual DC? Like if you had a driver's license in Texas and you had a permit, of course you could drive.
Well, as you know, they've been talking about that for a long time. It's an interesting question. A lot of people feel strongly both ways, but we are talking about that, Brian. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Venezuelan boats, I want to ask you, why not have the Coast Guard stop them, which it is empowered by law to do?
I had to show you what good microphoning
this way
looks
you can, confirm who's on the boat and ensure that they're doing what you suspect.
Because we've been doing that for 30 years, and it has been totally ineffective. They have faster boats.
Sean Hannity would never.
Some of these boats are seriously, I mean, they're world-class speedboats, but they're not faster than missiles. But we've been trying to do that for years, and so much of the drugs, 25-30%, would come in through the seas. Right now we have, I would say, none coming in through the seas. In fact, I don't know about the fishing industry. If you want to go fishing, a lot of people aren't deciding to even go fishing. We've almost totally stopped it by sea. Now we'll stop it by land.
What's the next
But
step?
it never worked. It never worked when you did it in a very politically correct manner.
What's the next step in this war on cartels, and are you considering options, are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found. And that, I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats. You know, they have a lot of money, very fast, very expensive boats that were pretty big. And the way you look at it is every boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. So every time you see a boat and you feel badly, you say, wow, that's rough. It is rough, but if you lose 3 people and save 25,000 people, these are people that are killing our population. Every boat is saving 25,000 lives, and you can see it. The boats get hit, and you see that fentanyl all over the ocean. It's like floating in bags. It's all over the place, and it's a tremendous. We're saving tremendous amounts of lives.
Yeah, I can't get over the fucking ugly ass tie either, bro. I know it's really it's gross. It's highlighter colored. It's fat.
About having some distaste for Boston recently. Is this one of the cities that you might be looking into, and can you give us a hint about other cities that you might be?
You're saying for where? For where?
For Boston.
Yeah. Well, Boston has a bad mayor who at least is a reasonable IQ person. You know, most of them are low IQ. But, and they're so bad. I mean, what's going on in Chicago is just, you'd think the guy would say, hey, look, we have a problem, Mr. President. Could you come in and straighten it out? We could have that done in
Mayor
a month
Boston's
if we had
Asian.
their cooperation.
If you want to know, like, how Donald Trump categorizes people's IQ levels. That's why he said she's an average IQ person. If it's a black politician, Donald Trump will say low IQ. Chicago's mayor is black.
To do that,
just so you understand exactly what's going on.
So if we think that LA is going to be bad, or
anybody being like, "Oh, dude, how dare you?" He calls everybody low IQ. Like, no. This is 1,000%. Look, whether you want to make a bigger deal out of it or not doesn't fucking matter to me. It's clear that is what he's saying. Okay, it's clear. It's so consistent
so many
of a pattern.
Theories swirling around about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Do you have any updates for us, especially in light of all the online content that everyone's been talking about?
The only thing we deal with at the FBI and the Department of Justice is facts, and we delivered in record speed a manhunt to capture Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin in 33 hours. And if you put that in perspective to Luigi Mangione or the Boston
your
model,
best
they
moment,
took them 5
King.
days and a police officer lost their life. in
Not
the
your
manhunt.
best moment,
We are
Cash.
running out absolutely every single lead, and the best thing we can do to honor my friend Charlie Kirk's life is to make sure
In
that
Valhalla.
everyone involved is prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and that's what we're focused on, investigating the facts, not trading in conspiracy theories.
Okay.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
Thank you.
In light of China's export curbs on rare earths, do you view India as a reliable partner going forward? And are you planning to meet Prime Minister Modi in Malaysia? Are you open to talks in terms of
Yeah,
trade?
sure. He's a friend of mine. We have a great relationship. He just said that 2 days ago, as you know. We have a great relationship. No, we were not happy with him buying oil from Russia.
Yeah, ironically enough, it's probably the clearest indication that you might not be the smartest person if you are hyper focusing on IQ in general and you constantly obsess over IQ, you constantly
In the
talk about
first
low
week,
IQ this, low IQ
and they're going
that.
into the fourth year.
You might be
And
what is
I
referred
want to see
to
it
as low
stop.
IQ
So
if
I
you
was
do
not
that all the
happy
time.
that India was buying oil, and he assured me today that they will not be buying oil from Russia. That's a big stop. Now I got to get China to do the same thing. You know, that is relatively easy compared to what we just did over the last week in the Middle East. Middle East was 3,000 years, and we got it done. This is 3 years, and I think we'll get it done. I think that President Putin, I think he wants to get it done. We'll see. There's a great animosity between him and Zelensky. You probably have noticed. Right? And it's, I think it's hurting the process.
King.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you.
Why would you
Curious,
say that?
Why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? And is there more information you can share about these strikes on the
Because
alleged...
I can't do that.
I love
regime change. For two
They got a
reasons.
lot of oil.
Number one, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America. They came in through the, they came in through the border. They came in because we had an open border policy. And as soon as I heard that, I said, a lot of these countries, they're not the only country, but they're the worst abuser. And they've entered they've allowed thousands and thousands of prisoners, mental institution, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, emptied out into the United States. We're bringing them back, but that's a really bad, and they did it at a level that probably not, many countries have done it, but not like Venezuela. They were down and dirty. And the other thing are drugs. We have a lot of drugs coming in from Venezuela. And a lot of the Venezuelan drugs come in through the sea, so you get to see that. But we're going to stop them by land also.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst. They've loaded up our country with prisoners, with mentally ill people that are seriously ill, criminally ill, and we're not going to take it. And so, I mean, it's just one of those things. And I can tell you, we've taken care of the sea. There's nobody, and we're watching. We're watching. And if we see it, we'll save it. Yeah, please.
On the ships, though, sir, there are Republicans and Democrats up on the Hill concerned that in the briefings they've gotten about those attacks, they're not necessarily getting information about who was on them and what exactly was on those ships. Can you ensure that
but they are given information that they were loaded up with drugs, and that's the thing that matters. When they're loaded up with drugs, they're fair game. And every one of those ships they're not ships, they're boats, they're speedboats. They're extremely fast, record-setting type speedboats. They cost a lot of money, and they have a lot of money because they're drug sellers. But they know one thing, and they all have the same thing in common. There's drug dust. They call it drug dust. They call it fentanyl dust all over the boat after those bombs go off. And you can take along.
Attack them, though, that they're
We know before. We know when they go out. We know we have much information about each boat that goes out. Deep, strong information. Yeah, please.
Sir, you're going to have Vladimir Zelensky here this week. What is your message at this stage of the war for him? And shy of tomahawks.
To who is that?
For Zelensky.
Yeah.
And shy of tomahawks for Ukraine. Are you considering other options, and will you speak with Vladimir Putin about
No, we're looking at other options. We are. President Zelensky's coming in. I'm not a fan of the war. I'm not a fan of the way it started. It should have never happened. It wouldn't have started if I were president. The election was rigged. And because of that, we lost a lot of lives have been lost because of that war. Not American lives, but if I can save a lot of lives, that's why I'm in it. I want to save lives. I've had 8 wars. The Prime Minister of Pakistan got up the other day, said so beautifully, he says, you saved millions of lives. He told that to a group of people right in this office. He said the president saved millions of lives. And I think what he's referring to is the fact that that would have been with India, a nuclear war. That was getting very close. 7 planes, they don't talk about it, but 7 aircraft were shot down. In fact, we have the new ambassador to India right here. They're well represented. You better represent us, not them, okay? Yeah. But Sergio's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. But no, we'll be talking about the war with him, and we'll be talking about, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like to go offensive, you know that, and we'll have to make a determination.
Can I follow up the question? Given you have the FBI Director and Attorney General here today, Jim Jordan has asked Jack Smith to appear in front of the House Judiciary.
You mean deranged Jack? He's a deranged individual, yeah.
Deranged Jack.
Well, they should. I'm surprised it takes so long. We're talking about violent crime. What about the crime against a political opponent? That's what we have to talk about, too.
Jordan would like to understand the full extent to which the Biden-Harris Justice Department weaponized federal law enforcement. What do you think the committee will find out, Mr. Smith?
I think it was the worst weaponization of a political opponent in the history of the world, let alone this country. And I hope that everybody's, they're involved in it. I'm not. I'm the one that had to suffer through it and ultimately win. But what they did was criminal. Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman, too. Weissman's a bad guy. And he had somebody in Lisa, who was his puppet, worked in the office really as the top person. And I think that she should be looked at very strongly. There was tremendous criminal activity having to do. If we don't have fair elections in this country, we're not going to have a country. And I've said it from the beginning, fair elections and borders. And we need also fair press, because if you don't have fair press, it's very tough. And we've got the strongest border of anybody.
That's why we made it illegal to report from the Pentagon unless you sign a loyalty pledge to the Pentagon.
People into our country legally. But 0 people. But, you're talking about a different subject. You're talking about political crime. They have committed
Remember, when he says fair press, he means like glazing him, okay? That's what he means, obviously. He's like, why won't the press glaze me?
All these people. And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed to, I'm, in theory, the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group.
You're not.
This is about something else.
No, not to get all fucking institutionalist here, but you're literally not. As a matter of fact, the Attorney General is supposed to be a totally separate office. This is ridiculous. No, you are not the chief law enforcement officer. You are the president. You are the commander-in-chief of the military. You are not supposed to be tasked with law enforcement, domestic law enforcement affairs. What the fuck?
How do you settle the lawsuit? I'll say, give me X dollars, right? And I don't know what to do with the lawsuit. It's a great lawsuit, and now I won. It sort of looks bad. I'm suing myself, right? So I don't know, but that was a lawsuit that was very strong, very powerful. They raided illegally my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago.
He said it's true, so it's true now. Don't you understand? Democratic and Republican parties both understand.
The drawers of my young son.
Yeah. I must have missed that point. I must have missed a point where the Constitution clearly dictated that we are actually a nation of monarchs.
Because she's very meticulous, and this wasn't so meticulous.
And the framers were not literally fighting against that. It's like some of the most defensible aspects of the founders, for the record, who were comprised of slavers and people who were anti-slavery as well, but mostly we're having a spirited debate on this issue. This is the one aspect that they were absolutely right on, which is that we are not a fucking monarchy. And Donald Trump is quite literally eroding some of the most defensible aspects of the American Constitution, some of the best aspects of the American Constitution, whether it be fucking free speech or due process or no kings. He is just straight up taking away what remains of like the good parts.
That didn't even get in, all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 into the administration. We're just about caught up. It's amazing. And so compliments to John. He had to do some things that were very tough to do that he didn't want to do, but he was forced to do it by the Democrats. And as far as the shutdown's concerned, this is a Democrat Schumer shutdown. And he's trying to do it to get relevance back into the party because he's a loser. I've known him all his life. He's always been sort of a loser, but an intelligent one. But I think he's losing IQ points with time. I think that happens. I hope it hasn't happened with me. I know if it did, you guys will let me know about it very quickly.
Violent crime, sir. Here in D.C., a judge has given the two teenagers that beat up ex-Doge staffer Big Balls probation.
It's incredible.
And no jail time. Is this justice?
Jeanine Pirro is doing a fantastic job, and she is beside herself because you have these radical left judges that they beat the hell out of this guy. And there was many people against this one guy who was really trying to protect his girlfriend. He didn't want to hood it over the door but they really beat him up badly. That just happened, right? Yeah. Wow, that's terrible. I think the judge should be ashamed of himself. That's a big problem. You know, they can do their job and then they go into a court and the people are protected by these, I don't know where they come from. Where do these people come from? Where do the judges come from? I want to compliment on behalf of Pam and Todd and all of us because, Cash, I think that Jeanine has done a fantastic job. And the case I heard was like flawless. It's a flawless case.
When you do kill
they have
those
them on tape. They have
teenagers who fought
everything.
Big Balls.
And then the judge gives them a little probation. These are rough guys, and they're young. And if that happens, they're going to grow up. They're going to be real bad. They're going to cause a lot of problems. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
So, Sergey Boris just gotten back from India.
Right.
What were the conversations like with Prime Minister Modi and the other?
I think they were great. He reported to me that you're great. He's a great man.
When he says,
you know?
if they grow
Modi's
up,
a
by
great
the
man.
way.
That he loves Trump. Now, I don't know if the word love, I don't want you to take that any different. I don't want to destroy his political career, okay? But you have to understand, I've watched India for years. It's an incredible country. And every single year you'd have a new leader. I mean, some would be in there for a few months. And this was year after year after year. And my friend has been there now for a long time. And he's assured me there will be no oil purchased from Russia. I don't know, maybe that's a breaking story. Can I say that? Would you say? There will be no oil. He's not buying his oil from Russia. It started. You know, you can't do it immediately. It's a little bit of a process. But the process is going to be over with soon. And all we want from President Putin is stop this. Stop killing Ukrainians and stop killing Russians, because he's killing a lot of Russians.
Stop killing Ukrainians.
It doesn't make him look good. It's a war that he should have won in 1 week, and he's now going into his 4th year. That does not make this big so-called war machine look good. But he could make a settlement. We're willing to settle. I thought we had a deal. The hatred of the two leaders is it's an obstacle. It's an obstacle. There's no question about it. But I thought we had a deal 2 months ago. Who would think I created peace in the Middle East and can't get the two guys to settle? But I think we'll get them. But if India doesn't buy oil, it makes it much easier. And they're not going to buy. They assured me they will. Within a short period of time, they will not be buying oil from Russia. And they'll go back to Russia after the war's over. Jennifer?
On the shutdown, sir, are FBI officials being paid right now? Are all the FBI employees being paid? And are all the
Well, that's what I understand. I hope so.
Thanks to your great work, Mr. President, the 1811 special agents at the FBI are going to receive their paychecks.
Got a lot of people paid, actually. We got the people that we want paid, okay? And we want the FBI paid, we want the military paid. We got the people that we want paid. And I'll tell you, the Democrats, they don't talk about this. You know, we're getting rid of programs that we didn't like, but that were negotiated in, but we didn't like. We're terminating those programs, and they're going to be terminated on a permanent basis. And it's thousands of people, and it's billions of dollars. We're getting rid of a lot of things that we never wanted because of the fact that they made this stupid move. And they don't want to talk about it. You know, they have their day coming up. I hear very few people are going to be there, by the way. But they have their day coming up, and they want to have their day in the sun. But they should really make a deal. So what we're doing, I mean, they call him Darth Vader, but he's actually a very nice person, Russell Vogt. But Russell Vogt is really terminating tremendous numbers of Democrat projects. There's
in a
not
normal
only
universe
jobs,
with
I
a
mean, the
competent
project in
leadership on the
Manhattan,
Democrat side,
project in
they
New
would
York,
literally go
billions and
crazy
billions
over
of
this. They would
dollars
be
that
running this
Schumer
as a soundbite.
has worked 20 years to get. It's terminated. Tell him it's terminated, Jennifer.
Please,
All right.
I'm begging Democrats to please use this. Please, he's giving a gift.
Absolutely, they're looking. So
He
we have the
believes he
living
literally is
hostages all
like,
back.
this guy is a villain, and I
returned some
love
more
it.
today.
We're doing villainous shit. We're
It's a
doing all the
gruesome
bad
process. I
shit.
almost hate to talk about it. But they're digging. They're actually digging. There are areas where they're digging and they're finding a lot of bodies. Then they have to separate the bodies. You wouldn't believe this. And some of those bodies have been in there a
posted this
long
as well.
time.
Cutting your medicated
and some
to
of
give this
them
clown a
are under
handout.
rubble. They have to remove rubble. But there are graves, and some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth, and the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high. They lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said, it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed, and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it. And if they don't do it, we'll do it.
We had the head of CENTCOM today suggest that Hamas needs to hurry up and disarm and follow your comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
That it was the head of CENTCOM saying that. Is that not a signal to Hamas, to the rest of the world, that at some point the U.S. military may more directly engage?
We won't need the U.S. military. We won't need it. We're gonna just because we're very much involved in it. If we weren't involved, there wouldn't be peace. If we didn't destroy the nuclear capability of Iran, that deal would have never happened for two reasons. The Arab nations would not have felt bold enough to do it because you have a very powerful, at that time, Iran. It's not powerful anymore between what Israel and us did, because, the attack was, if you look at it, we helped them very much. They will be the first to tell you, including shooting down thousands of drones that were coming into Israel. We shot them down. We were shooting them down like it was target practice, but we shot down thousands of drones and missiles also going into Israel. But between what we did to Iran that way with the, conventional, we will call it, and what see that beautiful plane, that B-2, I noticed it on the desk. I always thought it was beautiful, but I never understood it. Now I understand it. It took in hundreds of thousands of bombs in the form of two, but hundreds of thousands of pounds of bombs. And every single bomb hit perfectly. Then they sent Tomahawks in. They sent 30 Tomahawks on top of it. And that was totally, CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't as bad as Trump said, because I said obliterated. Obliterated is not a strong enough word, actually. And you saw the Atomic Energy Commission came out and said the word obliteration is very, very, think of it. They came in under potential fire. They entered Iran airspace late at night, in the dark, no moon. The moon was low for a reason. What time we picked it. Couldn't see anything. And they hit every target, and they weren't hit. Nobody saw that plane. That plane is stealth. Nobody saw it. The problem with that is it may be stealth today, but tomorrow it won't be. And we just ordered about 20 brand new B-2 bombers. It's unbelievable as a weapon. I know Putin, when I was riding with him in Alaska, we passed a lot of them. And he said, that really did the trick. I said, yeah, it did. It's amazing. The flying wing.
But you still see no reason for the U.S. military to get involved in Gaza?
No, I don't see that. No, I think we're going to handle it very well. We'll be helping Israel. But we have other countries that are now. We signed, many countries signed. And many of those countries relatively are very strong military powers. And Hamas has no support. See, Hamas had the support of Iran, and now Iran says, don't get us involved.
Yeah.
The last time they got them involved didn't work out too well. So they used to have the support of Iran. Today, they're trying to survive.
It's very strange watching him maneuver through this, because on the one hand, he's like, we got a bomb Iran, it's good, and we killed Iran, we did the best. But also on the other hand, whenever asked about Hamas directly, he's like, they're doing a good job. They're doing, some might say, the best job in extracting bodies. It's not easy. Lots of bodies under the rubble. They're keeping the peace. They're dealing with violent drug criminals like the way we want to deal with it. Like, it's so strange to watch him navigate this discourse.
Well, you're in one now. Look, we have 100% tariff. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be exposed as being a nothing. We would have no defense. You know, they've used tariffs on us, but we've never had anybody sitting in that chair that
for homophobia. That's
felt
awesome.
The need to do it, and they've allowed us to be $37 trillion in debt, et cetera, et cetera. Tariffs are a very important tool for our defense, for our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we're not going to have national security. As an example, if you look at Pakistan and Iran, I told them I was in the midst of negotiating a trade deal with Iran, and Pakistan was going to be in line. And because of tariffs, they all want to negotiate much differently. We're making a good deal. And then I heard that they're shooting at each other. And I said during one of my conversations, are you guys going to go to war? 2 nuclear powers. We are thinking about, I said, here's the deal. You go to war, I'm going to put a 200% tariff. I'm going to stop you from doing any business in the United States. I said it to both of them. Within 24 hours, the war ended. That would have been a nuclear war. And again, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who was here 2 weeks ago, said that man saved many millions of lives in front of a whole group of people because he thought it was going to be war. But when it came to war or having to pay massive taxes,
I don't think he meant Iran and Pakistan. I think he meant India and Pakistan. He's just a fucking idiot.
Not only
Even though Iran and Pakistan have had their bouts as well, I don't think Trump is talking about like Balochistan Liberation Front. You know, I think he means India and Pakistan.
Didn't understand tariffs. It's also made us very rich.
He's just a fucking idiot.
We have a big case coming up in the Supreme Court, and I will tell you, that's one of the most important cases in the history of our country. Because if we don't win that case, we will be a...
No, he doesn't. He probably doesn't even know about the border clash between Afghanistan and Pakistan. He's not talking about that.
I don't even know if survivable is...
He said it would have been nuclear war. He's not talking about Iran and Pakistan.
We're going to be the most powerful economic country in the world. And all we're doing is using them as a defense against what took place for many years. China would charge us.
I can't believe we're going back and forth on this. This dumb fuck said he like ended a war between Albania and Azerbaijan. Okay, or not even Azerbaijan. He said Albania and like Armenia or some shit. So he's out of his fucking mind. He doesn't know anything. Yeah, Azerbaijan and Albania and Azerbaijan. They fought so much, ended the wars. 7 of them, now 8, counting. But who's counting? Who's counting? I've ended like 20 wars now.
We've made a lot of good friends, too. Tariffs are so important to our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national security. Our country would suffer a level that, because they use so strongly on us. As an example, the European Union. They won't take our cars. They won't take our agriculture. They won't take anything. But
yeah, I wonder why. Because they have fucking sovereignty. They have food safety standards. And they have road standards. They have road safety standards. They have car safety standards. We don't make vehicles for them to purchase. And then we fucking complain. We make food that is poison. We make cars that are monstrosities. And then we fucking complain that they're not buying it. Yeah, no shit, dude.
$650 billion they pay us. And we've evened it out. It's really a good thing to see. And you have to understand, they've all signed. Japan, South Korea.
No, they have allergies
South Korea, $350 billion up front. Japan, $650 billion. And they've all agreed to it. They're all happy. But before, it was a total ripoff. And if we don't have the use of tariffs, we have no national security. This country will have no financial security, will not have national security. And the people that brought the lawsuit are people that are aligned with foreign nations that are now being treated fairly as opposed to just ripping us off and ripping us asunder. So, but if we are not allowed to use what other people use against us, there's no defense. It'll be a disaster for America. That's why I think I'm going to go to the Supreme Court to watch it. I've not done that, and I had some pretty big cases. I think it's one of the most important cases ever brought, because we will be defenseless against the world.
Ripping us asunder is a porn.
Did you have one? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about the Georgia Senate race. I know it's very early, but there's several Republicans in that field that are vying for your endorsement.
A lot of good people in that field.
Yes.
I know all of them, actually. I haven't made a decision on that, but you have some very good people in the Georgia Senate race.
Well, Governor has endorsed.
No, I know. The governor has, and he's spoken to me about it a lot. He likes that candidate a lot. And I understand that. I haven't made a decision yet. But I'm following that race very carefully. I think it's very important for Georgia to get a real senator, because the senator they have now is a horrible senator. He allows all the crime, all the borders. You have open borders. I mean, his whole philosophy is a disaster. That's not representative of the people of Georgia. I know the people of Georgia. I won Georgia 3 times, but they say twice. Okay, I won it very big the last time. And I won it big the first time. And I won it big the second time, but we had criminals that didn't allow, I hope they're going to go into that. I hope they go into the votes which are being stored in Fulton County and take a real look at those votes, okay? Because I won it the second time too. But I know Georgia very well. I love Georgia. Those people are great, and they deserve a good senator, because the man they have now is a weak, ineffective person. Okay.
By the way, you won Georgia 3 times.
Yeah, I agree. Do you agree with me?
I
do.
He's
the media.
For someone that spends a lot of time in Georgia,
he's Marjorie Taylor Greene's fuck buddy, dude, and also notoriously so alcoholic that his face explodes like a balloon half the goddamn time.
Newt, you agree with us? Good. Otherwise, I'd have him dismissed immediately from the room. You know, his wife, as you know, is becoming an ambassador to a great country, Callista. So congratulations. And we're going to take a picture.
Callista, my fucking,
he speaks so well of
my
me.
Visco queen. Okay, Callista, the Photoshop queen of Instagram.
And then he blew it. He said, "I'm not sure if I put him above Washington or Lincoln." So I'm not that happy about that, dude.
I've got a question about the weaponization of the DOJ. The media often says your department is weaponizing the DOJ.
I love that this is the only guy that speaks nowadays in the White House, by the way.
Greatest weaponization
it's just the only motherfucker.
Bragg. You know firsthand, if you could describe what you saw under the Biden administration and how they weaponized the DOJ.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to describe what happened those last 4 years against President Trump. Alvin Bragg, a local prosecutor, his office staffed by somebody from New Jersey. Jack Smith picked as a special counsel, staffs his entire
Bro has answered, bro has asked 4 fucking questions, bro. Bro has asked every question in that room. It's fucking nutty. We have the dumbest dick riders commanding the conversation. Any kind of journalism that you're supposed to get from this is always coming from dick eaters in that room, from the largest dick eaters in that room. It's always like, Mr. President, why are you so handsome? Why is your dick so fat? Why are the Democrats so jealous of your fat cock? What the fuck?
Eerily silent about what happened for the past 3 years. I mean, you read these articles.
United States of dick riding.
Because it cannot be true that people really think that what they did to him, not once, not twice, I'm still counting 3, 4 times. But we're the ones that are weaponizing. So this man is not weaponizing the Department of Justice. We're not weaponizing the Department of Justice. It's the opposite. I mean, and also,
dude. They're not even saying that like the Dems weaponized this, so we're doing it as well. They're just straight up saying they weaponized it against us, but we're not weaponizing it. Bro, Trump literally directed the previous attorney general to go after his political enemies, okay? He couldn't find enough prosecutable, indictable evidence, right? So he fired the person, and then the next person with no significant experience in this field that came into office 4 days in, turned around and indicted half of the fucking people that he was demanding from Pam Bondi. He was demanding Pam Bondi to indict.
Nice to anybody.
It's ridiculous.
It's to those criminals. Because
also,
they are so good having to do with
also,
all of
one of the funniest parts about this is that, like, does anyone even believe this? Like, I don't even think Trump's own supporters actually believe that this is, like, all of the indictments that are coming down right now are actually perfectly valid because these people are, like, rugged criminals or whatever. Okay? I don't think a single person believes this. I don't think Trump believes it. I don't think MAGA believes it. They do, really? I mean, I'd be shocked. I think they just, like, cynically act as though this is, like, totally valid, perfect, and appropriate. I think for the most part, they understand it's revenge. It's a revenge fantasy. It's a revenge fantasy, and I don't see this actually going through in any of the courts unless the courts are completely fucking servile to Donald Trump. And as it stands currently, not all the courts are completely servile to Donald Trump. We haven't gotten there yet.
Nothing. They write stories. Why aren't they doing this? And we'll leave. I don't have to leave it up to them, but I choose to at this moment at least.
Ron, go on Roach King's channel and
there's
you'll
never
see.
been anybody treated in the history of politics. You know, they say the two worst treated presidents by the media, etc., was that man right there, the late, great Abraham Lincoln, and this guy right there, Andrew Jackson. They say Andrew Jackson was treated terribly. They give him number one and number two, but that was before I came along, Newt. I say I have number one times 10.
Oh,
Nobody's
my God.
been treated like I've been treated. And I did a great job. You know, we had
Abraham
a great first
Lincoln
term.
treated so poorly by
And we
Hollywood.
had one of the most successful
so poorly.
economies in history.
An
etc. I
actor
rebuilt the
shot him
military.
in
We
the
did a tremendous
head.
amount.
As
The
you
last
know,
part,
they
we
wanted to shoot me in the head. I dodged the
horrible thing
bullet.
called
I
COVID.
dodged the bullet.
And we handled
But you
that
know
well.
the media
We made
hated Abe.
ventilators
The
for
media
nations
hated
all
Honest
over
Abe.
the world. We did a great
They
job.
hated him so
Probably
much a
never get
media
credit for it.
figure
Look at the
shot him in the
therapeutics,
head.
Regeneron, all the different
Not
things,
me,
the
though.
vaccines,
Skill
all the
diff.
things we did. We did a great job, but we had to focus
I
on
dodged
that.
it.
But we had the best economy in the history of our country. We're blowing it away right now. Look at the stock market. It hit another all-time high today. That's 48 days out of the few days that I've served. 48
Lincoln,
days
as I
have
like to
already
call
hit
it. Abraham
record highs.
Lincoln, like
And
the
we have, maybe
Abraham
most
deal.
importantly, the number. We
The
have
Abraham
now, I was saying
Accords.
17, it's over $18 trillion is being poured into our country. It's because of the election and because of tariffs. Without the tariffs, you wouldn't have probably 18 cents. It's because of the tariffs, because there are no tariffs if they build in our country. And they understand that. So we have medical companies coming over. We have the AI. We're dominating China in AI. Everybody said that's impossible. We're dominating. I'm letting these massive plants build their own electric generating plants. They're becoming utilities in addition to everything. Maybe they'll make more money with that. Who knows? But they're building their own electric because we have an old grid. You wouldn't be able to do that. And we're dominating China. We're dominating with AI, which seems to be the new big thing. That's the new internet. That's the new whatever. So we're very happy with the job we're doing. I'm very happy with the job they're doing. But when you tell me about attacking a political opponent, there's never been, and I'm a legitimate opponent. I watch my son. He's got the #1 best-selling book now. My son, Eric, he's a wonderful kid. That guy spent so much time with subpoenas. He got more subpoenas than anybody in the history of our country. Think of it. And he's an innocent, good boy. He's a good kid. He's always been a good kid. All of my children are good. They went through hell. My children went through federal grand juries on a hoax.
Your kids are like 50. I don't understand. Whenever he talks about his children, he acts like they're 17, okay? We're not talking about Barron. Most of his children, they're good boys. They're good boys. I love them. They're like fucking 40 years old, man. They're dumb fuck fail sons.
I got a call from my son, Don, and he said, Dad, I'm being accused of something with Russia. I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't know anything about it. Think of it, how bad they are. They say he'll go to prison for the rest of his life. He knew nothing about it. On a hoax, the Russian hoax, Russia hoax, on a story that they made up. And they made it up in order to explain why Hillary Clinton lost an election that she lost by pretty good numbers. The second one, actually the second one was even better, but the third one, this one was too big to rig. It was just too big to rig. They would have rigged. They tried to rig it. But think of it. They want to send my children to jail, but they were after Don in particular. I'll never forget Adam Shifty Schiff, a total crooked guy, lying in Congress, making up a phone conversation that I have with you, totally made up. Then when he heard it was taped, he wanted to disappear. And Nancy Pelosi went crazy because they wanted to impeach me based on the conversation that was made up. When they heard the tape, everybody, I won it unanimously in the Republican Party. I got every single vote, something that never happens, and I beat it. But think of it, they want to put my son in jail for something that they made up. So they know they made it up. And they say he will serve the rest of his life in prison. These are sick, bad people. And don't tell me about us going after them. If anything, we've been very, very soft. I wouldn't be that soft, I'll tell you that. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's talk.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hate that. All right. Thank you, press. Can you explain what he means when he says we're beating China in AI? Brother, everything he's saying is just made up. What do you mean? If you try to make sense of what he's saying, if you take him at his word, if you take him as a sincere actor, you are going to be lost, okay? There's just not a single fucking thing that he has ever said that is truthful. That's not true. Sometimes he does have a tendency to say the quiet part out loud. Whenever he's talking about like how America operates around the global stage, every now and then he'll just refuse to entertain the optics of the situation. But in most circumstances, he's just fucking making shit up. The tariffs are doing great. The tariffs are doing a number, filling our coffers. Not true. Okay. We're beating China on this or that. Not true. The idea that like the administration is doing gangbusters and tackling crime, also not true. They have unironically reallocated budgets, resources, and manpower at the federal law enforcement level directly to interior removal operations. They are doing mass deportations. The FBI is helping the Department of Homeland Security do mass deportations as opposed to tackling fucking sex traffickers and shit. On top of everything else, he is using the government shutdown to try to fire further federal, like people that work in federal agencies. None of it is popular. He's done very little to combat the actual cost of living crisis. Done very little to actually tackle that. Motherfucker said India had a new leader every year until Modi came along, for fuck's sake, Lamau. I mean, it's just, well, on the India front, he says, he's stopped all the wars. He stopped all the wars. That's another one. He's just, everything he says is fucking bullshit. There's nothing criminal about drugs. These are made up crimes. I mean, dude, it's just one of the many different crimes that the administration doesn't actually tackle, despite the fact that they're saying that they're combating this stuff. Okay. Obviously, the best, most resilient, most successful way to lower the number of overdoses, for example, is to not incarcerate people for drug crimes, but instead to actually rehabilitate people. They're not doing that as much, even though the previous administration did actually have a shift in the priority in the way that they were trying to at least like do clean needle drops and things of that nature. And that actually was very successful in lowering the overdose numbers for the first time in decades. It got such little attention and such little coverage. I was losing my fucking mind. A lot of people say, Hasan, you hate the Democrats. You hate the Democrats more than you hate the Republicans. First of all, that's untrue. But it was one of those things that I actually commended the administration on, even if it made me lose my mind that they never talked about it. Okay? I talked about it all the fucking time. Narcan release, and clean needle drops and things of that nature. Like all of these rehabilitative measures actually played a formative role in lowering the number of overdoses in this country for the first time in decades. And the administration wasn't constantly fucking running around talking about how big of a W that was. Harm reduction works. And this administration, the previous administration, unironically did that. And it actually lowered the number of overdoses. Meanwhile, the Republicans, in their endless fever pitch to ensure that only bad things happen in this fucking country, constantly fucking criticize the administration. They were like, oh, they're giving druggies clean needles. How dare they do that? How dare they do that? It's really fucked up. That's what they said over and over again. Meanwhile, it was the first instance where we saw a drop in overdose deaths, man. That was under the Brandon administration. Did you hear that from the Brandon administration ever? Did they ever talk about that? No, they didn't, because they're fucking bad at their jobs, okay? That's just the reality. There are plenty of wonderful people that work in the federal agencies. There are plenty of wonderful people who want to do right by others. Even down to like USAID, for example. Even if an institution is established specifically for destabilization or specifically to initiate soft power for American dominance around the globe, ultimately there is still a lot of good that these people do at these institutions, and there's a lot of good people that are working at these institutions trying to do right by others. Okay, and that's something that I recognize all the time. Ironically enough, I have defended the Biden administration more than the Biden administration has defended itself over and over again. Anyway, I don't even know why the fuck I don't even know how I got here. We're going to get back to Israel now, obviously. Because we're obviously going to get back to Israel now because there's a fake ceasefire, as you know, that Israel is violating already. Israel has given the U.S. new intelligence, apparently. Let's see. Israel gave the U.S. new intelligence that shows Hamas has access to more bodies than it claims. We don't see Hamas making maximum effort regarding the bodies. We know they can do more, and we don't think anybody should give them any discounts, an Israeli official said. They're most likely still using fake intelligence, as they've done over and over again, in an effort to fucking make it seem as though it's perfectly valid to cut aid into the Gaza Strip, which they have already done so. They've cut the aid in half. Okay? I don't believe Israel even for a brief moment. Okay, I do not believe Israel at all. They are genociders and they are liars. And the UN is now calling on Israel to open the border crossings. Obviously, there's a couple different things that we're going to talk about here, but one of the things that has taken place in terms of the extraction of the slain captives and what the resistance groups have done so far is they said that this would take time, this initiative of finding where the bodies are and then removing the rubble and extracting those bodies, they said would be an endeavor that takes a lot of time. It's understandable. Israel fucking destroyed Gaza. Okay? Israel destroyed Gaza. Obviously, it's going to take a while for people to fucking find even their relatives, let alone the Israeli captives that were killed. Okay? And in the process, yesterday, Hamas delivered 8 bodies, okay? In the second round, in 4 body batches, okay? In the second round of 4 bodies that were delivered, okay? Israel claimed that one of the bodies that was released was actually not an IDF soldier. Palestinian resistance source told Al Jazeera Arabic that a body returned by Hamas that Israel claimed was not one of their captives, is actually an IDF soldier, was taken by Qassam fighters in an operation in Jabalia in May 2024. Qassam released a video of it at the time. The identity of this soldier was never publicly confirmed. There's been speculation that the captured soldier was a mercenary rather than an official IDF soldier, but Israel has never publicly acknowledged or identified him. So what's interesting about the second round of 4 was 3 of them were immediately confirmed as Israeli captives. The 4th one, on the other hand, was not. And Israel last night, while we were all sleeping, was going back and forth on whether or not the 4th captive was actually an Israeli citizen or not. Hamas said that the 4th captive who was killed was actually extracted in an operation in the month of May, in May 2024. Okay, here it is. Al Jazeera source in resistance leadership operation to capture and drag soldier's body to one of the tunnels was carried out by a Qassam operation in Jabalia camp in May 2024. This obviously is a major blow to Israel's confidence. It's a major blow to the mighty security force that the IDF presents itself as. The very fact that amidst this genocide, that the Al-Qassam Brigade was still able to conduct military operations that struck a blow at the heart of the occupational forces, while simultaneously extracting the body of one of the slain soldiers, is a major ordeal. So in that process, Israel turned around and claimed that, as a matter of fact, the person that they had extracted in that operation in Jabalia camp in May 2024 was actually a Palestinian human shield. Israel does use Palestinians as human shields. Sometimes Palestinians that they've actually kidnapped in the West Bank, that they send over to the front lines in Gaza, and they actually give them some IDF fatigues. Okay? So there's a little bit of confusion on whether or not this was actually a mercenary that was an armed combatant that was extracted in this operation and brought into the tunnels, or if it was actually a Palestinian that was being used as a human shield. For those of you that are oblivious to this reality, that is right. A Palestinian human shield is normal process for Israel. Okay? This, weirdly enough, has actually forced Israel's hand into revealing that they use openly Palestinians as fucking human shields. There's been plenty of Haaretz reporting on the matter, as you guys know. There's been plenty of Israeli reporting on the matter. It's called a mosquito protocol. That's what they call it, where they will take Palestinians, they'll apprehend and detain Palestinians in both the Gaza Strip and maybe sometimes even in the West Bank, and they will put them in front of their teams. They will like forcibly handcuff these Palestinian prisoners, Palestinian hostages, and will push them in front of their teams in order to draw out Hamas fighters or resistance fighters. Okay? Someone in Gaza that followed went back to find his father's body that he put in a shallow grave until he couldn't get back to him and it was safe. And then the IDF had exhumed the body. They're stealing bodies. So we still don't know. We still don't know exactly what happened as far as like whether or not this was a mercenary or whether or not this was a Palestinian. Okay. But that is the case currently. Okay. The identity of the soldier was never publicly confirmed. There's been speculation that the captured soldier was a mercenary rather than an IDF soldier, but Israel's never publicly acknowledged or identified him. But what's interesting about this is, fourth body handed over by Hamas, said to be of West Bank Palestinian, used by IDF in Gaza as a human shield. Emmanuel Fabian and all of the Israeli media is openly recognizing the insane fucking practice, of using Palestinians as fucking human shields now. Now, of course, the Hamas video that was released on May 26, 2024 showed weapons that they took off of his body. And Israel claims that these are not weapons that they would give to the Israeli security forces. Okay? Which is why the speculation is either that he was a Palestinian, he was a member of the PA, like a part of the Palestinian security apparatus that seemingly was operating in the Gaza Strip alongside the Israeli forces. But the very fact that he had Western gear on implies, because Palestinian collaborators like Yasser Abu Shabab, for example, do not get this level of gear from Israel. This seems to me like it was gear directly given to, this is Western gear, so it looks like it was gear directly given to especially considering that he was in the camp when he was apprehended and killed and apprehended. His body was apprehended and brought into the tunnels. It seems more likely that he was a mercenary. The terror group had aired a video showing a bloodied person being dragged along the ground in a tunnel and published images of military gear and submachine guns, which are not commonly used in the Israeli military. Hamas later also published a picture of the man's face without naming him. Palestinian media at the time identified the man as Khalil Dawaz, a Palestinian from the West Bank's Aqabat Jabr camp near Jericho. The report said Dawaz had been detained by Israel in the past. The Public broadcaster reports, without citing any sources, that the man whose body returned operated alongside security forces in searches of underground tunnels that was killed by Hamas terrorists a year and a half ago. Now, the reason why I don't think this was Palestinian human shield that they were using is because of the weapons that he had on him. Because Palestinians under the Mosquito Protocol are used as human shields by the Israeli occupational forces in the Gaza Strip all the time. Having said that, however, they do not get arms. They do not give armor to the Palestinians that are being used as human shields, and they do not give weapons to the Palestinians that are being used as human shields. The Palestinians that are being used as human shields oftentimes don't even have shoes, as a matter of fact. They literally will put them with their hands cuffed in front of the Israeli troop positions, okay? Because obviously if they were to give those guys weapons, they could just as easily turn around and start fucking slaughtering the occupational forces, obviously. At most, the Palestinian Human Shield Mosquito Protocol is when they give them IDF fatigues. They don't even give them shoes usually, just IDF fatigues. Anyway, have you seen the thing about Motaz Azaiza? Parasocial for me to say, but be careful about having guests at your home. Wait, what? I don't think that Motaz is like a collaborator or something like that. Okay. I think he has disagreements with, as a Palestinian born and raised in Gaza, he might have disagreements with Hamas from time to time, but I'm not going to fucking sit here and act like he is a Israeli state collaborator or something like that. He's a fucking survivor of genocide. Okay? You're an American. Calm down. He survived a goddamn Holocaust that he documented every day. And his life was on the line when he was doing that. He lost so many of his friends. Everyone in the United States of America needs to fucking dial back 1,000,000 times over. Okay? Jesus Christ. Palestinian here to say, unfortunately, it was a very different message in English than in Arabic where he blames the resistance. Listen. I know the drama. Okay? I know the fucking drama. I know. Americans need to fucking stay out of this conversation and understand that there are going to be differences in opinion amongst the Palestinian population. Not every single person that makes their criticism be known, even if it's not considered timely by many Palestinians I do talk to, for the record, that still doesn't change the reality that like a person is not a fucking Israel spy. Okay? Like this is different than like even Ihab Hasan or whatever. Like a lot of people that have disagreements with Hamas that still understand that Israel is the primary villain in this situation will oftentimes use any opportunity to disparage Hamas with a Palestinian position. There's different factions at play here. There's different ideologies at play here. Palestine and Gaza in particular is obviously a very diverse environment. Okay, very diverse. There are plenty of people with different opinions there. No one is a monolith. Okay, no people are a monolith. And Palestinians certainly are not monolithic in their approach to governance under Hamas, for example. If that was the case, then Hamas's approval ratings would consistently be much higher in Gaza than it has been. Okay? You need to understand that. It's ridiculous. When you hear people criticizing the resistance in any shape or form, especially if they're Palestinians themselves, unless they're like Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib, who is a fucking Atlantic Council stooge, whose entire purpose is to collaborate with America and Israel and to present himself as a true Palestinian opinion that Westerners want to hear from. Is the reason why it's not an accident that he gets to talk to Jake Tapper and no real Palestinian that escaped Gaza gets to talk to Jake Tapper. Okay. There is a difference between a person like that whose primary role and responsibility is to undermine the resistance and defend Israel versus someone who has disagreements with their own domestic affairs with respect to Hamas or any other faction in the resistance. Anyway, I understand your frustration, but what do you mean Americans shouldn't join the conversation? I thought the point was to engage. No, the conversation, you can join the conversation. I'm just saying that throwing around statements like someone is a fucking collaborator, especially when they have literally survived the Holocaust in the hands of Israel and had so many of their family members and their livelihood destroyed by Israel, so many of their friends and colleagues killed by Israel, is ridiculous. Anyway, calm down, everyone. Anyway. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not gonna entertain that shit. Walking buzzword generator? Yeah, I know. It must hit so hard to be this dumb. Like, just living your day-to-day existence being like, I'm not going to engage with the conversation here. I'm just going to say that you're generating buzzwords. Found out about the situation from my white boomer coworker from the comment. Looks like Hamas gave Israel a body that doesn't belong to them, to which I responded with another excuse Israel will use to continue breaking the ceasefire and continue the genocide, to which he said was not a genocide. What's more upsetting was having to stop the conversation since he sits directly next to me every day. Keep pressing him. You'll eventually get to him. There's always, Israel does so much fuck shit in American domestic affairs as well that it's obvious that you can get people to be frustrated with the way that Israel operates. Like, it's not that hard. Anyway, yeah, the Public Broadcaster reports without citing any sources that the man whose body was returned operated alongside security forces in searches of underground tunnels and was killed by Hamas terrorists a year and a half ago. Amid the war, there's been a commonplace but officially prohibited practice of soldiers sending detained Palestinians to search buildings and tunnels before troops enter, endangering their lives. Interesting. The IDF says it strictly prohibits using civilians as shields and has opened investigations into several such cases. That's fucking the biggest bullshit of all time, by the way. They have it's called the mosquito protocol. They literally have a term for it. Get the fuck out of here. Oh yeah. Just like the Hannibal directive, right? Yeah, we're opening investigations into the most commonplace practice that the IDF uses. Yeah. They're weaponizing complementarity, by the way, when they do that. Complementarity is the principle that international courts of justice apply to Western and Western-aligned nations in an effort not to have to prosecute them. It means that if the government themselves are actually investigating war crime allegations, then it's not up to the fucking international courts to intervene and actually investigate them further. When a government, even one like Israel, refuses to do that sort of internal investigation, then the ICC says, well, or the ICJ says, it's our jurisdiction now because you're not doing it. This is called complementarity. The idea that if the government itself is prosecuting itself for war crimes, then there is no need for the international courts to intervene and prosecute for them. Except Israel uses that as a defense. That's the reason why Israel, for example, went in and prosecuted or tried to prosecute 6 of its rapist concentration camp guards, okay, in Sderot, which was the prison where famously 6, or even more than that, but 6 named Israeli concentration camp guards raped a bunch of Palestinian detainees to death on CCTV camera footage, okay? It was on camera. Sorry, not Sderot, sorry. Sidei Teiman. I apologize. Sderot is the fucking hilltops where the Israelis go and watch with binoculars the death and destruction that befalls Palestine in the Gaza Strip. Sorry. You're right. It's Sidei Teiman. And of course, the Israeli society went up in arms and literally successfully extracted these 6 concentration camp guards where they did the pro-rape riots. Yeah. Anyway, here it is. Body handed over by Hamas isn't hostage, the IDF says.
In Gaza this morning, food and medical aid is passing through the border. But as we mentioned, there's a problem with the 28 deceased bodies. These are hostages who died in captivity. Deborah Pata in East Jerusalem has more on that part of the story. Deborah, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Well, Hamas is slowly releasing the bodies of hostages still in Gaza, a total of 7 so far, which has angered families waiting for their loved ones. The Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics says more than 11,000 people are still missing in the territory. And we spoke to hostage negotiator Gershom Baskin, who told us, sadly, some bodies may never be recovered. Somewhere in this landscape of ruin and loss are the bodies of the remaining hostages.
Many of the Hamas commanders who were responsible for burying these Israeli hostages are no longer alive. They were killed by the Israelis. There are thousands of Gazans who are unaccounted for, who are believed to be buried underneath the rubble of buildings that Israel bombed.
First responders are now searching for the dead. But it is not easy when over 90% of the buildings have been damaged or destroyed, and there are only the most rudimentary tools available. As Gaza starts to think of rebuilding, the US peace deal calls for an interim governing body headed by President Trump to run the territory that ultimately hands control over to Palestinian rule. But that body has yet to be established, and Hamas has stepped back into the vacuum, allegedly targeting Palestinians accused of collaborating with Israel. There are videos of Hamas executing Palestinians believed to be armed gangs. What's going on there?
Hamas is killing them because they can. Israel has empowered, with weapons and money, gangs of Palestinians who were involved in mostly illegal activities in the past, and they've empowered them as an alternative to Hamas.
President Trump.
It is wild that they're... No. He said it. Bro, come on. It's on CBS. This motherfucker straight up said... Come on, dude. He straight up said Israel has armed and offered aerial coverage, maybe not to that degree, but it is the truth. Israel has not only armed, but offered aerial support and allows gangs, criminal elements within Palestinian society to disrupt the aid delivery mechanism over and over again. Okay? And the people that are being executed by Hamas are members of those gangs. And it's not only now that they're admitting this. If you've been in here tuning in every single day, you have heard it. I've covered it extensively. Okay? I've covered this extensively. Israel has openly admitted that they've done this, for the record. Netanyahu has said he has done this, for the record. Why else do you think a person who dropped out of 2nd grade, Yasser Abu Shabab, wrote a fucking Wall Street Journal opinion editorial? Yasser Abu Shabab is the leader of the fake popular forces, okay? This was a gang of criminals and ISIS affiliates, drug traffickers and ISIS affiliates that were previously in prison. Israel broke them out of prison and armed them and allowed them to have a base of operations within the red zone in Rafah, okay? A base of operations that was in Israeli-controlled territory within the Gaza Strip. And they were tasked with apprehending aid and stealing aid at the point of delivery. Okay? That's what they fucking did. And Israel protected them. Hamas would murk them every now and then amidst the genocide. Hamas would go in and at night institute like a curfew, and those guys were violating the curfew, so they would just like fucking straight up, engage them in gun battles and kill them, right? And there were many different operations that took place. Except now that the territory, 50% of the territory has been given back to the Palestinians, Hamas is obviously restoring control. The entirety of the Palestinian resistance forces are playing a formative role in creating interior security. And a part of that is the truce and the clemency period that Hamas has given to all of the criminal components. Okay, their job right now is to restore order in the recovery process. They have already stated that every single Palestinian that operated within these gangs will get clemency as long as they have not harmed Palestinians. Okay? As long as they have not harmed Palestinians. Even if they are traitors who collaborated with Israel, got weapons from Israel, as long as they did not harm Palestinians, they will not actually be harmed. As long as they're not murderers, they will not be touched, and they will have clemency. Okay? If you are following closely, you have already seen this. That's what they said. Not only that, but there is also a tribal council in Gaza. There is an interior tribal council because there's a bunch of different clans in Gaza. There's a bunch of different tribes in Gaza. And there's a tribal council that has offered firm commitment to Hamas in the process of restoring order. Okay? They have come out, and I'm going to read you what their statement was initially, because Dropsite, in their brilliant reporting, literally went to the tribal council chiefs and asked them, like, do you think this is appropriate? Because, like, the executions that took place. Now, there are some groups like this one that Hasbara psychos like A.L. Yacobi and everyone in Israel are posting, making this seem as though this is like some sort of civil war. They're trying to like create a media narrative that there is a civil war going on or something like that. It's not. It's not happening. It's all gangs that operate from Israeli-controlled territory in North Gaza. Because remember, these guys are literally operating inside of Israeli-controlled territory in North Gaza. Okay? Claiming that they're actually, combating Hamas. They're real Palestinians combating Hamas or anything like that, or some shit like that. Okay? Collaborating openly with Israel, getting arms from Israel, getting gear from Israel, and they're trying to create an environment of chaos. Okay? Gaza-based Al-Harris security platform, an officer in resistance security, revealed the arrest of a collaborator with the enemy who was gathering information during the handover ceremony of enemy captives in the current deal. So there are a bunch of different gangs. Compradors, capos, whatever you want to call them, collaborators that work with the Israeli government. The most famous one, obviously, is Yasser Abu Shabab, which we've talked about before on many instances, drug dealer, an ISIS affiliate. But there are numerous different factions. There are also clan rivalries that Israel tries to foment and tries to beef up. One of the most notorious clan rivalries, from what I understand, from all of my conversations that I have with Palestinians that are literally in Gaza and Palestinians that have been able to escape the U.S. Israel-funded Holocaust of Gaza, have told me that the number one clan that has always had some kind of like beef with Hamas is how do you say it? Dogmash. That's one of the major the tribe that has a major beef with Hamas that Israel has tried to actively use to their advantage. Okay. Hamas promises amnesty to any outlaws who turn themselves in, except murderers. Gaza Security Ministry opened the door for repentance for 1 week for any gang members, collaborators, aid looters, or robbers to surrender and receive amnesty for their offenses, as long as they didn't shed anybody's blood. Hamas's government had done similar campaigns multiple times in the past as a way of giving a second chance to Gazans who were being blackmailed or coerced by Israel to act as informants. Now, the real reason why they have to be more open-minded about this. Yeah, I think the clan originally might be Turkish. Yeah, Dalmush. That's they're like a Turkic Palestinian clan. So the reason why they have to be understanding and open-minded here is because if you know anything about the way that Israel forces people's hand into doing heinous shit, Palestinians, into collaborating with the state of Israel, because people ask, like, why the fuck are these guys, like, joining forces with Israel? Some of these guys are assholes. Some of them are ambitious. They want power. They don't give a shit about killing their own countrymen, right? They don't care about Israel doing a genocide. But there are plenty of others, as Hamas and the entirety of the resistance knows, that are either desperate or are being blackmailed by Israel, or in some instances, Israel straight up threatens to kill their fucking entire family if they don't collaborate. This is the reason why they have this unheard of clemency, because in most circumstances, resistance forces, when they are going up against a colonial power, whether it be the IRA, whether it be the ANC, or even the FLN, they oftentimes will just straight up execute anyone who's a collaborator. No clemency, no fucking pardons whatsoever. But because this process has been so brutal, so ruthless, and so ongoing, and such a formative part of Israel, creating a network of collaborators that, while the execution of collaborators is not uncommon, the clemency that Hamas applies in this circumstance is. Okay? So understand that. And yes, the appropriate measure in this circumstance is to obviously properly adjudicate these issues and go through a normal process in a criminal justice system, okay? Obviously, that's the normal process. But if you're a fucking adult or even remotely aware and not oblivious to the ways in which, the ways in which resistance forces have historically operated, there's not much bandwidth there for them to design a court system instantly when all the fucking ministries are blown up. There's no courthouses. For the Palestinians right now, they're still in war. They're still under a genocidal apartheid forces occupation. They have to quickly restore order so that the recovery efforts can begin. Okay? Victimhood / oppressor fetishist? Are you saying I'm doing that? What, because I have sober analysis on how resistance forces have operated throughout history, given the limited confines that they have? That's why I said Donald Trump's comparison to what he's doing in Venezuela is not an apt comparison. Even though he was defending Hamas's actions, it is not a fucking apt comparison at all, because America does have a proper investigative authority here before they decide to start lasering fucking boats off of the Venezuelan coastline, okay? Thousands of miles away. It's ridiculous. Traditionally, Israel will recruit as informants Gaza's most vulnerable, cancer patients, other critically ill and wounded Gaza's urgent need of medical treatment, widowed women, gay men, criminals, and fugitives. During the genocide, Israel used starvation as a weapon to coerce and blackmail Gazans into becoming rats for the IDF. Israel also threatened individuals to kill their families or themselves if they didn't collaborate. An amnesty campaign is an ideal way to avoid societal collapse or civil war. People turning themselves in would have to give detailed testimonies of what they did, other collaborators they work with, and the Israeli handlers. Then they are promised to walk free in return. Many of the most notorious IDF proxy gangs, e.g. Abu Shabaab, are currently based deep inside of the half of Gaza that is exclusively controlled by Israel and fully depopulated, making it a challenge for them to turn themselves in for authorities to apprehend them as long as Israel doesn't withdraw from those areas. Israel has been recently using those gangs to create chaos and brew a civil war inside of Gaza, a fake civil war. Okay? So while this is from our perspective an act of sheer barbarism, I understand. You know, when you're watching people get like executed in fucking broad daylight. And I know many people will hear me try to contextualize what is actually going on here and go, Hasan wants broad daylight executions. What a barbaric monster he is. Oh, he's a classic Hamas dick rider. It's like, you have to understand the limitations that the resistance currently has, the resistance forces currently fucking have. And here is Palestinians themselves, the leader of Gaza's largest tribal assembly on the executions. Justice was served. We stand heart and soul with Hamas. In a tense exchange on Saudi Arabia's Al Hadath, a channel hostile to the Palestinian resistance, Sheikh Husni al-Mughni, head of the Supreme Committee for Palestinian Tribal Affairs, defended Hamas's execution of men accused of collaborating with Israel and spreading disorder during the war. What is this? The problem, though, is that conditional clemency as a policy does not mean anything if there's no type of adjudication. If someone is caught or turns themselves in either as an innocent or a collaborator who was not a murderer, they have no means of establishing they're not a murderous collaborator. Before some kind of means of adjudication has begun established, the conditional part doesn't mean anything. Yeah, you just have to leave it up to the fucking Palestinians is the point. Like, there's not really anything we can do from over here beyond expecting them to have a normal criminal justice system. My point is, it's insane for us to sit there and be like, I can't believe it. I don't agree with public executions no matter what, Brodagy. I don't either. I don't even believe in capital punishment. What are we talking about? Okay, I don't. But if you want to understand what the situation looks like, there is no resource to undergo a normal criminal justice process, and time is of the essence. And in this circumstance, I can only look to other historic formations of resistance against, like militant resistance against colonial powers, and how those groups have chosen to deal with collaborators as swiftly as possible. That's why there is a heinous practice known as necklacing that came up in apartheid South Africa. Do you know what necklacing is? It's when the ANC would take collaborators that were working with the white Afrikaners to continue the apartheid regime. They would have tires placed around their necks, doused with gasoline, and then lit on fucking fire. Do you think I agree with that practice? No, of course not. That's fucking insane. Do they have a proper adjudication method to ensure that these guys were collaborators? No, they didn't. Okay? What do you think Kneecap's name comes from? The Irish rap trio. Where do you think the name Kneecap came from? It's a practice called kneecapping, where the IRA would go to collaborators, Irish collaborators, that were working with the British colonial occupation and would shoot them in the fucking kneecap. Children too, by the way. Not just adults. Literally children as well. Okay? That's where kneecap gets his name from. Yes. This is why I always stress the standard of violence is set forth by the colonial entity, the occupational power. Okay? Yeah, it's not fucking that's kind of whataboutism. No, it's not. It's not. You guys don't understand what words mean. I'm not even saying this is appropriate. Okay? I'm not saying it's appropriate. I'm just telling you what has happened. Please. Analysis is not justification, okay? If you find yourself being more considerate or being more understanding of the fucking confines or the limitations given to the Palestinian resistance at a moment where they're fucking literally just coming out of the tunnel structures after 2 years of fucking genocide, if you find yourself to consider this as justifiable, that's on you, okay? I'm just explaining to you what has happened historically. Jesus Christ. Anyway, pressed about the absence of courts or due process, al-Mughni, who represents a key voice of Palestinian civil society, said Gaza security forces imposed field justice against gangs that killed, looted, and terrorized dozens of civilians. The accused were long known to the public, he said, adding that they had stolen aid convoys and were disowned by their families under tribal law. Abu Shabab is another great example of this. His own tribe has disowned him. Hamas warned these people several times through mediators and family members to surrender and face justice. Those who did were investigated. Those who resisted fought the police, leading to what happened, he explained. Rejecting al-Haddad's framing of lawlessness, al-Mughni replied, there are no courts now, but when someone murders a 10-year-old child for a bag of flour, he deserves death or worse. He said that the tribe stood heart and soul with Hamas, calling the executed a deviant, corrupt faction created by Israel. As to hold Hamas accountable, al-Mughni said internal mechanisms exist to punish violations, but warned that leaving such justice to rival clans would mean civil war. He closed bluntly, we are fully satisfied. These criminals violated every custom and every tradition while our people died under the rubble. For the record, if you want the full transcript, it also exists here. Okay? But that's the summarization. If you're wondering what took place and wondering how this happened, I'm here to explain it to you. Okay? Security service in Gaza publicly executed Israel's collaborators who were recruited to and used by the Israeli military to steal aid, attack starving aid seekers, destabilize internal front, monopolize goods, damage medical aid, blackmail people, kidnap resistance fighters. Yeah. People are asking for higher standards than y'all have for cops in the States. I know. You always have to. This is not like a fetishization of the oppressed population or giving them unlimited bandwidth to do whatever the fuck they want. This is just a broad recognition of the material conditions that Palestinians are subjected to, and within the limitations that they currently have, as they are trying to implement the recovery process, you still have people that are directly collaborating with Israel to foment civil war. Obviously, they have to be apprehended and detained. It's so fucking crazy. The audacity of Westerners whose greatest fucking adversity is when their Uber Eats delivery driver doesn't actually give them the right chicken nuggets that they purchase in the grocery store, talking about a bunch of people who just withstood a fucking genocide. This is not just a word, okay? Genocide is not a buzzword. How are you any different than the people who come in here and go, oh, there's a genocide going on. Why are you playing a fucking video game? Like, how are you any different than those people if you have this kind of approach? Yes, Donda is the album of the decade says, imagine you're undergoing a genocide and Westerners are telling you how to deal with traitors. This is not something new or complex. Exactly. Yes. And I think a lot of people don't understand that there is like an interior security apparatus that has remained throughout this fucking genocide regardless. There are special forces within the Palestinian groups, Palestinian resistance factions. One of them was the forces that were tasked with protecting the hostages, protecting the prisoners of war, shadow groups, right? They were the Arrow unit that specifically moved through crowds and actually successfully were able to transfer hostages from point A to point B without Israel figuring it out, even though they had 24/7 drone coverage over the entire Palestinian affairs as they carried out their genocide. Okay? Like, they were still capable of operating under a brutal blockade, hermetically sealed by the oppressive, nuclear-armed apartheid forces. Anyway, Israel hasn't stopped its firing in this ceasefire, by the way. That's the other side of the story. We're obviously going to be talking about that. Israeli Air Force aircraft killed 2 Palestinians in Gaza this morning who approached clan opposing Hamas in the Shajaya area. Israel is allowing one of the clans that oppose Hamas to remain in the Israeli-controlled area beyond the yellow line for fear of retribution. Palestinian resistance factions, our message to all criminals and criminal gangs fueled by the Zionist entity and its intelligence apparatus is that there's no place for agents, killers, criminals, or bandits. They will be held accountable. We extend our salute and pride to the members of the Palestinian Security Institution and the Ministry of Interior for their tremendous efforts and valued sacrifices, which are a source of pride for every Palestinian and free patriot. The Al-Qassam Brigade's claims this operation deep inside of Rafah from September. Our fighters confirmed the detonation of a pre-planned minefield on a number of military vehicles of the Hummer type, causing enemy soldiers to be killed and wounded. This was when 3 more were injured, including one who was in serious condition. The IDF was investigating a suspicion that a Hamas sniper fired at them before detonating the explosive device during a routine operation on the Philadelphia highway. Our fighters also fired sniper rifles at a number of injured soldiers at the site near Deir Yassin School at the Al Janina neighborhood east of Rafah City, southern Gaza Strip. Families of the prisoners, the autopsy showed one of the bodies of a soldier who was killed after being captured in Gaza due to an airstrike by the Israeli Air Force. Israeli media claims that this decision has been reversed and 600 aid trucks are supposed to enter today. By the way, Israel informed the UN that 300 aid trucks will be allowed to enter the Gaza Strip starting tomorrow, and fuel and gas would not be allowed. Israeli media claims the decision has now been reversed as of 9 hours ago, where 600 aid trucks are supposed to enter today, even though there's no evidence for it thus far, and that the Gaza Center for Human Rights has recorded 36 violations of the ceasefire, resulting in the martyrdom of 7 Palestinians, and only 137 trucks have entered Gaza so far. Some of the martyred prisoners returned by Israel show signs of field executions. They were blindfolded, they had bound arms, and Israel only had numbers on their bodies. Israel also then claims one of the deceased that was handed over doesn't belong to the Israeli prisoner. It doesn't belong to an Israeli prisoner, as we talked about earlier. The Al-Qassam Brigades confirmed that the body belongs to a soldier that was captured back in May 2024 during a resistance ambush in Jabalia. They published a video of this capture at the time. Following Trump's expression of support for the stabilization efforts, CENTCOM issued a statement demanding that Hamas cease the acts of violence both in its own areas and in areas secured by Israel, or in other words, they demanded the crackdown on collaborators and bandits end. Yeah, speaking of which, Israel didn't even bother to remove the evidence of executions, for the record, when they released some of the slain Palestinians. What's extraordinary about the story is that Israelis didn't even bother to remove the evidence of execution, bound hands, blindfolds, before handing the bodies back. Some of the bodies were crushed by tanks. Okay? Some of the bodies that Israel released were crushed by tanks. Some of them had been clearly executed with their hands bound. Yeah, this happened yesterday. Israeli occupation authorities transferred the bodies of 45 Palestinians to the International Committee of the Red Cross. This is impunity. This is how you operate when you do not care about anything, when you know that no one will do anything to you, okay? Where you just straight up give an international authority, a third party, evidence of your field executions that are completely illegal, like where you've executed prisoners of war. Some of which weren't armed combatants at all, as a matter of fact. Many of which were just straight up hostages. Anyway. So, footage of Al-Qassam Shadow Unit transferring 2 more deceased prisoners to the Red Cross moments ago. This happened an hour ago. Quds citing Channel 15, the Al-Qassam Brigades contacted the families of the Israeli prisoners on the day of their release through Israeli SIM cards, which are the video calls that everyone later saw. The SIM cards were placed by the army in locations outside Gaza to gather intelligence about the Israeli prisoners, but several of these SIM cards were activated just a few hours before the prisoner handover operation, and the families of the prisoners received phone calls from them. Pictures of the Qassam unit, not everyone is wearing the Shadow Unit patches, but I did see one of them. That's the Shadow Unit patch. I think there might be even a close-up as well. Anytime you see militants this up close, wearing their, obviously still hiding their faces, but like wearing what seems to look like combat gear, which they put on for ceremonial instances in most circumstances, you recognize that these are literally fucking like barely teenagers, okay? The Israeli captives have reported back to the Mossad that many of the people that were holding them fucking captive were lecturers, were teachers, were professors, were people that worked normal day-to-day shit. Okay? Now, obviously, if you're pro-Israel and you hear that and you go, the entire Palestinian society is Hamas. And to me, when I hear that, I think, yeah, no shit. What do you think is going to happen when people are forced to call to arms to defend themselves? Of course, these people don't want to fucking fight. These people don't want to take up arms. Do you think people want to run up to tanks in their fucking flip-flops and dump IEDs that they made from unexploded Israeli ordnance? No, they don't want to do that. They want to be cooks. They want to be teachers. They want to live their fucking regular lives. These are people who have been forced into this position. These are all the orphaned sons, okay? These are all the people that are taking up arms as an act of final desperation, who choose to die on their feet rather than die begging on their knees. I always think about that one guy who was like, I want to run and operate a gym. Like I think he was like one of those dudes from the West Bank, actually. He was one of the Tulkarm. I think he was in the Tulkarm brigades or something. I forget. But like, there was that one guy I think about all the time that was interviewed where he was like, I want to own and operate a gym. But like, this is what I have to do. This is to protect protect my loved ones. Fidel Castro, 1967. Revolutionaries didn't choose armed struggle as the best path. It's the path the oppressors imposed on the people. And so the people only have two choices, to suffer or to fight. If you're going to get shot and killed, some people make the decision to at least hold a weapon in the process, okay? Yeah, here, this is what I was talking about. Freed hostage, Nimrod Cohen said food in captivity ran low when aid to Gaza was blocked, father says. Testimony of the hostages undermines two Hosbert talking points, that there was no shortage of food in Gaza, that Hamas intentionally starved the hostages, but they won't care, they'll keep lying. But also the other testimony. Oh, this is the older. Oh yeah, he was a Jenin. He was a member of the Jenin Brigades, this guy.
Refugee camp to speak to a member of the Jenin Brigades. Resistance fighters like him were the main target of Israel's recent military assault on Jenin, its biggest in the occupied West Bank for 20 years.
This guy, for the record, this is the video I was talking about. This dude, for the record, is literally engaging in, once again, no holds barred, 1,000,000% totally legal and totally moral resistance against the illegal Israeli occupation in land that the international community recognizes belongs to Palestine and Palestinians. This is a person who is in the West Bank. This is not even Gaza, okay? This is a person who is in the West Bank, in his own internationally recognized territory, standing firmly and committed against the illegal and unjustifiable Israeli occupation, okay? Every single step that the Israeli occupational forces take in the West Bank is illegal. Every single step that he takes is perfectly moral, perfectly just, and perfectly legal, okay?
هو فشلوا انهم بدهم يعملوا اقتحام واسع ويعتقلوا اكبر عدد من المطاردين ويتم قتل اللي هو اللي راح يواجههم اللي هو اكبر عدد برضه من المطاردين. هذا الشيء فشل 100%.
He says he used to be a gym trainer, but life under Israeli occupation made him change course.
أكثر شغلة أثرت فيه اللي هو استشهاد صاحبي. من ناس تاريخ استشهاده بجوز 2013 استشهد، اثر فيه كثير يعني. احنا اللي عايشين مع اسرائيل واحنا بنقدر نقدر شو اسرائيل شو بدها. اسرائيل بدها كل فلسطين وبدها تقتل الشعب الفلسطيني وتشرده وبدها ايانا نبقى عبيد عندها. احنا نقاوم الاحتلال. مستحيل اسرائيل تعمل لنا حل ثاني غير المقاومه، انه حل سياسي او انه في هدنه او سلام. مستحيل. هسه لو تجيبي كل السلام اللي بالعالم وتحطيه بدولة اسرائيل راح تلاقيهم ثاني يوم بيعملوا مستوطنات، ثاني يوم بقتلوا، ثاني يوم بيأسروا، يعني بيأسروا نسوان وبنات صغار وشباب صغار اشبال. هو احنا اللي بنطلب من الشعب كله يكون ضد اسرائيل مش بس السلطه.
He says his dream is to see Palestine free so he can lead a regular life.
أعيش حياتي الطبيعية وبطش وبروح على البحر.
I would live my life. I would live my normal life and go out to enjoy myself. I would go to the beach. And I would do everything I wanted, whatever I desired. Palestine's nature is stunning, and I'm someone that loves to go out and see nature. So I'd go climb mountains and go to the beach. It's so crazy how this dynamic is not seen in the Western world. There's so much dehumanization that has taken root in American and Western consciousness, where we just look at these people and we think, yeah, these are dangerous, scary individuals. We never understand what the logical through line is as to why they engage in acts of resistance against Israeli occupation. Like, we don't consider them human beings. We don't consider them to have dreams. We don't consider them to want freedom, to want the most understandable need that every human being has, which is emancipation, sovereignty. They don't want to fucking go and fight, dude. They don't want to live inside of tunnels and shit. You think they want this? No, of course not. New from Channel 12 and Ravid. This shit is so exhausting and infuriating. In case you missed it, Hamas announced after the latest transfer that they will need time and special engineering equipment to find all the other bodies. More from Ravid. A senior American official, the U.S. wants to begin rebuilding the city of Rafah, which is not under Hamas control, and turn it into a model area that shows how the Strip can be without Hamas control, which is also where the Abu Shabab compound and passage is. Meanwhile, once again, Israel is still limiting the number of aid trucks allowed to enter Gaza. It's only permitting 300, half of the agreed number under the Trump plan. So Israel is back to its old ways, still putting the Palestinians on a diet, as they like to call it. The UN relief chief has said Israel must immediately open all the Gaza crossings. Tom Fletcher, the UN's Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, said in an interview with AFP that Israel should immediately open all crossings to allow aid into Gaza. We want this to happen now within the framework of a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. He is scheduled to visit the Rafah crossing on Thursday from the Egyptian side, the vital entry point that has remained closed for several months. Phantom Ambassador says the situation on the ground is complex. Israel knows that locating the bodies will take time. It is not something solved under pressure or in a few days. It requires time and equipment. The mediators have been informed and are convinced of that, and even the enemy knows the delay is not intentional. As I said, what benefit would we gain from hiding the remains of the dead? None whatsoever. Yeah, it's all fucking bad faith. It's all bad faith. This is the senior PIJ official that the chatter was relaying what he said. Senior Palestinian Islamic Jihad official Dr. Mohammed Al-Hindi, Deputy Secretary General of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad Movement, said, the resistance has requested assistance because the war was devastating. Israel dropped enormous bombs that flattened entire buildings. Some of the people who served as points of contact with the captives were themselves killed. The situation on the ground is complex. Israel knows that locating the bodies will take time. It is not something solved under pressure or in a few days. It requires time and equipment. The mediators have been informed and are convinced of that. And even the enemy knows the delay is not intentional. As I said, what benefit would we gain from hiding the remains of the dead? None whatsoever. Okay. And from what I understand, there are Turkish recovery teams that are being deployed into Gaza right now as well. In aiding in the process of discovery and extraction. So they're working around the clock to get these guys out, to get the captives out, the remains of the captives out, and help the Palestinian population find their loved ones under the rubble.
Palestinians believed to be armed gangs. What's going on there?
Hamas is killing them because they can. Israel has empowered with weapons and money gangs of Palestinians who were involved in mostly illegal activities in the past, and they've empowered them as an alternative to Hamas.
President Trump had this to say.
You know, they did take out a couple of gangs that were very bad, very, very bad gangs, and that didn't bother me much, to be honest with you.
The Palestinian Authority has condemned the Hamas executions as extrajudicial killings. President Trump also said yesterday...
Yeah, fucking Abbas. Maybe he should go in there. Maybe he should go to Gaza at his wonderful age of like 87 and help with the relief efforts, you know, if he's going to be ruling and overseeing the Gaza Strip. It's so crazy to me that one of the main belligerents here is the United States of America, and the American president is outflanking Mahmoud fucking Abbas, bro. That is crazy. I guess it's not that crazy when you think about it, because, you know, as I've said over and over again, Abbas is like, his approval is less than 7% in the eyes of the Palestinians. Now you know why, okay? Palestinians always fucking say over and over again that the PA and the Fatah party is seen as lower than fucking dirt. Your Hasanite brother had a pretty dumb take about this. Who's my Hasanite brother? Oh, you mean Mehdi Hasan? Yeah, I don't care about what Mehdi Hasan is saying, okay?
That Hamas must disarm and warn the group, and I quote, "We will disarm them and it'll happen perhaps quickly or perhaps violently." Tony?
Deborah Pata.
Guy Illouz was a sound technician for some of the biggest bands in Israel. Today, the sound check for his funeral procession.
You should be friends with Mehdi Hasan. You both have the same name. I am friends with Mehdi Hasan. And not because we have the same name. Okay? I don't, but I still sometimes have disagreements with Mehdi Hasan. It's okay. And it's normal and it's fine. Who cares?
The
26-year-old was shot by Hamas fighters at the Nova Festival, brought into Gaza critically wounded, held in Al-Shifa hospital, and died soon afterwards. On Monday, 2 years later, his body was released. No sound checks required in his hometown for this stereo sentiment.
Why she have to die so young? So I can't understand this.
Last night, the bodies of 4 people were released by Hamas and brought to the forensic center in Tel Aviv. But one of the bodies was not that of a hostage.
3 deceased captives have been identified at the National Center of Forensic Medicine. Staff Sergeant Tamir Nimrodi, Uriel Baruch, and Eitan Levy, may they rest in peace. They joined 4 deceased captives who were identified yesterday here: Guy Illouz, Bifin Joshi, Yossi Sharabi, and Captain Daniel Peretz, may they rest in peace. The remains of the 4th body that arrived yesterday from Gaza Strip is not associated with one of the deceased captives.
The future of the ceasefire and the fate of thousands of people could now depend on the scientific work being done in this center. During a previous exchange, Hamas handed over a body they said was that of a hostage, which turned out to be that of a Palestinian in Gaza. Now, if that sort of thing starts to happen this time round, it could actually derail the entire process. Last time round, the correct remains were handed over to Israel eventually. And in the last hour, Hamas has said they will hand over 2 hostages' bodies tonight. The text of the current ceasefire deal acknowledges that the location and identification of bodies will be difficult, but given the levels of distrust here, everything becomes more fragile.
Hamas, the terror organization, is required to uphold its commitments to the mediators and return all of our hostages as part of the implementation of this agreement. We will not compromise on this.
In Gaza, the bodies of dozens of Palestinians were returned by the Red Cross, released by Israel. Work to identify the deceased is ongoing. The setting, what's left of Gaza's health system. This afternoon, the funeral procession of Guy Illouz made its way along the highway to Tel Aviv, guards of honour on the overpasses, and finally to the Ra'anana cemetery. His father Michel arrived, surrounded by the embrace of a community who'd been waiting for this funeral for a long time. During the eulogy, he addressed the condition his son was returned to him in and spoke to Guy directly.
עמדתי בהבטחתי, הסתכלתי עליך, נשמתי אותך בפעם האחרונה, וכן, נשארתי אותך במצח, והצלחתי לראות את היופי שלך, גם במצב שבו חזרת אלינו. אוהב אותך גלייטות שלי, בני בחורי אהובי, תנוח על משכבך בשלום.
The end was a dignified affair for Guy Illouz and his family. Something so many others during this war can only dream of.
Now, Israel has now handed over the bodies of 90 Palestinians to Gaza's health ministry. Its forensics team says some of the bodies were still shackled and they bore signs of torture, like many of the Palestinians who were freed on Monday. The UN says the Israeli military continues to kill civilians around the lines its troops withdrew to. Harry Fawcett has this report, which contains some graphic images of injury.
Gaza's people have suffered through 2 years of Israeli bombardment, but since it stopped, there are other stories of suffering now being told by those who were taken from Gaza and held in Israeli custody. In December last year, an Israeli ground incursion targeted the Kamal Adwan hospital in the far north, calling it a Hamas stronghold, detaining its medical director, Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, and more than 200 others. Among them, 28-year-old Mahmoud Abu Foul, who came home to Gaza as part of the mass release on Monday. Home, now a tent, with a mother and brother he'd longed to see again, but now cannot. He lost a leg in an Israeli strike in 2015. He says his lack of mobility meant he wasn't able to leave the hospital, where he'd been seeking refuge when it was stormed.
After my arrest, they transferred us inside the Israeli territories to detention centres, where I was interrogated. I was beaten and tortured, and as a result of this, I lost my eyesight. The blows were mainly on my forehead and the back of my head.
It happened, he says, at the notorious Sde Teman detention centre. He says after one beating, he was left unconscious for 2 hours.
When I woke up, I couldn't see well, and soon after that, I completely lost my vision. The treatment was extremely bad and harsh. There was no medical care at all. They only gave me eye drops and ointment.
We put his accusations to the Israeli military. It has not responded. Like Israelis, Palestinians in Gaza are welcoming back the dead as well as the living. Israel returned 45 more bodies to Gaza today via the Red Cross. Our sources in Gaza suggest some of them were Hamas fighters killed inside Gaza at the beginning of the war. Others were blindfolded and handcuffed. Others bore marks suggesting they'd been run over by tanks.
The occupation forces had placed some of the bodies in refrigerators. Some of them are clearly identifiable, while others are difficult to recognize. We are waiting for the Red Cross to give us the names of these 45 martyrs.
And there were 2 more Palestinians killed today. The Israeli Air Force reportedly carrying out an airstrike in eastern Gaza City, in what Israel defines as a prohibited area near its military positions. Hamas is also killing Palestinians.
Yeah, the bodies that they returned, the bodies that Israel returned were bound and executed while bound, for the record. As in, they lined them up and they had handcuffed them or zip-tied them and then shot them in the head.
Palestinians engaging in gun battles with armed gangs, executing those it calls Israeli collaborators.
I don't know if they show this.
President Trump says he's okay with that for now, but insists they will, after a period, disarm or be disarmed. For now, Hamas is in charge in the territory Israel has withdrawn from, promising to hand over more Israelis' bodies tonight, while emphasizing the difficulty of locating remains in the ruins. Next to the ruins, there are some signs of recovery, markets being replenished, bakeries reopening, but deprivation is everywhere.
There are no homes at all, there's no shelter, nothing. We wake up in the morning and look for a sip of water to drink. If we want to eat, there's no money and no work to do. This isn't a lie.
Yeah, look upon the victims of Israel's barbarism, okay? Our attitude is so broken. The way we approach the subject matter in the Western world is so broken. We look at this guy because he doesn't speak the language and the color of his skin is brown. So we look at this guy and we think, even those who are pro-Palestine or say that they're pro-Palestine, look at a person like this and deep down inside still think like, okay, maybe he kind of deserves it. We do not have the same attitude towards Israel's barbarism. The people that did all of this, are the real barbarians, not the people who are on the receiving end. Okay? Turks killing Armenians is fine. There has never been a moment where I've said that that is appropriate at all, you fucking moron. This is what I mean. You're just on maximum cope. This is like you have nothing. You have nothing. You understand that you have nothing. You have no leg to stand on. So you have to just turn around and be like, well, now that's whataboutism, by the way, for the record. If you guys want to know what whataboutism is, it's not when you actually compare this current contemporary resistance movement and its actions against collaborators to previous historical resistance movements and their actions against collaborators. Whataboutism is when I'm talking about Israel's genocidal actions and its impact, and someone turns around and goes, what about the Armenian genocide? Which I don't even I don't even say is fake or anything like that. The implication is that I deny it, right? Because I'm Turkish when I don't. That is whataboutism.
The UN says more still than the 600 trucks a day being promised are now needed. Israel now reported to be preparing to reopen the Rafah crossing from Egypt to Gaza to both trucks and Palestinian citizens tomorrow.
Well, joining me now is Arab Barghouti. His father is the Palestinian political leader Marwan Barghouti, who is currently still serving 5 life sentences in an Israeli...
Yeah. Also, we got new information on Marwan's conditions. It seems that he was actually tortured. Marwan Barghouti was assaulted in Israeli custody. Palestinian Prisoners Media Office said senior Fatah leader Marwan Barghouti lost consciousness and suffered 4 broken ribs after being beaten by Israeli guards during his transfer from Rimon to Megiddo prison in mid-September. The office accused a special Israeli suppression unit of carrying out the assault. Barghouti, imprisoned since 2002 and serving multiple life sentences, was excluded from the October 2025 Gaza prisoner exchange despite repeated resistance demands for his release. On Israel's fear of his release, Marwan Barghouti, imprisoned since 2002, has long been regarded as the most popular Palestinian leader after Yasser Arafat and a rare unifying figure across factions. His influence has made him a central demand in every major prisoner exchange and a red line for Israel, which has repeatedly refused to free him. In August, Israel's far-right minister Itamar Ben-Gvir stormed Barghouti's cell, threatening him directly on camera. That fat fuck. Rights groups have said his repeated beatings, isolation, and public humiliation reflect Israel's fear of his political stature and the growing unity his name inspires among Palestinians. This is Marwan's son, Arab Barghouti.
The jail, he is described by his supporters as being the only leader who could win an election outright amongst Palestinians. Thank you for joining us. At one point, it was thought that your father would be released. Can you tell me what happened?
I think what happened that the Israeli government has made it very clear with a clear statement and an announcement that they don't want a political solution. They just want the cycle of violence to continue on this land. I think that everyone understands that my father represents a political solution. He's someone who has been a supporter for a political solution, a two-state solution for decades now. We've talked about this a few weeks ago. And this is exactly what the Israeli government doesn't want. Since he's been in prison, more than 800 Palestinians have been released with life sentences, with more, as you know, according to them, more security complicated cases. But with my father, they refused to release him because he has a political vision that is, first of all, accepted by the Palestinian people, trusted by the Palestinian people, but more importantly, accepted by the international community. They don't want
I did ask David Mensa, the Israeli government spokesman, about your father's case a few days ago, and he said Marwan Barghouti is no Nelson Mandela. You know, he is a multiple convicted criminal.
The irony, of course, is that Marwan Barghouti is... First of all, Marwan Barghouti is exactly like Nelson Mandela in that same vein, because Nelson Mandela was also apprehended and arrested for the exact same fucking purpose, for the exact same reasons. And as far as I understand, like, Jeremy Scahill said that Barghouti had led resistance efforts, but from what I understand, I don't think he actually engaged in any sort of direct armed conflict.
I mean, a government that has faces like Ben Gvir and Smotrich and Netanyahu, I don't think that they're eligible or qualified to come and, to evaluate people. My father has been called the Palestinian Mandela for the struggle that he's struggled for the Palestinian people. And as I said, he has a very clear political vision. It's not like...
And yes, Mandela's conditions in prison were better than Barghouti's. That is for sure. The hit is in for Marwan Barghouti. Freed prisoner Mahmoud al-Arada told El Arabi TV that Marwan Barghouti, the veteran Fatah leader, widely seen as a singular unifying political figure, is the number one targeted prisoner in the system. He said that from the moment the war began, a war began against Marwan and against his family. Ben Gvir, he added, personally entered Barghouti's cell and told him, "You will go out in a wheelchair. We will execute you." After 8 months in solitary confinement at Rimon, Barghouti was transferred to the Megiddo prison, which El Arada described as a real slaughterhouse where major crimes are taking place. He said the hit is there for Barghouti. Earlier today, the Palestinian Prisoners Media Office reported Barghouti lost consciousness and suffered 4 broken ribs after being brutalized by Israeli guards during his transfer from Rimon to Megiddo prison mid-September. Fucking animals, dude. Straight up. Anyway, meanwhile, as far as like the Hamas end of the bargain on the ceasefire, according to the Trump administration, 2 advisors of President Trump told reporters they don't think Hamas has violated the agreement yet regarding the bodies of the hostages. They said there is no heavy equipment in Gaza that is needed for such an effort. It's almost impossible for Hamas to reach all the dead hostages, one of the advisors said. So, once again, in the strangest circumstances, it is actually the Trump administration that is holding on to the continuation of the ceasefire. It gives me a little bit of confidence. It gives me a little bit of confidence that, like, it is currently the Trump administration that is maintaining this line, shockingly enough, instead of giving Israel the opportunity to claim, that they're actually violating the ceasefire so they can go back and do whatever the fuck they want. Now, having said that, will this hold? I do not know. Okay? I do not think that this will hold. I worry that Donald Trump will allow Israel to violate it violate the ceasefire in such spectacular fashion that they. Oh. Yeah, I got my food. What made you less optimistic over the last couple of days? The breaches from Israel? Yes. Also, I just don't trust Israel. I haven't been optimistic about this at all. I've never been really all that optimistic about this process because, like I said, I do not trust Israel.
We're going to begin with a fragile ceasefire in Gaza that is holding for now.
Like when they say fragile ceasefire, it's really interesting because like they don't actually say it's a fragile ceasefire because of Israel, even though that is the reason why it's fragile. Like this is not a fragile ceasefire because of Hamas or anything. This is a fragile ceasefire because of Israel and Israel alone.
Now, in spite of new challenges, Israel claims this morning that one of the 4 bodies that Hamas handed over yesterday is actually not a hostage. Hamas has sent gunmen into the streets of Gaza, and there are images showing executions of people that the group calls collaborators and outlaws. Well, President Trump gave Hamas a stark warning yesterday. In his words, he says, if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. We'll have more on that in just a minute. But first, we're going to go to Tony. He's still in Tel Aviv, where he got an exclusive interview with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, Tony, I know you were due to fly back yesterday, but I say getting an exclusive with Mr. Netanyahu is worth sticking around for one more day. Good morning to you.
Yeah, this was big, Gail, so we did stick around, and we met up with the Prime Minister at Rabin Medical Center just after sunset. That's just outside of Tel Aviv here. And we watched as he and the First Lady visited with the newly reunited hostages and their families there. But we also looked ahead beyond Israel's borders.
Yeah, our exclusive with Mr. Hitler. Very, very fun times, you know? I bet Double Cirque Tony fucking loves that opportunity. He's like, my goat, Mr. Adolf. You are so incredible.
On this current ceasefire to Palestinians' future.
Who is going to govern Gaza? The only names mentioned are Donald Trump and Tony Blair. Is Tony Blair going to be the president of Gaza?
I doubt it, but I think that this is a transitional period, and we want to fashion a governance that works, that is not made of people who are committed to our destruction. Because if we put them there, then we'll just repeat it again and again and again. And we don't want to have the October 7th massacre repeated.
How do you de-radicalize the population in Gaza that wants to fight? You've got thousands of young men who have just spent 2 years enduring brutal war or fighting in this brutal war. And on the back of that,
how do you de-radicalize Gaza is such an arrogant display of Western chauvinism, but expected from the now Barry Weiss-controlled pro-Israel dish rag that is CBS News, which, of course, Tony DeKoppel was already a pro-Israel actor from the start, if you remember. It's just so unacceptable. How do we de-radicalize the victims of a genocide and not the genocidaires? Incredible. What do you expect from the likes of Double Cirque Tony?
Generations of struggle.
I think that you have to understand that Gaza is not uniform. There are Gazans who are fighting Hamas and who are saying, we don't want this anymore. And a lot of people in Gaza now know that Hamas has brought catastrophic consequences to them because of its fanaticism. The most important thing in destroying fanaticism is to destroy a certain hope, the hope that the fanaticism will achieve its results. when people know Israel is here to stay. You're not going to destroy the Jewish state.
One thing we didn't touch on is the latest apparent disruption in aid into Gaza, because that bit of news came to us after our conversation. But we talked about a lot, and we're going to have more of it at the 7:30 half hour, including what it was like working with President Trump and also what comes next in this fragile ceasefire.
We have more now of Tony's wide-ranging, exclusive conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So they spoke at a hospital just outside Tel Aviv, where the Prime Minister and his wife met newly returned hostages and their families. Tony joins us once again from Tel Aviv. Tony?
Good morning, Gail.
It's pretty crazy that this motherfucker, this evil motherfucker literally just said, yes, we want to kill the hope of Palestinian self-determination, straight up. Like, he just said it. It's not like, it's not a read between the lines situation. He just straight up said, we must kill the hope of the Palestinians in terms of self-determination. And we still wonder who the evil party is here.
In a blunt moment, we asked the Prime Minister point blank what it would take for him to consider Israel's many conflicts to be over. And he responded in part, quote, the way to purchase peace is through strength. And it was military strength, at least as much as diplomacy, that he believes allowed Israel to win back the hostages that we met face to face just last night.
Everybody in Israel since the last time I was here seems so relieved. Do you feel relieved?
I feel both relieved and very moved.
We watched late Tuesday as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah moved room to room, visiting 5 returned hostages and their families on their first full day back together. Each described an ordeal of long hours underground, limited sunlight, and scarce food. Avi Natan Or, for example, the partner of another hostage, Noah Argamani, lost at least 60 pounds in Hamas captivity.
I'm learning that they didn't lose hope, that they believe that one way or the other will get them out.
Now it's a question of whether this moment of hope for Israel and the region can last.
Mr. Trump says the war is over, but clearly the war is not over. The IDF is deployed to sections of Gaza still, and Hamas is still on the streets of Gaza. How can you say the war is over?
Well, we agreed to give peace a chance. The conditions in his 20-point plan are very clear. It's not only that we get the hostages out without getting our military out, but that we would subsequently have both demilitarization and disarmament. They're not the same thing. First, Hamas has to give up its arms. And second, you want to make sure that there are no weapons factories inside Gaza. There's no smuggling of weapons into Gaza. We also agreed, okay, let's get the first part done. And now let's give a chance to do the second part peacefully, which is my hope.
You just mentioned how closely you're working with Donald Trump on this. He took some digs at you, as he often does with people, during his speech at the Knesset.
He's not the easiest guy to deal with, but that's what makes him great.
Why does he say you're so hard to work with?
Well, I hope he says that because I'm very tough on the matters that pertain to my country's future. It is always the responsibility of the leader of the Jewish state to make sure that the Jewish state is never imperiled with its very existence. That's why I did the things I did.
There was a poll that came out recently in America finding that just 14% of Americans under 30 say their sympathies lie with Israel and with the Israeli people. You are losing young people across the political spectrum in America and across the world. Is there a fix for that?
I think so. I think the first fix is to finish the war as speedily as possible, something that I have sought to do against all these contrarian propaganda. Of course I want to end the war. Who wants it to continue? I've been to war myself. I've been in battles. My brother died leading the historic rescue at Entebbe for the release of hostages.
I'm aware.
You have to be crazy to want wars to prolong. So
yeah, you just got to buy TikTok. You got to buy TikTok and wage war on information.
So
First,
ending
you want
the
to
war.
end it. You end the war speedily, because in the TikTok age and in the television age, letting wars go on too long is going to cost you precisely what it costs you. There's a real battle on the social media. It's a big battle, not simple.
It is.
So it's a battle for truth, really.
It's also a battle of messaging, of ideas. And there's a big idea that the world talks about and that America talks about, the two-state solution, something that you used to talk about, but not anymore. How come?
When I talked about it, it wasn't the proposition that people give. They assume, okay, there are two sovereign states, and a sovereign state has, for example, military power, it can make covenants. The Palestinians should have all the powers in a peaceful day to govern themselves. But they can't have the powers to threaten our survival. That sovereign power of security must remain with Israel. Because otherwise, the jihadists take over. Iran takes over immediately. And that's what happened every time we vacated territory. The most extreme fanatics came in. And people said to me, but that's not...
Do you still believe saying that Israel's most popular day today is, and so on? Yes. Yes. I do not believe that they will be able to recover their approval rating. They will try, but I think given the ways in which they will try through media manipulation and whatnot, it will only invoke more of an aggressive response towards those initiatives. They're far too arrogant and far too fascistic.
You know, that's not a perfect state. And I said, you're right. But it's perfectly aligned with reality.
So is that a reality you can imagine existing?
Well, it's a reality that if you had Palestinian governance that stopped teaching their kids to destroy the state of Israel, obviously if you have that and they educate them for peace, then I think you can have a different reality. But even under that reality, this could take generations. Israel has to be in control of the military power to prevent our destruction.
And I'll add just one more thing, guys, as I toss it back to you in New York. Just before we started rolling on that interview, I mentioned to the Prime Minister that his obituary, after the success of the last few days, will look very different today than it would have looked like 2 years ago. And he said in part, it's not his obituary that he's concerned about, it's his country's, which underscores once again, for Netanyahu, many of Israel's problems feel existential. And as we think about what's coming next in the ceasefire and for the future of the whole region, I think that's a real insight into his mindset as he looks out onto the world.
Tony, well done. I know that new information is coming.
Brother, you're an American citizen. I understand the zealotry of a convert, which Tony is. That's why we call him Tony Double Circ, because he got an adult circumcision after converting to Judaism. But god damn, dude, get his dick out of your fucking mouth. It's just like, is this his attempt to try to rekindle his former relationship with his previous Israeli wife? Is that what happened? For those of you who don't know, Tony had a Israeli wife. The only reason why we know all this, by the way, is because he volunteered this information, for the record. He married an Israeli woman, had kids with an Israeli woman, and in the process of that marriage, he literally went and converted to Judaism and got a second circumcision, an adult circumcision, and his wife still divorced him and took the kids to Israel, from what I understand. He's now married to someone else. After all that work, man.
Now, minute by minute, but
and he thinks, I guess he thinks that, you know, if he glazes Benjamin Netanyahu, perhaps his wife, his first wife, will let him see the kids again. I don't know. because it doesn't make any fucking sense otherwise to behave like this. Anyway, let me shut off all of these like dumb fuck links and stuff. Yeah, we got another neo-Nazi outed, another Republican neo-Nazi outed. But let's get back to domestic Israel behavior. Clashes between ICE agents and protesters are escalating in Chicago.
This morning, tensions running high in multiple areas around President Trump's immigration crackdown. Overnight, Los Angeles County declaring a state of emergency in response to ICE raids. Officials voting to clear the way for financial assistance for residents they say have been negatively impacted by immigration raids. While in Chicago, clashes on the streets getting heated. Homeland Security says federal officers faced a hostile crowd after an undocumented immigrant rammed a Border Patrol vehicle while trying to flee an immigration operation. After a pursuit, agents crashed into the vehicle to stop it and arrested the suspects when a crowd grew. Chicago police responded to the scene and say some people threw objects at federal agents who deployed tear gas, exposing some in the crowd, including 13 Chicago police officers.
This type of escalation is what is going to cause harm. It's not the people of Chicago, but it's the federal agents.
It's the latest flare-up during the Trump administration's so-called Operation Midway Blitz. DHS posting this video celebrating 1,500 immigration-related arrests in the Chicago area since early September.
All of these cities, we want to clean them up.
But the dramatic confrontations come as Homeland Security officials are warning Mexican drug cartels are now offering cash bounties to target ICE officers and other federal agents, including $5,000 to $10,000 for kidnapping or assaulting officers, and up to $50,000 for the assassination of high-ranking officials.
Our message to the cartels and these criminal rings, we're not backing down.
Now, back to the clashes that you saw here in Chicago yesterday. One of those detained was a 50.
There's something so funny about local police constantly getting a taste of their own fucking medicine by federal law enforcement. Like, it is, maybe this will cause them to really reconsider how they operate. I doubt it. Maybe this will cause them to take a more aggressive and defensive posture with respect to the local population against ICE activity. But it is pretty funny. I mean, look, there's a lot of hog-on-hog violence that takes place, it seems.
15-year-old boy, an American citizen. His attorneys say he was zip-tied for hours but released overnight. Governor Pritzker pointing to his arrest among many, saying that DHS needs to answer for what he's calling unchecked attacks on Chicago residents. Savannah?
All right, Shaq, thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning.
Bro, by the way, ICE apprehended an American citizen twice. They're also now issuing tickets to Americans that don't have, in their minds, the proper paperwork on them at all times. ICE literally apprehended an American citizen twice on the job site. They went to a job site, apprehended a dude, found out that the dude was fucking American, an American citizen. They released him, and then they fucking did it again. The same dude, Chad.
Authorities in Los Angeles County declaring a state of emergency over federal immigration raids. The declaration allows local officials to provide funding and assistance for families, workers, and small businesses impacted by ICE raids. And in Chicago, a dramatic crash led to a chaotic confrontation between...
Yeah, this was another one where ICE literally got into a car crash on their own and then lied about it. They just keep lying about every incident.
Residents and federal officers. Homeland Security officials say an undocumented immigrant inside that vehicle tried to flee an arrest, ramming into a Border Patrol vehicle, leading to a chase. Agents crashing into the SUV, they say, to try to stop it. 2 people then fleeing on foot, both eventually arrested. A crowd at the scene growing hostile, throwing eggs and rocks, agents firing tear gas. That confrontation highlighting increased tensions. Homeland Security officials say they're seeing intelligence that Mexican cartels are attempting to track, harass, and target Immigration and Border Patrol agents with violence. In a statement, the department warned the cartels are offering $2,000 for gathering intelligence on federal officials and their families, $5,000 to
bullshit. Why the fuck would the cartels actually try to dox and take out ICE agents when ICE agents are literally no longer trying to apprehend or disrupt cartel activity at the fucking border? I cannot explain this enough. The Trump administration's interior removal operations are the greatest gift that you could give to the fucking cartels. They literally have free reign to do whatever the fuck they want. Because the dudes, federal law enforcement, is too busy apprehending random Americans of Mexican descent. They're not busy taking down the cartel, which, by the way, if they wanted to, they'd have to, I guess, call up the DEA office and be like, hey, you guys need to dial it back on your drug trafficking, please, or the CIA. But everything that they're doing right now is actually completely against regular ass people that exist within the confines of the United States of America and unironically do not impede cartel activity at all. So why the fuck would the cartel be like, oh man, we hate that they're, deporting random day laborers? Yeah. They must hate that you guys are spending all your time, effort, and energy on deporting random people at fucking court hearings. That's what's really threatening the cartel, because everyone knows famously rugged cartel operators are always getting apprehended at their fucking immigrant court hearings, dude. Yeah. Famous haven for cartel activity on U.S. soil. The Home Depot parking lot. Famous cartel safe haven. Famous hive of cartel activity. The factory floor. The Hyundai factory. That is comprised of immigrant Korean workers that have proper documentation, just not the appropriate one for what they are currently being tasked to do at the directive of the American government. Why the fuck would the cartels be like, oh man, we hate this shit? They love this shit.
$10,000 for kidnapping or non-lethal assaults and up to $50,000 for the assassination of high-ranking officials.
What is this? I looked into the bounties thing and the most I saw was one alleged gang member posting about it on Snapchat with no evidence shown or defense attorney contacted. It's definitely not fucking cross-guild. New details revealed on alleged murder for hire scheme targeting Border Patrol chief in Chicago. The I-team was in federal court Tuesday as Juan Espinoza Martinez made his first appearance that he was arrested on Monday in Burr Ridge by a cadre of federal law enforcement, including the DEA, FBI, ATF, Border Patrol, and Homeland Security Investigations offices. Espinoza Martinez, who goes by the street name Monkey, is accused of offering a bounty to members of the Chicago Latin Kings street gang to kill Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bovino, according to the complaint. Bovino has been front and center in multiple Chicago immigration enforcement operations over the last several weeks. On Operation Midway Blitz, a street gang is a formidable organization. We know that. We know how much mayhem they can cause. But they're really no match for the power of the federal government. If there's any evidence against them, it's taking an awfully big risk, said ABC7 chief legal analyst Gil Soffer. So one random fucking dude running his mouth on Snapchat is like the official line of the Mexican cartels. Homeland Security Investigations Chicago says it received a screenshot of a Snapchat conversation seen from a confidential source with a photo of Bovino and the bounties for murder and information with the letters LK appearing to link the messages of the Latin King Street gang in the city. Soffer said federal prosecutors... Okay, so one guy running his mouth to a fucking confidential informant on Snapchat. That's amazing. Amazing. The complaint alleges that he was not only a member of the Latin Kings, but he was directing the solicitation to other members of the Latin Kings. According to the filing, after Customs and Border Protection officers opened fire on a woman over the weekend, Espinoza Martinez also instructed members of the Latin King gang to bring guns and deploy gang members in response. You got gang members that are doing drive-bys on the weekends for free, so offer 10 grand, and you might actually get one of these knuckleheads that would take him up on it, said retired Chicago Police Lieutenant John Garrido, who spent 3 decades with the Chicago Police Department. He said, when it comes to the feds, Chicago street gangs don't know what they're up against, adding, he's in for a rude awakening, and that should send a message to all these other gang members, you're dealing with a different type of law enforcement now. The rules of engagement are different. The penalties are different. The laws, the federal laws, are a lot tougher than our local laws are, and you're actually going to do some time if you're convicted. Espinoza Martinez is facing 10 years in prison if convicted. Prosecutors said in a court he's originally from Mexico and in the country illegally, entering at an unknown date and time. He's being held in federal custody until at least Friday, when he will have a bond hearing. Picture the feds took with the supposed Latin Kings leader, whose wife says he's being framed, is 100% inspired by the IDF. Oh my God, yeah, they have their faces away from the camera because they know what they're doing is like most likely illegal and unconstitutional. Notable that even if he made the post they say he did, their case seems to hinge on the idea that he's a high-ranking leader of the Latin Kings with the realistic ability to take out hits on government officials, which seems very unlikely. He also appears to be a DACA recipient. Juan Espinoza, never in my life have I been so scared. The thought of leaving my family for no reason gave me fucking strength. 0 felonies, 0 record. And thank you, San Juditas, for keeping me calm. I'm home. The thought of leaving my family for fucking Trump, the granddaughter, wake up call. Oh, and then Gallos, I was just stopped in the Ville, 27 in Drake. No pude grabar, pero usen cualquier credencial que pedan si ayuda. DACA helps. It was this close. I don't know if he's actually DACA or not. It'd be very difficult for him to be, in any way, shape, or form, be a part of the Latin Kings while also being DACA. Because DACA recipients, DACA, first of all, if he's Puerto Rican, he doesn't need DACA. He's an American citizen. Okay? And I don't think Latin Kings are a Mexican gang to begin with. Secondly, DACA recipients are under constant fucking supervision and constant surveillance. If they have anything, even a blemish on their criminal record, they lose their status. Bro, DACA recipients literally cannot exit the country. What are we talking about? in order to maintain your DACA status, you have to straight up show exemplary work in your schooling and then get a job. It is one of the most insanely stringent. It is one of the most insanely stringent processes of all time, especially considering that these people were deferred action on childhood arrivals, as in they were brought into the country when they were a child. Okay? As in, they were brought in the country as a child and only have known the United States of America as their nation. Many of them do not speak another language. They only speak English, and they've never left the country. I was a DACA recipient, and I was consistently reapplying, and even a school fight in elementary made me afraid I would not be able to get it. Yeah. It's a costly process. I think a lot of people don't understand, like, also amnesty for all DACA recipients is like 95% or something. Like, it's never. Yeah, David Dobrik is a DACA recipient. He's a dreamer, for those of you who don't know. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that to like criticize the plan, but he can't be both is my argument. My argument is not, he's a DACA recipient and Latin King. I'm saying he can't be both. He's either a DACA recipient and not a high-level Latin Kings gang member, or he is a high-level Latin Kings gang member, which I think is unlikely, and not a DACA recipient. Okay? David Dobrik. David Dobrik is a Latin king. Exactly. Today I learned that ICE has this power. Welcome to the show me your papers phase of American fascism. Yep. ICE take a Chicago man with legal residency $130 for not having his papers on him. It's not fair. I'm a resident. U.S. law requires lawful permanent residents to carry their green card. Okay. That is fucking ridiculous. That's where we're at. We're officially at the show me your papers part of American fascism. Latin Kings are a gang created in the U.S., not a foreign gang, and definitely not a cartel. No, I know that it's like a homegrown American gang. In any case, he still can't be both DACA and a Latin king at the same time. I mean, all of the DACA dreamers in this chat currently that are either currently dreamers or were formerly DACA recipients who like finally got residency or some level of like additional legal protection will tell you that you cannot be DACA and also simultaneously engage in any kind of crime. Even a minor blemish on your record will literally cause the federal government to drop your fucking immigration status. It's crazy. Careful using the word gang for American orgs and cartel for non-American is a very intentional distinction in mainstream media. Yeah. You can be both, just don't get caught. Okay. All right. Well, it's very difficult is my point because you're like constantly under heavy scrutiny. You're constantly under probation, basically. Former green card holder here. It was always a requirement to carry your green card, but that's fucking stupid because it costs $600 to replace and takes 1 year if you lose or damage it. It might be quicker now. The Gestapo might be enforcing it, but the law isn't new. No, I understand. I understand it. It's just still silly, okay? There's leniency under this kind of stuff. It's ridiculous. Then again, ICE activity in apprehensions and detentions is literally an illegal gray area because technically ICE and the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol technically are not legally allowed to detain you or arrest you if you're an American citizen. But They can suspect you of not being an American citizen, and that's enough for them to actually detain you. And the only way that you can prove to an ICE agent or a Customs and Border Patrol agent that you're an American citizen is if you show them your identification. But what if you don't have your identification? You don't actually legally have to show them your identification because they legally can't detain you. You're an American citizen. Sometimes people with state IDs show their state IDs, and ICE says, well, that's not enough. That's not enough to prove that you're an American citizen. What do? The reality of the matter is, ICE gets to take advantage of this severe violation of the Fourth Amendment with regular frequency because it is far too costly and virtually impossible to successfully prosecute an ICE detention, an illegal ICE apprehension and detention. That's it. That's the reason why they get away with it. There are some instances like that one business owner who got brutalized by ICE when ICE was doing a raid in his place of business where they tried to hit him with an obstruction of justice charge. That guy will most likely be able to get some money out of ICE, but it's not enough for them to really reconsider their modus operandi. Because in most circumstances, most courts will either give you very little penalties or very little awards for being falsely apprehended. And in the process of seeing the court case, by that point, it's just not even a fucking, it's not even a big deal. It's a larger ordeal to try and sue ICE and even successfully sue ICE than it is to just eat it. It's crazy. And that is precisely the reason why they can de facto illegally detain American citizens.
By now, you have probably seen these action-style videos that DHS has been posting on social media to promote its on-the-ground operations across the country. The latest one was posted last night, and it features what they call Operation Midway Blitz. It's an operation that started in September. DHS said it would target the worst of the worst in the state of Illinois. But taking a closer look at the video will tell you a different story. You see how DHS claims here that 1,500-plus criminals have been arrested in Chicago and the suburbs since the operation started? Well, their own most recent press release, marking 1,000 arrests, provided details for only 10 men with documented criminal backgrounds. Only 10. That's roughly 1% of those detained.
Christ.
And here's what DHS isn't telling you. Some of the people they're arresting have no criminal records at all.
Yeah. Yeah, the worst of the worst, man. 1,000 people apprehended, 10 people, worst of the worst. Oh, is Kai not a prop today? No, you missed it. She was a prop earlier. You missed it, chatter. You want me to bring her back in here? Because I can if you want.
Let's rewind to the 22-second mark in this video. This scene.
I like that none of that actually makes people reconsider whether or not they were wrong. They just immediately assume, oh, I'm actually releasing her from her prison. They don't. When Kaya's not around, they go, oh, Kaya's not around. I guess you released her from her prison. And when she's around, they're like, oh, Kaya's still in her prison. It doesn't seem like you care about the welfare and well-being of my dog. And you're more invested in tripling down, quadrupling down on the delusion that every time you see anything on stream, it's actually only advancing the delusion for you.
Was filmed at a bakery in Cicero, Illinois last Tuesday. And I know this because I arrived at that scene 20 minutes after it happened. And we obtained surveillance video showing Border Patrol agents arriving in unmarked vehicles surrounding the men who, by the way, were just drinking coffee outside of the bakery. You see the coffee cups right there? This man is Daniel Cabrera, a 30-year-old mechanic with children who was about to open his own car shop. As you can see in the DHS footage, Cabrera ran inside, agents pinned him to the ground, they dragged him out of the bakery, and then they drove him away. DHS later told us that Cabrera's only offenses were being undocumented and evading arrest. US. This is Mario Martinez. He's lived in the US for over 30 years. DHS says he does have a criminal record. But when Border Patrol arrested him, they presented no warrant, according to 3 witnesses. His family says that while he has made mistakes in the past, he had, quote, no issues with the law in the past 10 years. One last thing DHS didn't include in this video is this. That same day, just blocks away in Berwyn, Border Patrol arrested 53-year-old Maricela Rosales, a mother of 3, on her way to the local market to buy ingredients to make a stew. According to DHS, she has no criminal record and has lived in the United States for 30 years. DHS likely has footage of her arrest too, because their go-to videographer was near the scene. There he is right there. While DHS is trying to glorify and justify its work with these cop-style videos, when you look a little closer, it might not be exactly what they're presenting.
Yes, I've seen the ICE raids in Walgreens. Older white agent tackles black man to the ground, arrests him for running. He's a U.S. citizen. He's American, a woman yells. He's my brother-in-law. Store location was forced to close because of everything with ICE. Manager told the rest of the customers. Don't you feel like this is an environment of security, though? I mean, I feel so secure. I feel so incredibly secure, man. So safe.
Fuck out of here. Real Americans don't want to. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking Nazi. Get the fuck out of here. He's American. He's a citizen. He's a citizen. Why are you running? Because you saw you. He's a citizen.
Why are you running? I don't know. Because you're a fucking masked Nazi. You're armed to the fucking gills, and you're looking to behave in a violent manner. Why wouldn't anybody run in that situation? Like, it's so crazy. Why are you running? I don't know, because you're fucking scary, dude. You're a psychopath. You're chasing me. Why are you running? I don't know. Maybe because your boot is on my spine right now, and it was actually totally appropriate for me to run away from you. Why are you scared if you're an American citizen? I'm just simply here to tackle you. Who the fuck wants to be tackled? Do you want to be tackled? This motherfucker's white hair, bro. What if I just walked up to you randomly and was masked and just tackled you, okay? Started chasing you and then beat the shit out of you. Would you be comfortable in that situation? No, of course not. This is the problem. People do not understand that, like, just because someone is wearing a fucking badge, and in many instances, they don't even show that badge, by the way, so we don't even know, because sometimes they're plain clothes. Like, just because someone is a member of law enforcement, that we just assume that they're not human beings. Like, they're human beings. There is no world where another human being does this to you, and then you think, oh, my bad, it's great. Thank you. Thank you for doing this.
He's a citizen. That's my brother-in-law. Get the fuck away from me. You don't know what's going on, so get the fuck back.
No, I think she knows what's going on better than you do, dumbass. She clearly knows what the fuck is up. A lot better than you do. As a matter of fact. Hello. What's happening? Don't go in there. No. You always go in there. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. She just always try to hook underneath the wires for some weird reason. She loves being under the wires. Hey. What's happening? What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? Most abused dog ever on Twitch. The funniest thing is, like, if they saw me wrestle with her, they probably would think I'm abusing her, not realizing that she beats my ass, being 120 pounds. Yes, Gaia craves the lightning. She craves it. She loves the lightning. She's the correct way for a body. Okay, chat. Let's be for fucking real. Okay? she's fat. If I can't fat shame my dog, I mean, this is no longer a free country, okay? What are we doing here? Are you even in her weight class, Hasan? I think not. 120-pound dog is like a fucking 300-pound human. By the way, I follow this account because they're good at sharing videos of ICE encounters, but I look closer at their PFP and I'm pretty sure it's an AI photo of themselves with Bernie and AOC. It's so bizarre. I love that.
Back up! Back the fuck up! Back up! That's my brother-in-law.
So dainty, Hasan, 120-pound dog. Yeah, she is anything but dainty. Will you ever get a cat? No, my dog literally has the qualities of a cat. Like, she embodies the qualities of a cat. As you saw her quietly walk back to her cot to lay down. She does have chow chow in her. Yes, she has a lot of cat-like qualities. This is her show. She runs the show. Shut up. No, she doesn't. No, she is. She does. Additional footage filmed after ICE agents handcuffed a man and took him away in SUVs. A line of local customers just trying to buy basic necessities, but Walgreens is closed due to ICE. This is Chicago. This is crazy. The woman filming laments.
I'm trying to get some dishwashing liquid. They saying it's closed due to ice. Are y'all gonna open up soon?
Okay, I gotta look at their fucking PFP now. Jesus Christ. What is this? Open. What is this PFP, bro? I've never seen Bernie that happy in my life, okay? I've never seen Bernard that fucking happy, smiling from ear to ear in my dang life. That's gotta be AI, bro. That's gotta be AI. Why did the account make this their PFP? I mean, respect. Long time reader, first time tweeter. History may not repeat, but it does often rhyme. Home of the Today in History news features. This is funny. Anyway, here's more ICE agents getting yelled at compilations. ICE Border Patrol threatening to arrest a cyclist for following and recording in Chicago. He's just like, oh God, I love watching fat ICE agents with all their gear fucking try to hustle after cyclists and shit. You hear that? You hear that? Look at this. Look. Hi. Hello. What? Oh, you heard something else. Okay. Her tail is flinching. Poor girl. I know, because I'm shocking her. I'm electrocuting her to fucking flinch her tail. It's okay. She's a cat. You are right. Oh no, she 100%. It's like she is an incredibly confident dog and very stubborn too. She just lives life on her own speed. I love this new level of Kaya's lore. No, I've said this before. I've said this quite a bit, as a matter of fact, that she's basically like a cat. Like a 120-pound cat. Obviously not as violent, because like I feel like a 120-pound cat would have killed me. But yeah, no, she just lives life on her own speed. Look at her. Look. What? What? Okay. I'll fucking give you belly rubs. God damn it. Okay. Would you get a cat? No. Dogs kill more people than cats. Dogs are the third in a list of animals that kill human beings. Stop doing anti-cat propaganda. Yes, because cats are fucking tiny. So it's virtually impossible for them to kill people. If a cat was the size of Kaya, she would not be a cat. She would be like a tiger. Okay? And yes, if a cat was the size of Kaya and behaved cat-like qualities, they would literally kill mad people, as a matter of fact. Have you ever been around a cat? A cat will fuck you up when they're like pocket-sized. Cats, on the other hand, do kill. They just kill birds. That's why you're not supposed to leave them out. There can't be outside cats. Cats by nature are more aggressive than dogs, 100%. The only difference is cats are too small to actually do significant damage. It's not that they don't try. Yeah. Cats that are dog size are called, mountain lions.
That's why you're a bunch of fucking criminals. I wish you
Oh yeah, this video was awesome.
I wish the fuck you would. Yes, the fuck with his family. You're all a bunch of big pussies. Don't tell me calm down.
Calm down, bro.
Who the fuck is you? We don't like none of you. You okay? No, how can I be okay? You okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? I look like I'm okay? Don't come up in my face here because I hit hard. Fuck wrong with you?
Try it.
I wish you would.
Try it.
You try me.
Are you covering the Mamdani debate right now? It's not tonight. It's tomorrow, isn't it? The Mamdabi debate is tomorrow night at this time.
And see what the fuck happened. Nigga, we angry. All of us angry out here. So don't think it's y'all alone. Get out of here. Who you telling get out of here? Why you telling me get out of here? You asked me a question and I'm answering you.
Get out of here. Man.
Fuck wrong with you? Oh, stupid ass bitch. That's why you gotta hide your face.
You wanna go to jail?
You told me my mother I can tell you anything.
You wanna go to
Fuck
jail?
wrong with you? You wanna hit me? Hit me, bitch. You ain't got me. Nobody's scared of you. You're a pussy ass. Come. I got rings on, bitch.
You want to go to jail for what? Annoying a public servant? Like, this is not a crime. These guys are so out of control, bro. They're like, oh, you want to go to jail for what? For hurting your feelings? Really? This is a jailable offense? I didn't realize that if you were like, hey man, fuck you. You're a fucking piece of shit to a cop, that they had every opportunity to arrest you for the criminal statute 1488, which is contempt of police, hurting the feelings of a cop. Hurting the feelings of federal law enforcement is now a punishable offense. I didn't fucking realize it was like that. Be a goddamn man, bitch. You have literally the power to take away people's freedoms, take away people's lives, and you're over here having an ego trip.
Yeah, you gonna fight, you pussy bitch. You a pussy bitch. That's why your kids them don't like you, and your wife is fucking on you. That's why you gotta hide your face. My face ain't hidden, bitch. I'm American, you stupid bitch. Fuck wrong with y'all. You can take me too high. I'm sure the zoo their friends. You know what to do? Tell them, no. You want me? Fuck wrong with y'all. Fuck all of you. Put that on the news. Let Trump see it.
Oh, that's awesome. I said, fucking put that on the news. Let Trump see it. Yeah, Hasan, Japan did it again. I saw a Japanese guy LARPing as Hamas was arrested in Japan. Also, what is the crime? What is even the crime here? Fucking LARPing? Like, I didn't realize it was illegal. Yeah, the Japanese LARPing community goes hard, for the record. They do. They go hard as fuck. Too much drip. Yeah, he went. Is that the guy who yells outside the embassy all day? No. No. I don't think so. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, in Japan, obviously there's no guns, right? They have pretty severe gun control. But there is a massive milsim LARPing community. And they go extra hard on airsoft. We have we've gone to Japan and actually shot airsoft guns before, Will and myself, if you recall, and it was awesome. But yeah, they have a huge like milsim cosplay community for that kind of stuff. Context of this guy, yeah, I saw this guy explaining. I don't know how valid this context is, but it's pretty funny. This is a gay video enthusiast who came to the filming location on Beast Day, a day when internet enthusiasts gathered to celebrate gay videos. Not Hamas, but a gay enthusiast dressed as Hamas. I don't know if this is real or not, but I'm choosing to believe it in my headcanon because it makes the situation infinitely funnier. Especially because what is a gay video enthusiast? What? Your new favorite stop, drop, and roll video just dropped. Status Quo video journalist John Farina photo had a leg day on the clock, captured this epic chase between two ICE agents and a nonviolent middle-aged activist who was standing outside the gates of the Broadview Processing Center on September 27, 2025. Wait for it. No, he took flight, dude. Look at his arms. He went Naruto. You never go Naruto. Only if you are one day gonna be the real Hokage should you actually do the Naruto run. Okay? Nope. Officer down. Officer down. Oh, these videos are so funny. Oh, God, I love this.
Go, go, go.
Go, go, go. Oh, is it a twofer? Will he also fall? Oh, my God, if he also fell, I would die. Sam said he looked like he was going to jump, but misjudged. Oh, wait, extra Japan lore? What is this? Reminds me of the Japanese office worker who hated communism so much he joined the Mujahideen. Wait, what? He actually joined the Mujahideen? What the fuck? Yeah, also, there are far more Japanese who joined with the Red Army faction, joined the PFLP on their international call to resist Israel than anti-communist Japanese who joined the Mujahideen, for the record. Yeah. I was supposed to interview one of the released But yeah, there are far more Japanese who joined the PFLP and engaged in like mass like back in the day before like TSA, before 9/11. I think a lot of people don't realize that, one, you could like bring a gun to a plane. Okay, things were a lot cooler back then. You could just like smoke on a plane, and you can bring a rifle to a plane, and people did it all the time. And they would just constantly, like Zoomers and even Faillennials grew up in a world where like that doesn't happen. But back in the day, the number one thing that people who were pro-Palestine would do would just take over planes. They would hijack planes. That's what they would do. It was like the meta. Remember when Benjamin Netanyahu was talking about his brother getting killed on a IDF mission? That was a hijacked plane. People used to fucking hijack planes nonstop. Like all the goddamn time. You can still bring a gun, but you got to check it. Okay, well, I mean, like, you could bring it in your carry-on is what I mean. They took the plane to Africa. Oh, yes, they did. It was legal. Yeah, hijacking planes was legal. Basically. It was encouraged. People were like, oh, do you have a political gripe? You should, here, take this free plane, please. My uncle hijacked a commercial airliner to try and deliver blankets to rural Alaskans. What the fuck? Yeah. Here it is. Fusaku Shigenobu, leader of the Japanese Red Army training in Lebanon in 1972. Not exactly. This is a picture of Izumi Igarashi, an actress in the shoujo commando Izumi in Japan. Okay, well. Oh, that was fucked up. But there are actually plenty of Japanese who train with the PFLP, Japanese Red Army specifically. Even if this photo is, no, it's not. It's Japanese actress Izumi Igarashi on the set of the TV series Shoujo Commando Izumi. Here are the actual photos. Here are the actual photos of Fusako Shigenobu. And this guy with... This Israeli guy says globalism is cancer. Bro, that's so funny. Dog, everywhere in the Western world, when people are talking about globalism is cancer, they mean you. They keep saying it's the Jews that brought about globalism. Here's a Jewish Israeli being like, globalism is cancer. It's awesome. What is this? Look at the works of the Code Geass anime screenwriter. This article used Creative Commons. What did he write? What else did he write? Anime. Turn a Gundam. Angelic Layer. Turn a Gundam 2. Overman King Geiner. Azumanga Daioh. Wolf's Rain. I don't know any of this stuff. Code Geass. Lelouch the Rebellion. Original story. Series composition. Screenplay 2006 to 2007. Code Geass, Lelouch the Rebellion, R2. Guilty Crown, Berserk Golden Age arc. Oh, shit. Okay, that's fire. That was good. Space Dandy. Oh, my God. He worked with my goat, Watanabe. Let's go. On his, not his best work, but still pretty awesome. Devilman Crybaby. Oh, wow. Okay. Lupin the Third, part 5. That's cool too. Okay. This guy, Spy Family, he cooked. Did you finish the series? I did. Golden Age arc is mid compared to the manga, to be honest. You will love Code Geass 100%. I 100% bet. Chatter. It gives me all the pleasure in the world to report to you that I did finish Code Geass season 1 and season 2, and I fucking loved it. It was awesome. Season 1 was much better than season 2, though. If we're being real, if we're being honest. All right, Nancy Pelosi apparently going beast mode again. Let's take a look.
Are you at all concerned that the new January 6th committee will find you liable for that day? Are you at all concerned about the new January 6th committee finding you liable for that day? Why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th?
Shut up.
I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it. Why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist?
The American people want to know.
Beast mode. Beast mode. Respect. Lindell TV, by the way. The only trusted news in reporting in America, okay? That's right. They're saying the things that these woke communist reporters are too afraid to say, like making shit up. Who was the president during January 6th? Of course, his name is Joseph Robinette Brandon, famously.
Still have questions.
You have a lot of questions, I suspect. You know?
So Attorney General Pam Bondi
gangs offer $50,000 bounties for ICE assassinations in the U.S., Department of Homeland Security says. Also, yeah, the guy who wrote "Great, I Love Hitler" is 31 years old and describes himself as a seasoned political operative on his LinkedIn. I literally do not care about what a bunch of MAGA college, what does this mean? College kids said in a group chat, except they are literally political operatives for the Republican Party, and many of them are bald. Is he going hard R on MAGA? It sounds like a slur. Anyway, this story certainly is going to have a lot of legs on it, huh? The gangs are offering bounties. The ICE agents are under attack. All this shit. I don't care.
As a mother,
Massachusetts community demands release of a 13-year-old from ICE custody. By the way, once again, in more Israel USA news, Massachusetts community demands release of 13-year-old from ICE custody. Interesting. Wow. Kidnapping 13-year-olds? Where else have I seen that? Oh, that's right. Israel. America is literally turning into Israel. We are Israelifying at an alarming rate. And much like the hogs in Israel, our own domestic hogs are totally on board with this. Okay?
community. We should be outraged.
City and state leaders join community members calling for the return of a 13-year-old boy now being held in ICE detention.
Yeah, we already covered this. Yeah, we learned so much from the Startup Nation. You know, this is a great example of like the most Israel bullshit. By the way, Trump threatened to take away World Cup games from Boston for these protests. There are no World Cup games scheduled in Boston. Literally using work boots, and those are some well-worn boots too. Yeah, this guy, you don't understand, rugged criminal. Okay, he's a gang leader
in Virginia.
They should return this child to our state. They should get out of our business. This is a rogue agency that is breaking the law in our community.
Public safety is our #1 priority here.
Earlier today, the mayor of Everett praised the police department for arresting the teen who threatened another student and was...
I used to always criticize domestic law enforcement and like local police for being a bunch of untrained dipshits with a serious complex, like a power trip, who were unaccountable and got to do whatever the fuck they wanted. And I'll be honest with you, it turns out there's even worse forms of federal law enforcement out there. It turns out the well of depravity goes way beyond what we previously saw. This isn't to like clear the police and their standards or anything like that. It's just that local police have a very shitty standard of upholding the law, but it turns out it could get far worse. Okay? It turns out it could get far, far worse. Now you got ICE, which is even less trained than the local law enforcement, doing even more insane shit, constantly running around, constantly in fear for their lives, constantly fucking apprehending people. And they do not even have the proper authority to detain American citizens, and yet they do it all the fucking time. Fantastic. I thought the bar was in hell. It turns out we can go deeper than hell.
Found with a knife. But while that boy's mother waited at police headquarters last Thursday, he was instead turned over to ICE.
Lamau mods muting animal abuse. What a joke. Brother, if you come in here with false allegations, of course, it's much easier for us to just like mute it so that we can continue on our fucking day-to-day existence. Like, yeah, of course we're going to do that. What do you mean? Yeah, if you come in here and call me a terrorist, that's also fucking, that's also automatically modded, automatically moderated. Like, what do you mean? Oh, man, I can't go in here and fucking brigade your stream and call you a terrorist animal abuser. I'm like, shit, man. Sorry. I know. I apologize. We should just let it happen. I'm so tired. I know. This is... It's such a strange thing. To be like, oh man, why can't I just fucking brigade it? Like, why can't I just come in here and constantly derail the fucking stream? It just makes no sense. You are such a brave harbinger of truth, chatter. Go find a job. You know?
And quickly moved out of state.
Police did not contact ICE about this recent juvenile arrest. ICE operates independently and has the authority to access certain law enforcement databases and take action on its own accord.
If the cop wife beating percent is at 40%, I'm genuinely concerned with the ICE level of wife beating is. I think they've reached a new level of wife beating because they do not have even wives to beat. Okay, I refute the claim that you eat a minimum 1 pound of animal flesh a day. I can't. It's true. That claim is actually correct. I do actually abuse the chickens. This is not a falsehood. I eat a pound of straight white chicken breasts every day. My dog passed 11 months ago. The love you give Kyra helps me remember the good times from my Daisy. I'm sorry people keep harassing you when you're clearly one of the best dog and chat dads on the planet. Yeah, it is what it is. Ironically enough, it is the time that I spend offline with my lovely daughter that allows me to stay normal throughout this entire process.
The Department of Homeland Security saying the 13-year-old was in possession of a knife and a gun. The mayor today contradicting part of that.
There was no firearm recovered.
Remove ICE from our city, issue a formal correction to the misinformation spread online.
We face arrest in fear every day. We demand due process.
Arthur must be returned home. Now! Not next week. It must happen now.
It's very simple. ICE should not be detaining minors. We shouldn't be collaborating with ICE at all, really.
Whoa. This guy seems to have an accent. Time to send him back home, okay? Hold on now. The 5, this is not an emergency. What happened to this video is gone. An error occurred. What the heliante? Let's refresh it. What the hell? Video got detained. It's just none of the videos are loading.
Supreme Court heard arguments today in a case that could have, very honestly, significant...
How Louisiana congressional map dispute could impact the balance of power on Capitol Hill. Obviously, we talk about that here. Let's start here. Let's see if it actually works. YouTube is bugging. Nice. YouTube is down. What the hell? What the hell? What the helly? What the hell? What the heliante? YouTube is shitting the bed. What the hell? It's bugged. Oh, hell no. Stop saying heliante, please. It makes you sound old and lame. I am old and lame. That's who I am. This is me. I'm confused. Do you not like it? This is peak performance. All right, well, before we get to the Supreme Court decisions, let's talk about J.D. Vance dismissing...
The Supreme Court hears arguments this morning.
Oh, shit, it's back. Okay. But even then, before we get to that, we're going to do J.D. Vance dismissing the young Republicans who in a group chat said I love Hitler and joked about slavery and rape as a bunch of kids who told stupid jokes and adds that most of the stupid things I did when I was a teenager and a young adult, they're not on the internet.
You're making a little bit of news here yesterday on X, formerly known as Twitter, about this Politico story. But I think it ties in because we're talking about the celebratory nature of some, not many, maybe not most, but some. And it was disgusting about Charlie's assassination. There is a story, and I believe the two stories are connected, that came out of Politico yesterday. Blake, explain this for our audience, for those who don't know.
We don't need to wallow in it too much, but so Politico has a story where somehow they got their hands on something like 28,000 messages in some group chat of, I think, 12 people that nobody's ever heard of, but they decided to just publish every single thing in this chat, whatever they found that they thought was the most salacious. And I think 10 years ago, there would have been a very different response to it. But people are starting to learn from this, and the vice president is one of the reasons why. So you tweeted this. This is far worse than... So what you did is, instead of reacting to the story itself, you just posted what Jay Jones, our friend in Virginia who's running for AG as the Democrat, had said, where he wanted his political opponents to die. And then when someone thought he might be kidding, he called to make it clear, actually, it wasn't a joke. I was serious. That's how people change their mind. And you just pointed out, quote, this is far worse than anything said in any college group chat, and the guy who said it could become the AG of Virginia. I refuse to join the pearl clutching when powerful people call for political violence. And we have 14 million views on that.
Yeah.
And
just a little viral, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll let the tweet speak for itself. I'll say a couple of additional things. First of all, a person who is very politically powerful, who is about to become one of the most powerful law enforcement officers in the country, that person seriously wishing for political violence and political assassination is 1,000 times worse than what a bunch of young people, a bunch of kids say in a group chat, however offensive it might be. That's just reality. And if you allow yourself to be distracted by this person's incredible endorsement, disgusting endorsement of political assassination.
I was talking to a bunch of prominent Democrats about this, and I'm not so certain Democrats should be backing down from like the Attorney General conversation. I think it's pretty wild that Republicans just like very openly defend some of the worst of the worst. And I think Democrats are playing a different ball game here when they try to maintain like some semblance of moral high ground in an environment where a moral high ground does not actually help you at all. Like, these guys just straight up lying. He's like, oh, these are little kids, bro. These are little kids. It's like, no, man, they're fucking whole ass, balding ass losers, bro. They're like straight up Republican operatives. The group chat is called Young Republicans. Kai's getting shocked. Kai's getting zapped right now, but you can't see because I got delivery. Anyway, but God forbid some kids talk critical of Kirk. Bro, they literally turned around and revoked the fucking visas of mad people because they were talking shit about Charlie Kirk, being like Charlie Kirk's a fascist. They're like, nope, sorry. We're taking away your visas for that. Anyway, Jay Jones got a point. They can only act on something if it affects them. No, I don't want it. Thank you. Jay Jones got a point. They only act on something if it affects them. School shootings every day. Nothing big balls gets jumped by kids. They roll out the APCs. Yeah. U.S. revokes. We covered this yesterday. U.S. revoked the visas of 6 foreigners over Charlie Kirk related speech. It is fucking insane.
By focusing on what kids are saying in a group chat, grow up. I'm sorry. Focus on the real issues. Don't focus on what kids say in group chats. But there's another angle to this that I just have to be honest about.
Eric Lee says, if your visa was denied or revoked due to Charlie Kirk related speech, the Consular Accountability Project is interested in representing you pro bono. Let's go. This is my favorite thing, by the way. This guy has spent his entire life as an immigration attorney and a litigator and a recipient of the American Immigration Lawyers Association's 2024 Jack Wasserman Award for Excellence in Litigation. Okay? He has passed the bar in the state of Michigan. But lo and behold, U.S. born and raised, blue checkmark recipient, also known as tired of being politically correct, He's coming in. He knows the proper legal standard here. Okay? The mindset of the dumbest fucking hogs who think they know better on this issue. It blows my mind. I saw it so many times during the Mahmoud Khalil stuff when every dumb fuck that was watching Asmongold would come in here and constantly fucking chirp at me and be like, actually, the Constitution does not afford protections to legal permanent residents on U.S. soil. And I was like, actually, not only does the Constitution protect with the First Amendment actually covers documented legal permanent residents, it even protects undocumented citizens, as a matter of fact. So you're fucking wrong. You're wrong as fuck. You just don't know the truth. You listen to a fucking YouTube slop tuber who doesn't know anything. And you came in here and you're chirping. I see it so much on the internet with like the Ari Cohen dude from Fire.org. He is literally a civil rights lawyer who specializes in First Amendment related litigation. And motherfuckers will be in his fucking replies being like, yeah, you're fucking woke libtard, dude. Shut the fuck up. It's like, this is his life's work. Why? Why do you think you know better? What is your qualification? What is your background beyond the idea that, like, as an American with a political position, you must be heard, you must be listened to, you know better. Yeah. Speaking of, here's the Roach Con for people. I saw this while I was pissing. I guess he said, "What is this? You called for murdering immigrants last week. If you think these are," so Asmongold says, "If you think these are jokes, you're in for a very bad time over the next 10 to 15 years. Responding to an article that's titled, "I Love Hitler." Which is like, oh man, yeah, based. Fucking, yeah, based, dude. To which Gremlo responded with, "You called for murdering immigrants last week." I didn't even know that was the case. To which he says, "Post the clip." To which he does post the clip. Somebody comes into this country, they're not even a citizen, fucking kill them. Actually, maybe we shouldn't kill them, force them into labor.
And yeah, any of the ones that are rapists, kill them. That's what I think. If they get convicted of rape, fucking kill them. Yes.
To which he's going to respond and say, well, they're rapists. Like he's saying, kill the rapists. Like kill the rapists that came into the country.
Deport them. And yeah, any of the ones that are rapists, kill them. That's what I think. If they get convicted of rape, fucking kill them. Exactly. I think we should do the same thing here. Somebody comes into this country, they're not even a citizen, fucking kill them. Public hanging? Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Well, actually, maybe we shouldn't kill. Maybe we should force them into
labor.
Yeah.
Then he says, calling for police to murder civilians.
No, I think anybody who's going around and trying to hit police officers or anything like that, that's just...
I think it's pretty wild for him to say that. I mean, it's a wild position for him in particular to say that, considering, you know, the org that he was a part of and how many people had to leave the organization. But I guess they're American citizens, so it's appropriate.
There's no reason why anybody should be supporting that. I think, like, yeah, that
like Guy's biggest dick rider and only remaining bestie is Rape Tone, who is seemingly a generational rapist. Like not even has he been credibly accused by former partners, but also his dad apparently was such a prolific sexual assaulter that his sexual assaults were codified in the American Congress, in the American congressional records. Like, it's just crazy. And that's, I mean, what should be done in that situation? I am not an advocate for capital punishment. It's just wild to me that, like, he has this kind of attitude here for some reason, but he doesn't have the same energy for people that he knows.
And trying to hit police officers or anything like that, that's just, there's no reason why anybody should be supporting that. I think, yeah, that based. No, I think, again, I've said this before. I think they should use actual ammo. And if anybody throws a rock or tries to harm one of the police officers, I think they should just use deadly force to stop.
Not to be that guy, but it's hilarious that the party of law is the one calling for rapists to be executed, which is literally illegal and unconstitutional. It has been litigated all the way up to SCOTUS.
From happening. There's no reason why anybody should be putting up with that. And it's disgusting, honestly, that there's so many people that are okay with it. Yeah, shoot on sight? Absolutely.
Cops should be able to kill people with live ammunition if the protesters throw things at them is a crazy take. Hey, you're getting canceled on TikTok by someone with over 200,000 likes. Respond to them. Shit, man. Right here, officer. Arrest me.
Yeah, of course. Set an example? Yeah.
Out and keep committing crimes. It's
That'll
wrong.
only increase the riots?
I mean, people in his chat are not wrong. Yes, if a cop shoots someone for throwing something at them with live ammunition, of course people would be like, what the fuck are you doing?
You'd really be surprised how fast it stops after more than one or two people get shot for being violent.
Is the Artemis cancellations coming back? Oh, you mean Artemis? Oh, it's the fucking, it's the Hasan went to a legal brothel when he was 19 years old, which then got raided by the German police and was raided by German police for tax evasion, which is a serious crime, by the way. I do take that very seriously. But the German police at the time said that it was for sex trafficking. And then the brothel itself actually was able to successfully sue the city for $250,000, all way after I had gone there, by the way. Successfully sued the city for $250,000 because they had falsely smeared them. It's just a cancellation rerun. You explain all this to E and he's still pushing it? No, the funniest part about Ethan Klein also pushing this narrative is that he himself read the article that actually literally he defended the people that were claiming that I was going to claiming that I was going to a brothel. It was like that I had been to a brothel that was raided for sex trafficking because he read the article that the brothel had successfully sued the city of Berlin for the record. So that's perhaps one of the best open and shut cases for slander out there, because he himself has openly recognized that this is bullshit in the past. Yeah, he is knowingly defaming me. Yeah, the cycle is reaching an end. You can tell when the brothel comes up is almost fizzled out. I know. Yeah, the city of Berlin apologized to the Artemis brothel and had to pay damages to the tune of 250,000 euros. At the time when we were co-hosts on the podcast, he had literally said, "Why are people doing this smear? They're crazy." And now he realizes why people do that smear, because he himself is perhaps motivated by the same intentions. Anyway. Batterisi azalmış ondan. Yeah.
It would stop immediately.
Yeah, he's wrong about this, by the way. It doesn't stop. You can preload your statements with if they're rapists or if they're harming police all you like, but you're just stupid. You're just too stupid to stop yourself from following up with a direct, unqualified encouragement of violence and from the state, no less. Bitch-made peasant behavior. Yeah, I mean, he has a plausible deniability here. He'll just say, oh, I just meant for rapists. You know. That's what he'll say in both of these circumstances. He'll be like, oh, well, I just think that this is the difference between someone who defends people against state violence and someone who demands more state violence. If you demand more state violence, you will never come across as violating the terms of service. Okay? That's the difference between people, for example, saying that they wish Hamas was more successful versus they wish Israel was more successful. Because Israel is engaging in state violence, and therefore it's totally appropriate for people to say, oh, I want more death and destruction that Israel is contributing to. Whereas if you were to say the opposite, if you were to say the inverse, if you were to say, oh, I want more militant action from Hamas, you would get banned. As evidenced by, you can't say America deserved 9/11, but you can say Iran deserves multiple 9/11s, and no one will bat an eye. This is how it works. This is also exactly how right-wingers can get away with demanding and engaging in violent rhetoric with regular frequency while simultaneously claiming it's the left that's actually violent. This double standard is built into the argument. So many people are anti-sex work is weird. Yeah, I don't start the swerve conversation, please. I don't want to relitigate it. I spent too many years. Okay, I spent too many years relitigating the sex work, the swerve wars. Elon and Asman refuse to condemn the texts. Partisan politics disguises emotional blackmail. Where are the tweets condemning Jay Jones for saying something similar, if not worse things? They don't exist because you don't actually care. Never let people hold you to the standards they don't hold themselves to. It's really interesting because, like, a lot of Democrats actually do bite this bait and do actually condemn it, not realizing that, like, they're doing this because it's partisan. They're unironically projecting here. The difference is they don't care about these statements. Jay Jones apologized for his emotional outburst in a text message, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because the reality of the matter is, I don't think that's a sincere political project from a political operative such as Jay Jones. I don't think he's like going to become attorney general specifically so he can put the death penalty on Republicans who refuse to do anything about gun control, right? Like, that's not sincere. Whereas I do think that it is in line with a lot of young Republican operatives to unironically bring about Hitlerian policy, especially considering that Hitlerian policy is already being implemented right now. So it's not that far-fetched. The only difference between the communications, the private correspondences in this Telegram group, was that they were unshackled, okay, unrestrained by civility, by optics, and they were just saying the quiet part out loud. But the quiet part still reflects the broader Republican policy in this regard. Whereas Jay Jones's statement saying Jennifer Gilbert's children should die is not actually a part of his platform, nowhere close to it. You know? But in any case, I think that I don't necessarily think that either party cares about this shit. I think actually liberals care about it a lot more than Republicans do. Because if you remember, like, a lot of Republicans were like, oh, these guys should be fired. These guys should be fired. That's what you were telling me. And then J.D. Vance came out and straight up was like, fuck you. He did the no you, right? That's what he hit. He hit the no you, and everybody loved it. And that's where we're at. Because the reality of the matter is, this stuff only works. This stuff only works if you care about the civility. This stuff only works if you care about the optics of the situation. And the Republicans clearly do not care about the optics of the situation. So that's what's going on here. It's kind of like Pete Hegseth, right? In the past, Pete Hegseth was in the past, someone like Pete Hegseth with his background would never actually achieve higher office or any sort of like serious placement in any administration. One, because he doesn't have the experience, but two, because he is a blackmailable figure, right? Blackmail is one of the most consequential aspects of security clearances. They will not give you higher security clearances because you could, if you have weaknesses, if you have gambling debt, if you're an alcoholic, if you're a rapist, like these are issues of consequence because you could be blackmailed. But blackmail only works if you are embarrassed in a weird way. You're unblackmailable if you just are unashamed. And Pete Hegseth certainly is unashamed. He is impossible to shame. The Republicans broadly nowadays have this fucking superpower where you can't really shame them. You can't really shame them into submission. It just doesn't work. So I think people need to find something different. They always would just go turn around and be like, nah, dude, it's just fucking, it's just cancel culture. It's just cancel culture. So yeah, on the Republican side especially, I think this has become like a shield almost. Because you can have this broad group of formerly canceled people come under the Republican umbrella because they'll always accept you as long as you say the right things. As long as you say they're Republican, as long as you say that you love Trump, as long as you say like fuck trans people, all this shit, they will always welcome you, no matter how heinous your crimes are, right? Zach is always copying your language, always using the words in the wrong places, but it won't matter until someone like a big streamer said, take 1 minute to go and undermine the streamer right now, and 10x more people would nip it in the bud than the few starting it. Every smear has a potential to slow down or stagger progression. What do you mean? Yeah, no big streamer is ever going to come out and be like, Asmongold is ridiculous for saying these sorts of things. I'm gonna tell you exactly why they won't. I think you already know. Because every fucking big streamer who actually opposes his worldview are utterly fucking terrified of his audience. Okay? That's it. They're 100% terrified of his audience because his fan base does not have any fucking, they don't have any restraint. They've realized that they can just like go after anyone and everyone and name them, shame them, smear them, take clips out of context, constantly yell in their chats, go to every other chat and demand that the other streamers talk about this new victim in the crosshairs. You know, so that is the reason. That is the reason why no one will actually come out and oppose any of his viewpoints, even if they quietly oppose it. And it's not just Asmongold, to be fair. It's not just Asmongold at all. There are plenty of other, like there's a bunch of kick streamers that do the same shit too. It just doesn't really matter. And I mean, look, I'm one of the very few people out there who does actually oppose a lot of streamers when they do fuck shit. And look how much I eat it on a daily fucking basis. Like here, there's a victim of that conquest right here. That stupid dog not know how to, that stupid dog not know his place. I mean, that's the funniest version of events, obviously. Normally it's people being like, I'm going to come to your house and kill you and steal your dog or some shit. But Why did you do such a disgusting and evil thing? Voluntarily putting on the jersey of that hack and fraud Tom Brady on the Fear Round podcast. Apologize now or I will unsubscribe. Listen, my best friend got me. My best friend got me a Tom Brady jersey when he went to a Patriots game. He's not even a Patriots fan, even though he is a Tom Brady fan. Let's be real. I also do think that it goes beyond just Asmongold in general, because like if more streamers weren't cowards, the amount of hate would both be far smaller and more spread out as public pressure made it unacceptable. Shit ain't going to change, but by burying heads in the sand, if more streamers weren't cowards, the amount of hate would both be far smaller and more spread out as public pressure made it unacceptable. Except not necessarily, because I think for a lot of people, like a lot of the viewers at this point, because of the way that online works as opposed to the real world, I think a lot of people personally consider being evil or mean as the most honest position. Like many people who are just simply watching people like ourselves at home think that you're like disingenuous or fake if you are quote unquote virtue signaling is a really toxic culture that has been bred online, and it's born out of a lot of the communication happening in a field where there is an anonymity. People are more vicious as a consequence of that, and people have no way of measuring people's authenticity beyond thinking that like they're authentic if they're being reactionary. Yeah, cruelty is shown as being real, and the people online are terrified of sincerity. Everyone is broken and irony and poison. 100%. Back in the good old days, in the Gamergate era, people saw being a fence sitter or being a centrist as like the peak of intellect. And now I think people see someone being reactionary or mean or a bully in the right-wing direction as like the peak of honesty, where they're like, this guy's authentic. He says it like it is. I mean, look at Donald Trump. It's the same shit. Donald Trump is very clearly a charlatan. And yet so many people look to what Donald Trump is saying and doing and go, well, he just says it like it is, man. That's how it is. All these other people, they're liars and cowards and they're dorks and they're just like fake. They're grifters. They're fake grifters because they don't have the same nihilistic position that I do. It's like, why do you care? Why do you care about this shit? You're being nice, and being nice is cringe.
Could undermine one of the last surviving parts of the Voting Rights Act. Now, that is one of the country's most important civil rights laws. Jan Crawford is at the Supreme Court with the latest. Jan, good morning. What can you tell us?
Well, Gail, good morning. The court here today is going to be focused on part of that law that can require states to draw up legislative districts that sometimes zigzag across the state to group together voters based on their skin color. This is all to increase minority representation, and the court's decision could have sweeping implications nationwide.
It is really troubling for anyone to pretend that race is not an unbelievably loud issue in our country right now.
Civil rights advocates like Ashley Shelton say now is not the time to gut Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and end the use of race in redistricting.
We cannot pretend that there isn't going to be considerable loss of minority voice and power if we were to do away with Section 2.
Advocates credit Section 2 with increasing minority representation nationwide by requiring states to draw some districts.
My favorite FIFA streamer came at you last week talking shit about you over the whole Kayagate thing, and in a stream today he said he watches Candace Owens' podcast and like Nick Fuentes' videos. It's so sad to see good people fall down the rabbit hole. Yeah.
On Wednesday,
I feel like that's common. Like that is definitely, what the fuck? President Trump hosts ballroom dinner. What the fuck's this guy doing? Yeah, YouTube is tweaking for everybody. It's just, it is what it is. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, that's just how it is. so many people that I look at on, like, sometimes because there's like a mountain of shit on TikTok about like Kayagate, Shockgate, Collargate, whatever. And I'll look at some people making this commentary on it where they're like, only now you realize that he's a bad guy. And then I look at like, they posture as though they're like an open-minded, somewhat liberal person. And then I look at their TikToks and they're like straight up like fuck immigrants, pro-Trump content creators. They just aesthetically look like they're liberals or present themselves as like centrists and stuff. But it is what it is. I've seen a popular streamer who talks shit about you getting exposed for DMing another streamer about being scared that you might sue him for defamation. Wait, really? That's so funny. You excited for the Zoran debate? Yes. I was in an FGC chat earlier trying to counter some misinfo, and it's basically impossible to sway people's opinions once they've made up their minds. I know it's so funny because it's like, it's one of the most, what is this? You can support Palestine without being anti-Semitic, by the way. You can donate to Palestinians and not hate the Israeli citizens who can't control what their government does, by the way. Someone who chooses kindness. This is not the TikTok that you were trying to link to me, I don't think. Why is this not working? Come on, YouTube, pull through.
Idea. Like, if you're a normal person looking at this, you might be like, oh, that's concerning. Oh, that probably shouldn't happen. Oh, well, he addressed it. Like, what else do I do?
Get misplay and we shock ourselves. You can take the prongs off of those. I think that's a pretty standard feature in a lot of shot callers, I think. So, like, you can just take the prongs off. And when you increase the brightness here, it doesn't completely take.
Oh my god. Oh my god, there's no way this is real. Oh, these people are not real. Oh my god. Oh my god, these people are not real, bro.
They busted out the schematics.
This is the greatest. This is one of the best videos I've ever seen, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You just flashbang me to show whether or not, like, why would you ever do this to a picture?
For some background, the Scotus case arose when Louisiana deliberately created two districts which were majority black and outwardly said that their intention was as much. Obviously, they sued to prevent the map from being used, even though it had been permitted to be used in 2024. Here's the map. See if you can spot the gerrymandering. Just use the HasanAbi Broadcast to confirm that YouTube is down. Yeah, it is unfortunately down, chatters. I saw Kayagate was also popping off on Bilibili. The video has like 500 comments. Most of them were saying there's no way Kaya could be abused. She's too fat. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, in my heart and in my spirit, I am Chinese. Okay? And you can tell because I too fat shame my dog all the time. The Louisiana map was a good map. It's hard to understand how bad this would be if SCOTUS overturns VRA. Not only would millions of Black Hispanic voters be disenfranchised, but Republicans would likely control Congress for a generation. I have no idea what happens then. Do they even need to control Congress, low key? Like, they already are doing everything by executive mandate. It's just like they seemingly don't give a fuck. They seemingly don't give a fuck about controlling Congress at all or letting democracy happen in any shape or form. I know this is an anti-democratic provision, but one of the funniest arguments against voting rights, like the Voting Rights Act, has always been, we don't need it anymore because we're no longer racist. And it's like, yeah, first of all, without those, you want to do the same racialized redistricting once again. And it's crazy that they just keep using the existence that is stopping motherfuckers from redistricting in a very clearly racialized manner. The only thing that's like stopping people from doing this is the Voting Rights Act, and they're trying to fucking nuke it in its entirety. I'm not getting rained on right now, so I must throw my umbrella away is kind of like that, but it's like there's a light drizzle happening, and it definitely rained earlier, and it will rain once again later.
U.S. Supreme Court will hear a second round of oral arguments.
Let's see what Leisure Miller had to say about
in the
this.
case Louisiana v. Calais. In that case, the Supreme Court will be presented with another opportunity to further gut the Voting Rights Act of 1965, one of the most important pieces of legislation out of the civil rights movement, and one that attempts to get this country closer to our ideal of a pluralist democracy, an ideal which we've never fully met, but one which the Voting Rights Act helped us move closer towards. Chief Justice John Roberts has been foaming at the mouth for years, eager to have the opportunity to gut the 60-year-old law. Today, we're discussing the case and the devastating consequences that could follow if the conservative justices vote to remove key provisions meant to protect historically marginalized communities from further marginalization. Thank you to my partner on today's video, PDS Debt. Credit card debt sucks. I've struggled with it. I know how stressful and overwhelming it can feel to watch those debts pile up. And it's so hard to live your life under the constant strain of worrying about credit card debt on top of, literally everything else going on right now. And of course, it is the credit card companies that win when you have to keep paying them huge amounts of interest every month. It can feel so good to finally take back control of your life by tackling those big scary debts, especially if you can get a little help along the way. If you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, you need to check out PDS Debt. PDS Debt provides a service to match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation.
How are you on YouTube?
And
Is
they have
YouTube
a team
down?
of people
I got magic, baby.
ready to help you with your debt journey. They understand your
Also, yes, this is a ethical. This is an ethical react and also a recession indicator. By the way, Zach Rar is barking at you is so funny because it's like, brother, he spends every day. I think he's done like a collective total of 8 hours over the past like couple of days just entirely on me. Who gives a shit? Hasan sucks off the YouTube mods? What do you mean? Yeah, I do. Yeah. That's why I got the good YouTube.
specific scenario and will help provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free. PDS Debt is offering a free debt analysis. It only takes 30 seconds. Head over to pdsdebt.com/Miller to get your free debt assessment today. You'll receive a full breakdown on how to save on interest each month and the quickest way to take care of your debt. There is no minimum credit score required. Whether your credit is bad or fair, they're here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, in your savings account. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, boasts hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google, and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. And getting started is easy. Go to pdsdebt.com/Miller to complete your free debt assessment in just 30 seconds to see what options are available to you. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/Miller. Thanks, PDS Debt. Here's what you need to know about Louisiana v. Kalai. Louisiana is divided into 6 districts, each with its own representative in the House. In 2022, after the results of the 2020 census, Louisiana redrew its district map, resulting in only 1 majority black district out of the 6. This despite the fact that fully 1/3 of the population of Louisiana is black. A group of black voters sued and successfully argued that the new map violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, known to be deeply conservative, held in the voters' favor and ordered Louisiana to redraw its map in a way that doesn't conflict with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So,
this guy, Hasan Piker dog collar situation, 97.67% accuracy. This one went crazy. This one went triple platinum, 1.3 million likes. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at this.
All right, Chad. What else should I yap about for the next 5 hours?
Anyway, yeah. Okay, we got it. I'm fucking.
Kaya!
99.
Don't spoil it for my mom. She be letting Kaya. This is the collar she had on. Right here. It has.
He got it. He got it down. Okay. And then you look at their background and you realize.
Just got home from school. Oh, hey, son. What'd you learn today? Oh, not much. We had a bunch of tests today, so. But tomorrow, I guess we're going to be learning about someone who died over 30 years ago. Who could that be? His name was Charlie Kirk. You ever heard of him, Dad? Charlie was a man who died doing what he loved, son. He was a Christian man who was murdered. Well, then why would they kill him? They say he spewed hate speech. But no, son. He spewed speech they hated.
Do you think I'm strange?
Damn. He sounded like a good man. So then what happened? We took a stand and decided that that moment was a turning point.
Unlike you.
My wife joins us, Erica Kirk, the beautiful, legendary Erica.
I love you so much.
I love you.
You're my best friend.
Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Wait, is this like satire? No, man. It's just like a fucking. Wait, is this not ironic? No, dude. Still doesn't feel real. At least now he's exactly where he was destined to be. I'm shitting my pants. Is this real? He is with Jesus? Yes. It's a Kirk head. He's a Charlie Kirk acolyte. What are you going to do? Someone made an ASMR video about Kaigate. Bro, there's like a Roblox mod or something too. It did go triple platinum for sure. It did go triple platinum. A lot of people are totally on board with the mania. It is what it is. This is the type of shit. This is the type of shit that people will lean into, and then later, a couple months down the line, they'll be like, "Why are there no like actual cool leftist content creators?" I don't know, man. Because the fucking right just dominates discourse all the goddamn time and can like belittle and disparage and smear anyone and everyone that's like ostensibly on the leftist position with a multitude of different ridiculous fabrications. And a lot of you dumb fucks go along with it without actually going, let me think critically about this situation. Let me think critically about the situation about a dog that's like on camera 24/7. Motherfuckers are out there being like, he was laughing at Kaya as a puppy being abused by Fiona, and people believe it. You know what I mean? That's it. If you have no critical thinking capacity and you assume that the only way to do politics is a politics of purity, and anything that even like smells remotely in the direction of controversy you automatically lean into, yeah, you're not going to have anybody. That's it. I mean, I won't stop. I'll keep going. But I think there is a reason why there aren't that many. There's a reason why there aren't that many like left figures out there, because when there are left figures out there, they get fucking destroyed. Meanwhile, right-wing figures are literally doing rapes. Okay, they're doing rapes. And nothing matters. On the right, it don't matter. This isn't to say that, like, there shouldn't be a limit. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, be a little bit more, exercise a little bit more critical thought. Then be better yourself. Maybe have a dog and it not be a part of your persona if you don't want to fucking question when you're evasive. You're no different than the GOP. You're a 40-month subscriber and you think I'm like the grand old party because I won't just sit there and be like, you guys are right. I'm actually abusive to my dog. This is unironically what I was talking about. Like, please exercise a little bit of critical thinking. Just a little bit, just for like a second. And I think you will realize that maybe you're not behaving correctly about this. Because if you're a 40-month subscriber, you've been here long enough that you know this is ridiculous. Go look at Jiggly Keys. Maybe you'll get more stimulation. No, for sure.
2024, a new map was drawn. In drawing that map, the Republican Louisiana legislature was worried about the political outcome of the new map, and so worked to ensure that the new districts would strategically align with their political goals, especially with protecting the districts that elected Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, and Julia Letlow, a Republican representative with a lot of power because she sits on the House Appropriations Committee. The more power your representatives have in Congress, the more power, at least in theory, they have to take actions that benefit you in the state. So it was in the Republican legislature's best interest to ensure the political safety of those two representatives as they were redrawing the map to comply with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The new map included 2 majority black districts, kind of snaking through the middle of the state, including the major cities of New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Shreveport, because historical discrimination in housing and white flight from the cities means that most of the black voting age population lives in those major cities, because we still live in a de facto segregated society, because we still exist within the consequences of centuries of slavery and marginalization. And if we look at the original Louisiana map with just 1 majority black district, you can see how the court reached the
conclusion. Here, because YouTube is down, don't worry, YouTube is not down for me. I got that special YouTube because I not only control Twitch, but I also control YouTube as well.
That this map was, in fact, a racial gerrymander. A racial gerrymander is when a state redraws district maps so as to dilute the vote of historically marginalized groups, usually black voters. They do this through 2 tactics, cracking and packing. Where possible, you divide up black populations so that they will be outnumbered by white voters, effectively ensuring they can never gain enough votes to elect someone they want. That's cracking. And then you draw a district where as many black voters as possible are included. That's packing. So you confine most black voters to 1 district, or as few districts as possible, and then ensure that anyone outside that district will have their vote diluted by as many white people as possible. This is, of course, assuming that black voters and white voters vote similarly or as one block, which isn't always the case, but we'll get into that. In the original Louisiana map, District 2 was the single majority black district. That district includes New Orleans and Baton Rouge, effectively confining most black voters to 1 district and diluting the votes of all the rest. So 1/3 of the population had a voice in 1/6 of the districts. In the new map that was redrawn after the Fifth Circuit said the first map violated the Voting Rights Act, you can see the 2 districts that are now majority black, which span from Shreveport down to New Orleans. So then non-African American voters sued, saying that now they were being discriminated against because any consideration of race violates the 14th and 15th Amendments, equal protection, and voting rights provisions. Last year, the case came before the Supreme Court, and they heard oral arguments. Then, on the last day of their term last year, instead of making a ruling, the Supreme Court announced that they would be rehearing the oral arguments this term, and asked the parties to submit briefing on that constitutional question. As a refresher, the relevant part of the 14th Amendment says no state shall deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. And the 15th Amendment says the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. These amendments were passed in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War to explicitly address anti-black racism that had prevented black people from obtaining equal protection of the laws and from having a voice in their representative government. It was definitively not race blind. It was meant to right the wrongs of the horrific, centuries-long practice of human bondage in this country.
This is one of the most annoying aspects of the constant DEI arguments and the constant DEI back and forth, where people just be like, oh, excuse me, these practices are not race blind. Yeah, it's because you know what was a practice that wasn't race blind? Segregation. You know, the practice that wasn't race blind? Slavery. These are things that are supposed to heal those racial wounds, heal those racialized wrongs. And you can't fucking do that by just taking a race blind approach. It's so fucking stupid. I hate that argument. It's the centrist, it's the most annoying fucking fake centrist, but actually secretly right-wing argument you can have. And it's always the same one that they apply where they're like, oh, wow, really? We're trying to give black people a leg up much? Well, racism much? That's the real racism. That's the only racism that's like still practiced. And I think like, I have to really reconsider my stance on this stuff, because sometimes I forget that there are people who have just been unironically duped into believing that. On its face, maybe it actually works, right? On its face, what is this? Dang, y'all flame me. My bad. No harm, no foul. I'm not a hater, just a truly unsubscribed fan. What do you mean? Nobody's flaming you, man. We know YouTube is down. Not for me, though. Anyway, I do think that there are people out there who are like, if you could have a conversation with them, if they approach you with like charitability, they would understand why the current practices that exist, like affirmative action and whatnot, before they abolished it, or the things that people consider to be DEI, like why those things exist, right? You cannot address a racialized form of violence or discrimination without actually trying to course correct by offering a leg up to the same race that was deliberately kept down. And there are so many additional problems beyond. There are so many additional problems right now for Black Americans beyond just like being able to go to college with like potentially lower standards is in the way that people try to claim that that's what affirmative action is. It's very frustrating. I found a lot of people are pretty receptive to learning about just how horrific slavery was. Most people in this country, even in the woke areas, don't actually learn about what slavery really was. Yeah, I think that's what it is. No shit, I want to hear you out. Why turn the Kai thing political? I know this is your space, but it feels inconsistent to claim the situation as a form of marginalization, then mute thousands of chats. Do you think it's marginalization when we're getting fucking hate brigaded with people? There are some who had reasonable concerns about the one clip that they saw without thinking like, perhaps I'm overreacting to it. Because the clip looks bad for sure, but like I have confidence in Hasan that he's not like a dog abuser or something. But then outside of that, you know, for the last 7 days has just been people coming in here and calling me a fucking Mohammedan dog abuser. Yeah, I think it's okay. In order for me to, continue talking about how voting rights are on the chopping block, for example, instead of just pausing the stream and constantly relitigating this shit over and over again, we got to fucking mute some people. This is not discrimination. It's just,
in order to attempt to give the people suffering from the long-lasting negative impacts of having endured horrific, inhumane treatment for centuries some semblance of equality. That is the spirit of those amendments. And the Voting Rights Act was meant to further solidify those rights enshrined in those amendments, because even after the 15th Amendment was passed, many states, especially states like Louisiana in the South, were continuing to infringe on Black people's right to vote through things like horribly unfair literacy tests and poll taxes. None of these laws were meant to be race blind and were instead explicitly meant to fix centuries of abuse and inequality. But of course, white people weren't ready to go quietly into the night and accept that maybe they would have to cede some of their power. So the backlash against the amendments and against the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was swift. And today, the common conservative argument against the Voting Rights Act and protections against racial gerrymandering is that being race neutral and colorblind is the only correct, non-discriminatory stance.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying. It's so goddamn annoying that like the whitewashing, the notion that like the MLK Jr.'s legacy was whitewashed across the board, but then they always talk about like, I have a dream that, white and black children will be equal one day. And then they cynically will use that line to say like MLK was also colorblind. Like, and wanted everybody to be judged by the content of the character. Yeah, at a time when black people are being discriminated, black people are still being discriminated. A lot of these initiatives that were put in place are Band-Aid solutions to try to overcome that systematic discrimination that black people faced. This is not me just being woke, by the way. I know that a lot of people, well, maybe not people in this community, but like a lot of people hear me say that and go, this guy's fucking fake. Look at him just saying the right things, But I just have a firm belief, a firm commitment to the notion that every single person, if given the opportunity, is destined for greatness. And we do not unlock that potential for so many people. We don't unlock that potential for those in the global South, and we certainly don't unlock that potential for marginalized communities in the United States of America. A lot of that violence and discrimination is racialized in this country because white supremacy is a fundamental principle in the United States of America. But outside of that, there is also a very distinct class warfare that takes place as well. Rage Chief, thank you. Yeah, this guy literally came in and said, I'm a right winger. YouTube is down big mad. MAGA Rage Watcher here because I can't watch your YouTube stuff right now. Please do some rage bait, please. Rage Achieve, thank you. Like, this man is mad that I said, regardless of someone's background, regardless, like whether they're white or black, it doesn't fucking matter. They have tremendous potential, and it's up to us. It's up to governments to basically unlock that potential so that there is like a true equality of opportunity, not an equality of outcome necessarily, but real equality of opportunity, which has never been achieved in this country. And he went, fuck no, how dare you? I am raging. Respect. At least you know what's up. At least you know what grinds your gears, It's just, it's so stupid. Hey, I do understand. So does the act guarantee that some districts are black to make sure that black people are represented, or is anti this or what? Cause I do not understand Euro chatter here. Black people have a higher likelihood of voting for the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party, at least historically, has in the last couple of decades, has defended black people's rights. And the process of redistricting basically sections off the black population, like cordons off the black population to as limited a number of areas, districts as possible. So if there's like a big black neighborhood, let's say there's like here, hold on. Let's open up Paint and I'll explain it to you that way. Okay. Here. Look. Let's say this is a state okay? And let's say in this state, there are going to be areas where there's like a lot of black people living in it, right? Let's say that black people live in the inner city area for the most part, okay? And they make up this much of the population of the state. And they are like heavily, densely populated in this area, the inner city area, okay? Now, the process of redistricting would either create equal shares and would evenly district it out in an effort to make sure that there's like proportional representation to a certain degree, and have like certain pieces like this where there's enough black people and enough Democrats that there's like Democratic representation. But if you want, you can slice this cake any way that you choose to. And you can slice it in a way where it is the least opportune. Like you can do this, you can do this, okay? You can just like cut it in a way where you just take the black population and distribute it amongst all of the other areas where the white population specifically, or the Republican population specifically, is outnumbering the black population, allowing them never to get proper representation. Okay? You can do it in any shape that you want. And as a matter of fact, many of these districts, if you look at like Dan Crenshaw's district, you can look at is like, it looks like a fucking eye patch because it's like this. They draw it like this, specifically taking pieces of the black population from different districts and putting it into an overwhelmingly white majority population in an effort to remove them from ever getting proper representation. Okay? Yeah, and the total number of districts is based on the total population, so they can be very creative within that boundary. Not specifically about VRA districts, yeah, but easiest gerrymandering graphic ever. Yeah, you got 50 precincts, is 60% blue and 40% red, okay? Let's say you got 50 total precincts. Ultimately, it comes down to a 60% Democratic population and 40% Republican population. If you chop it up this way, you will have 5 districts where every single district is majority Democrat. So you have 5 blue districts. If you chop it up this way with gerrymandering, you will have 5 districts and 3 are red and only 2 are blue. Do you want to save your work? No, I don't. Do you get it? Have you seen about the Defense Department confiscated all Pentagon reporters because they refused to sign? Yes, I did. I covered it. This is how it's done. This is how it's chopped up. Can you gerrymander your party to power? Gerrymandering is the intentional distortion of political districts to give one party an advantage and has been criticized for disenfranchising many voters and fueling deeper polarization. To help you understand it better, we created an imaginary state called Hexopolis, where your only mission is to gerrymander your party to power. Every 10 years, Hexopolis redraws its congressional district lines, just like the United States does. But Hexopolis is a simpler place. Lawmakers in either purple party or yellow party control redistricting. To increase their advantage in upcoming elections, they have been known to gerrymander egregiously, even if it means leaving some voters disenfranchised. Hexopolis has 9 districts. Even though a majority of the voters favor purple party, that does not mean that the yellow party can't shift the state's partisan tilt. First, here's how to draw a district. Each hexagon represents a person. Group 15 adjacent ones to make a congressional district. Boom. I just made a congressional district. Districts must have equal populations. Dividing 45 into 3 groups of 15 would give each district the same number of residents. Some, by law, must protect underrepresented voters. Some hexagons represent a voter who belongs to a minority group. No, oh my God, we're gaming. Oh my God, I just realized we're fucking gaming. Oh my God. We are literally gaming on the broadcast. What is happening? What the hell is going on? We are straight up gaming right now. That's right. Gaming is back, baby. Hexagon represents a voter who belongs to a minority group in Hexopolis. A mostly minority district is one where more than half of the hexagons are this. Districts can lean yellow or purple. Purple is a voter who favors a purple party, and yellow is a favor yellow party. More than half the hexagons in 2 districts here lean purple. Try to make districts compact. Compact districts are usually shaped like circles or squares. Try keeping as many neighbors together as possible. Least compact, most compact could be better. You are a yellow party legislator. Use all the hexagons to make 9 districts. Make as many majority yellow districts as you can. Make at least 2 mostly minority districts. Hexopolis currently has 2 such districts, and a state law calls for the number to stay the same if the makeup of the residents has not changed. Gain an edge by making compact districts. Snake-like district shapes will make your gerrymandering practices more conspicuous and could open you up to lawsuits, except no, it won't. Okay? You got read to filth. I bet after he's going to say, look, chat, I did gaming with Hexopolis. But I am. This is gaming. This is gaming. Okay, gerrymander for the yellow party. Okay. So there's only 2 yellows here. So it's going to be kind of difficult. It's going to be kind of difficult to do that unless I open it up to like a larger district here. And I don't know, maybe make it like, I don't know. Wait, what does the black box mean outside of the hexagon? Your audacity knows no bounds. What do you mean? Yellow party. Oh, they're the minority population? Oh, okay, hold on. Here, we'll throw up some fucking lo-fi synth wave for you fools. Okay. A yellow Leninist utopia. This is not gaming. I think you're fucking coping, dude. So we need to do 9 districts. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, there we go. Bro, this is a vibe right now. Bro, this is I don't know how to fucking do this. Like, I don't know how to do this shit, dude. Wait. Okay, I made one. How do I make another one? You need to have 15 per district, dumbass. Oh, true. Okay. Wait, fuck. Did I accidentally... No, I made a purple district. Fuck. 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 Okay, there you go. That's it. There it is. Okay. Wait, what if it's a dual use district? You know what I mean? Okay, this is good. Okay, 2 more. Oh yeah, we're just gonna give it up for one like fat here. You stranded some hexagons. This will cause problems later when you can't incorporate them. I'll fix my map. Fuck. You gotta make one big purple. That's what I was trying to do, but I fucking failed. Oh shit. Dude, fake gamer can't even gerrymander is true, bro. Is true. I fucked this up so bad. Wait, do they have to be linked to one another? Fuck! No! Oh no, I can't gerrymander. No! This is racism minesweeper, dude. Just take one for the left on either side. Okay, we gotta fucking fix this goddamn district, brother. No. Okay. So this would be like a purple one, I guess. No, that's too many. There's too many yellows I'm missing. Wait, fuck. Fucking crap. How do we cook the books, chat? What do we do? Can't we just make this an entire district in and of itself? Bro, this is a vibe right now. Still taking an L. Fuck. Don't you know how to pack and crack? No, I don't. This sucks. Hold on. Let's just make a big purple one first of all, before I tackle any of this shit. Let's just make one purple district first, okay? Just all purple. All purple. Okay? Yeah. Put them all in one district. You feel me? Put them all in one district. Let's delete this. And then let's make another. Move it to get to top. Wait, what? Move it to get the top 4. Delete everything and make a bottom right be mostly yellow minorities with some purple towards the center. Yeah, we got to do like pack in here, right? But obviously in this direction. Okay, this is good. This is good. We got to do it like this, right? Like we're doing it now. We're doing the damn thing. We're doing the damn thing. 8Y plus 7P is not hard, yo. Have you found a new respect for gerrymandering? I mean, yeah, I did. You need a Southerner to help? I'm too anti-racist to be able to do this correctly. I'm such a honest broker. It's tough for me, okay? It's tough for me, chat. Here, this is like a... Put your big red thinking cap on. Okay, this is... Okay. We make another majority fucking there we go. And then we do this. Okay. Then we do this. No. Wait, oh, it is yellow. Okay, yeah. Then we do this. And then we do this. The last remaining district. Nice map, but you still need 2 mostly minority districts. Oh shit, a mostly minority district is one where more than half of the hexagons have a minority population. Well, guess what? Here's what I can do. Make it so that you don't need mostly minority districts. Okay? Why play by the rules when you can break the rules and rewrite them? Technically, this is well gerrymandered. Yes. Yeah, where's the Supreme Court button? Where is the Supreme Court button in this? I don't understand. I'm gonna do a quick phone call to Clarence Thomas to fix this up. I want to keep trying. So we have one mostly minority district. It's this one, but we don't have 2 mostly minority districts. And I'm seeing that a lot of minorities live in this area. And maybe we can carve it out. chip away at the big purple on the right. Yeah, I mean, this kind of sucks though, because it's like, maybe we can redistrict here. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Click or drag 9. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, no, that's important. That's also important. Fuck. This is the only minority majority district here. Okay? But now, because of the minority redistricting, now we have 3 purple districts, as opposed to good for your party, not so good for democracy. We had 6 yellow districts, 5 compact districts. Redo the bottom right, so one is mostly purple and one is mostly yellow. So in the original map that I had, if it wasn't for the pesky minority majority rule, I would have been able to put together an even more rigged map. But unfortunately, I couldn't. It's because of those minorities. How does your map stack up? Your map had more majority yellow districts than 40% of all maps made by yellow party lawmakers. The highest possible is 7 majority yellow districts. I got 6 majority yellow districts. Among other maps that had the same number of majority yellow districts as yours, 34% of them had a higher number of compact districts. Not quite a high score. I could do better. I could get way more racist. Okay? Successful yellow party gerrymanders. Here are 12 maps that maximize political advantage for the yellow party, made by other yellow party lawmakers like you. 7 out of 7 yellow districts, 8 out of 9 compact districts. Jesus Christ, dude. Getting cooked already. Hasan doing macros for the ounces for his chicken. Hasan trying to make yellow and purple 50-50. Okay, first of all, I still cooked. We still won. We literally still won. We won the election. Don't even fucking come after me. We won it. We won it, and we're going to keep winning. Anyway, let's get back to the video, though.
In effect, by taking race...
I love the vote molestation that took place here, okay? I hate democracy. I hate representative democracy. I love molesting the votes, okay? We can't stop winning. We could have molested it harder, and we were one off in our district molestation.
Into consideration at all, you are discriminating against me, the white person, and that is against the Constitution. However, unfortunately, we do not live in a race-blind utopia where everyone has gained parity and the only difference in outcomes depends on how hard you work. If you can believe it, a few decades of laws protecting voting rights did not undo a few centuries of literal human bondage. Black people continue to live with the consequences of overt racism in housing, leading to less accumulated generational wealth, concentration into the cities, and low affordable housing stock, forcing them to live in less than ideal conditions, and then they get blamed themselves for the horrible conditions their landlords are responsible for, and so on and so on. Black people continue to live with the proven biases against them in hiring practices, violence against them enacted by the police, not to mention the day-to-day racism they have to endure from infancy through adulthood, whether it's the unconscionably high rates of infant and maternal mortality in Black populations compared to the rest of the population, or just the racist epithets thrown at people as they're trying to navigate the world. Not to mention intergenerational transmission of trauma, but Lord knows that's too many syllables for your average racist to understand. The point is, we have not arrived at a place where we can say race is no longer a factor and everyone is equal, therefore any consideration of race at all is racist against the other races. You don't get to rig the game for 200 years and then claim, well, now we've stopped discriminating, so everything is fine, and now if we keep talking about how we rigged the game for 200 years, that's actually discrimination against me. But that's exactly how the MAGA movement thinks. And so, returning to Louisiana v. Kalai, you have a group of non-African American voters doing just that, saying this new map is discriminatory against me because it took my race into consideration. And now the Supreme Court has the opportunity to rule that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is unconstitutional and undo all the protections it affords, much like they did in Shelby County v. Holder in 2013 when the Supreme Court did away with pre-clearance, which is a provision of Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which required any new law regarding voting rights passed in states with histories of discrimination must first be approved by the Justice Department. Back in 2013, the court decided, hey, guess what? We've reached a place where we no longer need to control against these racist states. They've done their time. We've all moved on. And now our society is just and equal. Isn't that grand?
Yeah, no, totally. That's how it works, man. Pack it up. Racism is over. Duh. Let me be racist now, please.
And they did away with preclearance. And instantaneously, within hours and days and months, those historically racist states, well, what do you know? They passed new racist anti-voting.
What? How could that have happened? Oh my God, that's so crazy. I thought we had already abolished racism. This is so strange to me. I'm confused. I'm a confused voter.
Laws. Weird. It's almost like a few decades of the Voting Rights Act and undo a few centuries of literal human bondage. Wild. Like, we literally chained human beings to auction blocks and sold them to the highest bidder for centuries. We shoved them into boats and stacked them on top of each other like cattle. And then we made a thriving economy worth billions of dollars on the back of their free labor. Labor we never paid for. Labor that created wealth that white people still benefit from today. And then we fought a war and said, hey, you're free now, but no, you can't live there. You can't live there. No, you can't have a voice in your representation. No, you can't go to that school. No, you can't get a mortgage. No, you can't drive through that town after dark. No, you can't expect to live through the birth of your child. No, you can't get that job. But in MAGA world, we need to move on from that. Like, literally, why do you keep talking about it? Why do you hate your country so much? We passed an act about it. It's been 60 years. We moved on. Can't you just focus on the future? And the non-African American litigants in Louisiana v. Kalai are boiling it down to an oversimplified argument. Race was taken into consideration when drawing this map with 2 majority black districts. That violates my equal protection under the 14th Amendment as a white person, and my right to not have my vote abridged on account of my race as a white person under the 15th Amendment. But that argument is disingenuous. There's a reason we look to the intent of the people who passed a law in order to determine how to interpret a law. Lawmakers cannot possibly anticipate every scenario that could possibly occur in relation to a law they are writing. It's not possible, and even if they tried, it would lead to writing of absurdly long, difficult to understand laws, and it would take so much longer to get those laws passed, and they still wouldn't fully be able to anticipate every possible instance when the law could be implicated. Because of this, we need the courts to step in when there's a controversy and tell us what the law means and how it is applied to this specific unforeseen set of facts. There are many ways courts do this, some of which depend on the case, and some depend on the judge's ideology. You can look to the plain meaning of the words today. What does the dictionary say they mean? You can look to the meaning of the words at the time they were written. What does history tell us they were supposed to mean? And you can look to the underlying discussions on the congressional record and in other primary source documents that can help indicate, based on how these lawmakers discussed this law, this is likely how they would come out on this question, or they addressed this question in their debates, and this is likely how it would come out, etc. Each of these various modes of interpretation are helpful. In my opinion, strict adherence to any one of them is short-sighted because sometimes the way a word was defined when it was written doesn't square with today's reality, and so on. All laws are flexible and debatable and open to interpretation. If they weren't, every lawyer would be out of a job. Anyway, all that to say, it is deeply important to look at the context of laws and the Constitution to understand what the meaning is when applied to a set of facts, especially in this context where we are still very much dealing as a society with the consequences of slavery and racism. And the fact is that the 14th and 15th Amendments were not colorblind amendments. They were passed during a very specific part of our history, immediately after the Civil War, to right the wrongs of centuries of human bondage, and they ought to be interpreted as such as it applies to the Voting Rights Act. We have not solved the issue of racism in this country, and we will in many ways never fully heal the wounds that that level of horrific violence causes to a society. There are people alive now whose grandparents were enslaved by white people. White people don't get to turn around and tell them, all right, let's wrap it up, it's time to move on now. But the litigants in Louisiana v. Kalai would have us believe that the writers of the 14th and 15th Amendment had them in mind when they were writing the amendments, and that their right to not give give black people an equal voice in voting is equal to or actually supersedes the right of black people having an equal voice in voting. That in blocking their right to discriminate against black people, the court is discriminating against them. They are also trying to paint a picture that the Voting Rights Act and the subsequent legislation and cases interpreting it create a simple rule where states are allowed to consider race when drawing district lines in favor of black people, but not in favor of white people. The reality is that there is a complex web of guidelines and restrictions when it comes to drawing district lines under the Voting Rights Act that help ensure that the very thing I've been arguing for, that historical and present day contexts are taken into consideration, that the maps being drawn are truly equal and fair, to try to counterbalance the overt racism exhibited by states for centuries with regards to voting. It's not a simple blanket, we just give black people as much power as possible. For example, a case called Thorberg v. Jingles established what are called the Jingles factors for bringing a Section 2 claim of voter dilution. The NAACP Legal Defense Fund created a helpful primer, which I'll link in the sources. Those factors are, quote, 1, the minority group must be sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a single-member district. 2, the minority group must be politically cohesive. And 3, the majority must vote sufficiently as a bloc to enable it usually to defeat the minority's preferred candidate. After considering all those factors,
your comment on the double snip Tony getting the BB interview was 100% on point. Turns out Barry Weiss personally arranged it. Bookers love Barry, says Dylan Byers. Barry Watch. Barry Weiss continues to play lead booker at CBS News. In a meeting with the senior team at 60 Minutes this week, I'm told she proposed a package on the Gaza ceasefire and attempted to book Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, two co-architects of the deal. Meanwhile, she personally booked Bibi Netanyahu for Tony DeKoppel's interview yesterday on CBS Mornings. Bookings are table stakes in this business, of course, and they don't always drive viewership, a fact I noted when she landed Hillary Clinton and Condi Rice last week. That said, CBS stands to benefit from Barry's Rolodex of politicians, business leaders, and other members of the Sun Valley set. Most newsrooms' chiefs aren't so popular among the establishment. I told you. That's why Double Cirque Tony stayed behind for one extra day in Israel so that he could secure the coveted Benjamin Netanyahu Adolf Hitler interview. Okay? I told you. Wow, Barry Watch. Watch that Barry go. Mike Johnson suggesting Dems will pack Scotus, which is currently packed by Trump. 3 appointments, 1 stolen, 1 drunk cry fest, 1 days before elections. Suck it, Mike. Oh, I wish. Every day I go to sleep dreaming of a tomorrow where the Democrats behave a fraction as radical as the Republicans present them. Every day I beg. Every day I beg. I close my eyes and I dream of a better tomorrow where the Democrats are the radical socialist, Marxist-Leninist vanguardists that Republicans present them as every fucking day. Okay? I'm like, where are these far left Democrats? Kamala Harris was called a communist by Donald Trump. Every day I dream of a better tomorrow where the Democrats are actually packing the fucking courts. Okay? God damn, dude. Could you imagine how much better this goddamn country would be? We have so much wealth in this fucking stupid ass country. Okay? We have so much prosperity. We have so much opportunity, so much room for improvement, so much room for growth. Okay? And yet we squander it. We squander it every day at the behest of the almighty capital. Oh my God. And every damn day, we move further and further into the depths of fascism. Richest country on the planet, and it's not enough, okay? Yeah, well, who was it? The Twitter user that said, America's just 2 right-wing parties constantly calling each other communist. That's just so true. Kamala Harris calling Trump a communist. Trump calling Kamala Harris a communist. Meanwhile, one is a center-right party, and the other one's a far-right party. Where's the communism? Can we get a crumb of communism, please? Just a crumb. Just give me a fucking fraction of that good communism. Fuck, man. Representative Auchincloss goes on Mark Elias and says Dems need to be more like Republicans on immigration. They're fucking hopeless. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
factors, the court must then determine whether the plaintiffs bringing the claim have sufficiently proven, based on a totality of the circumstances, that minority voters, quote, have less opportunity than other members of the electorate to participate in the political process and to elect representatives of their choice. Additionally, courts tend to also require plaintiffs to show that, one, the challenged practice imposes a discriminatory burden on members of a protected class, meaning that members of the protected class have less opportunity than other members of the electorate to participate in the political process and to elect representatives of their choice. And two, the burden must in part be caused by or linked to social or historical conditions that have or currently produce discrimination against members of the protected class. This all must be proven by plaintiffs in order to win a case claiming that their vote is being diluted. There are clear, high
Parenti posting, it is the heart of U.S. policy, ladies and gentlemen, to use fascism to preserve capitalism while claiming to be saving democracy from communism. Yeah, this is the gritty is the way, he said it. American politics is just two right-wing parties calling each other communist. It's true. It's fucking true.
bars that must be passed in order to balance the competing interests of the state, of white people, of people of color, with the aim of actually ensuring equality, taking into consideration the centuries of inequality, and not simply to say, well, we're all equal now, let's not think of the past. Why can't we all just move on? And on Wednesday, the Supreme Court will have the opportunity to hear oral argument and make their own determination as to whether to take all of the previous precedent, the spirit of the laws, and the context of history into consideration, things that they claim to strongly adhere to in cases that benefit the conservative cause, or to decide it's time we all moved on from this whole race thing and just pretend everything's fine. You can listen to oral arguments live as they happen. They're around 9:30 a.m. DC time at the Supreme Court website or on C-SPAN. Sometimes the way the justices question the lawyers is pretty indicative of their feelings on the matter. And like I said, Chief Justice John Roberts seems poised to push for doing away with Section 2 on the grounds that it's unconstitutional. According to the Associated Press, Roberts, quote, has long had the landmark civil rights law in his sights, from his time as a young lawyer in the Reagan-era Justice Department to his current job. Roberts wrote the majority opinion in Shelby County v. Holder, the case that gutted pre-clearance, saying, quote, our country has changed, and while any racial discrimination in voting is too much, Congress must ensure that the legislation it passes to remedy that problem speaks to current conditions. We're all fixed. Nothing to
Breaking via Wall Street Journal. The Trump administration is planning sweeping changes in criminal division at the IRS. The Trump administration is preparing sweeping changes at the Internal Revenue Service that would allow the agency to pursue criminal inquiries of left-leaning groups more easily. Oh my God, this is literally what they said Obama did. This is literally what they said Obama did. Ay, ay, ay. Kamala wanted to ban price gouging. And, yeah. A senior IRS official involved in the effort has drawn up a list of potential targets that include major Democratic donors, some of the people said. The undertaking aims to install allies of President Trump at the IRS Criminal Investigative Division, or IRS-CI. To exert firmer control over the unit and weaken the involvement of IRS lawyers and criminal investigations, officials said. The proposed changes could open the door to politically motivated probes and are being driven by Gary Shapley, an advisor to the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. They fired the commissioner of the Large Business and Internation IRS Business Unit like 4 months ago for doing this law. What does this mean? I don't understand. Trump wants to use the IRS to go after big Democrat Party donors and try to find like inconsistencies in their tax filings and basically bully them with paperwork. Or in some instances, they could probably find like loopholes that in other circumstances the IRS would like look the other way on or just not really prosecute. He could just like use he could use that as an opportunity to go after people. Because like a lot of I think super wealthy people in this country don't actually do the proper paperwork for a multitude of different reasons. One, because they're like engaging in the light version of tax evasion that is like often not prosecuted, or they are like they're doing shit that other people do all the time. But ultimately, it's just blackmail and leverage. Stephen Harper did a similar thing in Canada, absolutely cooked progressive NGOs. Good thing the IRS is defunded. True, but I'm sure they'll find they'll shake the couch cushions a little bit to find some money to do this in particular. This can be good. Finally, Dems will be forced not to be funded by billionaires. Dog, what are you talking about? Like, listen, I don't think that's what the outcome of this is going to be. I think the outcome of this is going to be every wealthy person that is already pro-Republican is going to be more pro-Republican, and they're not going to stop corruption. They're just going to move further and further into the right, firmly into the bosom of the right, while simultaneously it'll be like random people that are constantly getting fucking audited, you know? Random people who are seen as like Antifa leadership will be consistently getting audited over and over again. Any Dem donor that big has the money to make everything legit on their taxes, if they do any tax evasion, which rich people talk about as a puzzle of sorts, means that they just have to dot their I's and cross their T's. Exactly. Yeah, I think this is more so to find anything in the paperwork to just like to apply extra scrutiny to, and then maybe fucking seize their assets, you know? I mean, it doesn't have to be legitimate. Look at what they did to Lisa Cook. That's the other thing. That's true. They could just like fabricate shit. They don't necessarily need anything real. This will probably hurt like, I suspect this will probably hurt like NGOs harder than like big ticket donors to the Democrats, because those guys probably already have their processes pretty, like, it'll be annoying for them. It'll be a nuisance for them to have like their team have to undergo audits and shit constantly.
To see here. But that being said, just in 2023, in a case called Allen v. Milligan, the Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, held that a similar map in Alabama did violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, with Roberts writing that Alabama was attempting to remake our Section 2 jurisprudence anew. In that case, Roberts and Kavanaugh surprised us all when they joined the liberal justices in finding against Alabama's map in that case. That could happen again. However, the fact that this case is being reheard this term indicates the court might be ready to shake things up, because they don't tend to do that very often. And in the Alabama case, they were looking at whether the map violated the Voting Rights Act, not whether the Voting Rights Act violates the Constitution. It could be that this re-argument more properly tees up the Voting Rights Act for a thorough constitutional question, giving the conservative justices a good whack at undermining the whole thing. After Wednesday's oral arguments, the justices likely won't issue a ruling for a while, though Louisiana has elections in April and so have asked the court to make a decision as soon as December or January in anticipation of that election. They could hold very narrowly that in this instance, this particular map from Louisiana isn't a good map, but the state can go and try to create a different one that more complies with Section 2 and the Constitution. Or they could make a broader ruling saying, actually, this isn't about this specific map. This is about how the entire Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is actually in violation of the 14th and 15th Amendments, and strike down the whole thing. A piece by Richard Hasan, professor of law at UCLA for Slate, lays out what would happen if the Supreme Court decides against the Voting Rights Act in this case. Quote, if the Supreme Court moves forward with this interpretation, it would be a sea change to voting rights law. It would be an earthquake in politics and make our legislative bodies whiter and our protection for minority voters greatly diminished. Even if the court less drastically says that Section 2 cannot be used to require the 2nd congressional district in this case, such a superficially more minimal ruling would mean the quick unraveling unraveling of most Section 2 districts. Because if the facts in Louisiana don't justify drawing a second district, most other Section 2 claims would fail too. Quote, any decision to strike down what's left of the Voting Rights Act could kick off the start of a new civil rights movement and more serious talk of Supreme Court reform in the midst of crucially important midterm elections. Justices fundamentally hostile to the rights of voters place the court increasingly at odds with democracy itself. That is what's on the line this Wednesday during oral arguments. I'll be back with a new episode on Wednesday, and I'll let you know in that episode if there's any tea leaves to read in how the justices acted during arguments. Given the track record of this current court, I am not holding my breath for it to be good news. If you want the joy of supporting independent media, consider clicking the big join button here on YouTube or joining my Patreon community at patreon.com/Legia Miller, where you'll find all of these episodes completely ad-free. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons.
The fear is the weapon. They aren't really all that. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I think fear is the weapon, but fear is the weapon for those who pay attention. I think their greatest weapon is not fear. Their greatest weapon is indifference. Indifference from the broadest subsects of American society to everything that's going on. They also get to overwhelm the population with like a million different things that they do. They overwhelm the population with a million different things that they do and make it so that people are too busy trying to pay attention to one thing and then they move on to the next. I've noticed that even someone like myself who stays on top of shit by design because it's my job, I constantly find myself having a hard time covering every single issue that's going on. Like they are hitting every angle. I mean, think about it. We got military deployments happening in major cities. We have mass ICE raids happening everywhere. We have the tariffs. We have 40 billion, not 20, 40 billion going to Argentina. The economy's at a standstill. We have the AI bubble that is here. Most of the gains, the overwhelming majority of gains being made is fucking AI. Trump is trying to go to war with Venezuela openly. It's fucking nuts. There are too many things to pay attention to. So I think a lot of people get overstimulated and refuse to pay attention to it. And they just check out in its entirety. Meanwhile, here's the town hall for AOC and Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders and Democratic Representative
I'll tune into this for a little bit before I have to leave.
I'm Caitlin Collins, and tonight, as the shutdown enters its third week, there are still no signs of a deal here in Washington. Republican Speaker Mike Johnson is warning that this could be one of the longest shutdowns in history. Democrats say they won't budge without addressing the rising cost of health care. But caught in the middle are the American people, including more than 1 million federal workers who are going without pay this evening. Two of the nation's most prominent leaders on the left are here to take our questions tonight about their strategy and what it will take to reopen the government. We also invited prominent Republicans to participate in a town hall, including the Senate Majority Leader, the House Speaker, and the Vice President. Those invitations stand, and we hope that those leaders will join us. To find our questioners tonight, we reached out to political and business groups, universities, and other civic organizations. Our questioners are Democrats, Republicans, and independents, some of whom are federal workers here in their personal capacity. They have asked that their party affiliation not be disclosed. Tonight's participants will be asking their own questions, selected by CNN to cover a variety of topics. You might see them holding a piece of paper that has their question on it. It's a question they wrote, and it has not been edited in any way by CNN. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Thank you, Senator. And also Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York. Thank you so much. It's great to have you here. And of course, it's so great to have both of you here. We have so many audience questions tonight, really good ones. And Senator Sanders, just in terms of how long this shutdown has gone on, you and I have spoken multiple times during this, but we're now on the 15th day. The ninth vote to reopen the government failed.
What kind of debate is this? Yeah, Bernie and AOC are going to debate one another, chat.
He says that this could be one of the longest government shutdowns in U.S. history?
No. I think the Republicans are catching on that you can't throw 15 million Americans off of the health care they have. And studies indicate that when you do that, some 50,000 Americans a year will die unnecessarily. And then on top of that, just in Vermont today, Caitlin, people in my state and all over this country are beginning to receive notices from insurance companies about what their new premiums will be if we do not stop what Trump is doing. In my state of Vermont, there are people today who receive notices that their premiums are going to quadruple. Some less, 3 times. In my state of Vermont, and again, this is true in many parts of the country, middle-class families will be paying $50,000 a year for health care. Anyone think that's sane? It's not. Who can afford that? Republicans are catching on. They're playing a losing hand. They are going to come to the table finally and address the health care crisis that they've created.
Okay, so you think Republicans will come to the table sooner rather than later. The White House has not indicated as much, and today the budget director, Russ Vought, said that north of 10,000 federal workers could be laid off during this government shutdown. Does that make Democrats rethink their strategy at all?
I wish they would be more aggro, man.
What Russ Vought just announced today in the laying off of federal workers, we learned today a judge has put a temporary restraining order because it is likely illegal what he and the Trump administration is doing. The problem is that this administration, the Trump administration, folks like Russ Vought, they think that destroying our health care, making sure that housing is too expensive to live in, that jacking up the costs of our groceries, they think all of this is about hurting Democrats. What they are doing is hurting Americans, and they are hurting this country. And if Mike Johnson wants to say that this shutdown is going to last a long time, it is because he is choosing to punish the American people, and we cannot stand for it, and we cannot allow it. And we also cannot enable it by acquiescing and enabling the behavior of bullies. So it ends today.
So
if I could just add to something Alexandria said.
Go ahead, Senator.
This is the cynicism of the Speaker of the House.
Mm-hmm.
Where are your Republican colleagues tonight? They're back here in Washington negotiating?
That's an excellent question, Bernie. Right now, House Democrats are in Washington, D.C. Senate Democrats are in Washington, D.C. Even Senate Republicans, I believe, are still in Washington, D.C. The only people who are not in Washington, D.C. are the over 200 elected Republicans in the House of Representatives, because Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, refuses to call the House in session. He refuses to also seat Adelita Grijalva because they want to prevent the 218th signature on release of the Epstein files as well.
Can I ask you on that? Because Speaker Johnson was asked about that today, and he said it has nothing to do with that. It's so she can have all the pomp and circumstance that is afforded to most members when they're sworn in. You don't believe that?
No, Mike Johnson has sworn in several members, Republican members, in pro forma sessions. He understands that the importance of this country, the importance of representation, is not about pomp and circumstance. And in fact, it's not just about Representative Grijalva. It's about the over 700,000 people in the state of Arizona, veterans, seniors, teachers, students, who do not have anyone to call in an emergency because their elected representative that has been certified at municipal, state, and the federal level with federal acknowledgement, he refuses to seat a duly elected official here in the House of Representatives.
So we have a lot of questions tonight for people who are here in Washington. And Representative Ocasio-Cortez, this first question is for you. This is Alicia Dulford, who is from Camp Springs, Maryland, and is a TSA officer who's active in her local federal employees union. Thank you so much for being here. What's your question?
Thank you for having me. As the month November approaches, many of us are facing serious hardships as we enter week 3 of the shutdown. Some are at risk of eviction or mortgage default, and local rental companies and lenders have become silent or refused to work with employees presenting DHS debt letters. What protections or emergency actions can be taken to prevent these workers and their families from losing their homes during this time?
Well, thank you so much for your question. And particularly as a TSA employee. I represent LaGuardia Airport, and so I know very, very well all the hard work that you all do and put in. And,
yes, ma'am.
And you all deserve a dignified workplace. You deserve a safe workplace, and you deserve the paycheck that you are working for. What I believe the best thing
AOC
that
is
we
a part
can
of the
do
alt-right pipeline that
is
loops
to
around and goes
reopen the
back to
government
radical
right
centrism.
now,
Come on, man.
and to ensure and to also call on our representatives and put pressure on individuals like the Speaker of the House to actually pick up the phone. The problem here is not that there is is not even that there's a disagreement. It's that the Speaker of the House and the Trump administration refuses to even have a negotiation. They refuse to even pick up the phone and talk about this. And so I
Don't you
do
like
not
AOC?
want
What the
us
fuck, dude? Are you asking
to
me?
Start to agree with what Mike Johnson is saying.
I just said the
and
person is
to have
crazy for
them
saying AOC is a
preview
part of
for
the
us
radical
and
centrist alt-right
normalize the
pipeline.
idea that everyone's just going to miss a paycheck, that 1 million federal workers are just going to go without that, and to just warn that in advance and to have us accept that. This is not acceptable. This is not normal. And what is normal is for
I wish
us
AOC
to
was more
negotiate
aggressive. And I
when
wish Bernie
one
was
party
more
wants
aggressive.
the votes of
And I
another
wish that they
party,
were
you
more
negotiate,
bold.
You come to a compromise and you pass a bill. That is schoolhouse
I think
rock.
the Democratic Party
And
basically
that is
whipped them up
how
so
things
aggressively
should
in this
be.
last Biden
So
administration
I
as
thank
a
you for
junior
that, and I want
partner.
to make sure that we, of course, pass a bevy of federal protections for workers, but we don't want them to be necessary in the first place.
Yeah, and Senator Sanders, on that front, on government shutdowns before, obviously you've said before that you believe shutting down the government is a serious and dangerous action. You said that we must do everything possible to prevent it. What would you say to people who are missing their paychecks?
I think
about why it's
AOC and
worth
Bernie
it now?
Sanders should be the center-left position in this country. I mean
first of
it.
all,
Like,
thank you very much
I
for your
think we
service,
need
and we're
like
gonna do
way
everything
more
we can
radical
and move as
politicians
quickly as
out
we
there
can make
to
sure
their
we get the
left.
paychecks. But I want to just back up a little bit to discuss how we got to where we are, because I'm not sure everybody knows this. What Alexandria was just saying is in the House, majority rules, they pass the budget. In the Senate, not quite the case. It needs 60 votes, okay? That's been going on for a very long time. And the reason for the 60 votes is to encourage bipartisan negotiations, all right? Republicans have 53 people in their caucus. Democrats, including independents, have 47. You got to talk. This time, for the first time in history, what Republicans are saying, yeah, we don't have 60 votes. We're not talking to you, our way or the highway. And what we are saying, sorry, you got to sit down and talk to us. You got to deal with the healthcare crisis in this country.
Because think about it, like,
well, and they have both, Republicans have
because
argued
right
that
now, Democrats are trying to save the country from the Republicans, right? And in order to do that, they are trying to save Republican voters from their representatives by forcibly re-implementing the Band-Aid solution to a Band-Aid solution. Subsidies for Medicaid. Medicaid itself is a Band-Aid solution.
Okay. On that front, let's get
And
to our
should
next
be legal
question
in more.
from the audience. Senator Sanders, this one's for you. This is Jeffrey Katz, who is a tax attorney from Potomac, Maryland, who says he's a Democrat who voted for President Trump in the last election. Jeffrey, what's your question?
Senator Sanders, you've said 50,000 people could die from ACA subsidy cuts. But right now, 1.4 million federal workers aren't getting paid. How do you justify choosing a fight over subsidies that might help people in the future over workers who are definitely suffering today?
You are talking to, along with Alexandria, one of the strongest pro-worker members of the United States Congress. So we are going to fight for federal workers. And by the way, in terms of the AFTRA union, you are aware that our friend in the White House basically, in an unprecedented way, decided he wasn't going to have that union anymore, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to fight for federal employees. But what you just said about 50,000 people dying a year, this is based on studies done from the University of Pennsylvania and Yale. You take 15 million people off of their health care.
Snatch that wig right out of his head, bro.
People,
Shut the fuck up, Jeffrey.
They don't go to a doctor. They have chronic problems.
Lifelong Democrat who voted for Trump this last election? What the fuck is that?
It's not only about health care. Do you know why we are in the situation we are today? Why do you think Trump and his friends made massive cuts to Medicaid and are forcing us to double premiums for the ACA? They gave the 1% in this country $1 trillion in tax breaks.
True.
$1 trillion in tax breaks at a time when we have more
They
income and wealth
solidified
inequality
and made
than any time in
permanent
the history
previous
of this country.
tax cuts that Donald
So
Trump
I am
had
not gonna sit
implemented that were
back and
slated
say,
to
yeah, we're going
sunset.
to let 50,000 people die so that Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and other multi-billionaires can get a tax break.
But can I ask you, in terms of negotiations and what's realistic for the subsidies which expire at the end of December? Obviously, open enrollment starts November 1st. Over in the House, there are 14 House Republicans who have said that they will sign on and they will vote for a one-year extension of the subsidies. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said he thought that proposal was laughable. Do you think that's laughable, or is that something you could get behind?
Yeah, no, let me tell you why it's laughable. Because it's cynical. Republicans want to sign on to just a one little extra year of these ACA subsidies. You want to know why? What's happening next year? Midterm elections. They want to extend these subsidies just a year extra so that people don't realize the dupe that they are pulling on everyone, so that they can all reelect themselves and allow those things to expire the moment that they win reelection. And it is time to get politics out of what should be a guaranteed universal right in the United States of America, and that is health care. And so I will not accept a measly one-year acceptance of a measly one-year extension of the ACA. We need to make sure, and as a member of the party, we put negotiations in the hands of our party's leadership with Hakeem Jeffries. He says it's no, it's no. And we have to make sure that we are expanding and continuing the fight and not falling for the fine print, not falling for the tricks, and not falling for the politics around this.
If I could add to what Alexandria was saying, it's not just 15 million people losing their health insurance. And it's not just tens of millions of people seeing a doubling or a tripling in their premiums. Our healthcare system, and you guys can argue with me if you want, I think our healthcare system is broken. I think it is dysfunctional. And I think it's on the verge of collapse. And understand that when we talk about these massive cuts to healthcare from Trump and his friends, you're talking about cuts to nursing homes, you're talking about cuts to rural hospitals, you're talking about cuts to community health centers where 32 million people get their primary care. This system is on the verge of collapse. And I would hope that everybody in this room and everybody in America ask themselves a very simple question. Why is the United States, the richest country in the history of the world, the only major nation not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right?
So can I ask, if a one-year extension you say is measly and doesn't cut it, what exactly do you want to see? What would you vote for?
Medicare for all.
Well, again, you know,
Medicare for all.
negotiations are all about a back and forth. And the idea of accepting something for nothing, I don't think is something that we're prepared to do. And by that, I mean
single-payer healthcare.
That requires Mike Johnson saying what he's willing to do and engaging in those negotiations with Hakeem Jeffries. And so this is a team sport. This is about making sure that we're all can come to something that we can agree with. So, you know, I think we know what we will not accept, and what we will not accept is for these ACA premiums to skyrocket on the American people. What we will not accept is the doubling of these premiums, and what we will not accept is allowing the teetering of this system to collapse right before everyone's eyes.
Okay, so you won't accept 1 year. I know, Senator, you've said that you believe they should be permanent, but in terms of what actually happens next year, what do you need to see for the government to be reopened? Can you walk me through what that looks like?
I have a radical idea. You ready for a radical idea? Let's do what the American people want. Do a poll, CNN. Ask people how many think it's a great idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% and decimate the American healthcare system. And if you do not have a strong majority of Republicans, Democrats, and independents saying that is crazy, I will be surprised. Let's do what the American people want. And at the very least, as we continue the fight for a Medicare for all single-payer system, we're going to protect people today from losing their health care or from seeing their premiums skyrocket, seeing nursing homes, community health centers decimated.
But let's say that the White House and Republican leaders say that they will extend these subsidies. It's not clear how long, because you say 1 year is not enough.
I'm going to continue this I am going to continue this video tomorrow. So there will be some good content for tomorrow. But I have to go because I have a panel that I have to attend. Ladies and gentlemen, I love you all. I didn't even get to... What is this? Selling my TikTok account? We're good, man. Thanks. I have to go because I have a panel that I have to go to. I didn't even get to do the Hollywood top 100 whatever. I'm in the Hollywood Reporter a week after they called PETA on me as one of the top 50 most influential influencers. No, the panel is not live. Jesus Christ. Everything doesn't have to be on camera, okay? Sometimes I do things off camera. All right? So, love you guys. I will be here tomorrow. You already know what it is. Tomorrow is Thursday. We got Gianmarco Soresi. He is going to be in the building, live and alive in the building. We're going to be watching the Zohran Kwame Mamdani debate. Hopefully, they're not going to bring me up in the debate, but we shall see. I do think Andrew Cuomo will bring me up in the debate. Maybe not my GOAT Curtis Lewa, but probably Andrew Cuomo will bring me up as Mr. 9/11 on the debate. So, looking forward to that. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Love you all, and I will see you
chased you away. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da.